that could add even more years to Johnny Somali's prison time. And that's not all. We've also got some shocking information about the personal relationship between Hank Yu and Johnny Somali. What's going on between them right now will absolutely shock you. Stay tuned, because I'm going to break down the proof and show you exactly what's happening. Let's get started. As you might know, Hank Yu had lied about Johnny Somali even before, saying he actually did not know about Johnny Somali and did not want to involve himself in Johnny Somali's trial.
I cannot even involve myself in
Oh, I see.
Johnny's trial. Like,
later, we found out that Johnny Somali and Hank Yu were manipulating the situation. They actually lied about everything, and Hank was at the court of Johnny Somali's trial.
And that he still actually lives at Hank's house. Because Hank is going on to say, oh, Johnny does not live with me, I do not help Johnny anymore, I'm not associated with him anymore. Apparently that's not true.
But now their relationship is not good. Yes, as you know, Hank Yu is now not in a good financial position to support Johnny Somali. What is the proof? Johnny Somali is once again back on YouTube, as he started posting crime videos of himself. I will tell you that later. But why is Johnny Somali doing that? Remember Hank Yu said before, if Johnny Somali is going to jail, he will directly go to China, and all his connections with Johnny Somali will be gone.
So if Johnny Somali goes to prison, what are you going to do with your life? Are you going to then spend the rest of your life trying to get him out, you know, because it's liberty, it's free speech, or are you going to focus on something else?
well, if Johnny Somali goes to prison, right, it's not going to be like years and years upon years. It's going to be like a few months. I'll be like, all right, that part of my part is done. I'm moving to China.
What? Guys, did you hear that? Hank Yu said he will move to China while Johnny Somali is in prison, and he's saying that Johnny Somali will just face jail time of 2 to 3 months or less than 1 year, while legal experts are saying Johnny Somali could face exactly 12 years in prison. But now Hank Yu is saying Johnny Somali will just face 2 to 3 months. Does that make any sense? Guys, let me know. Johnny Somali probably knows deep down that Hank Yu is actually not helping him if he ends up in prison and needs a way to get out. That's why Johnny Somali is now back on streaming, re-uploading videos on YouTube to make some money to survive. Now here's the big news. While Johnny Somali is dreaming of survival, South Korean authorities are back with more charges. Yes, new evidence has been found that could lead to new charges against Johnny Somali. The ongoing investigation is also bringing more bad news for him. I'll tell you about that, but first watch this video of harassment on the bus. The reckless things Johnny Somali did on a South Korean bus, which could also be considered as more charges for obstruction of business.
I just say, shut up, okay? Yes, yes. Shut up. No English, Francois. French. I speak French. Okay. This is the most awkward bus ride ever. We gotta go. Sorry, it's my ringtone. I don't know English. French? I don't know what's going on. Okay, let's get off. Well, we gotta get off. Can you open the door?
Just imagine how reckless he was. He was charged.
Can you open the door?
Just imagine how reckless he was. He was charged for North Korean propaganda on the bus. Just imagine, that can be considered the same charge in his next trial, and the same consequences could happen to Johnny Somali now. As you know, Johnny Somali's new crime investigation is still going on. South Korea is now making some news videos go viral which can fully ruin Johnny Somali's life, where they are showing Johnny Somali proposing something bad to South Korean girls, but it was too shady. Just watch her.
How old are you? How old are you?
Circle wouldn't ask their age. Circle wouldn't ask
Huh?
their age.
How much? How old?
Well, she know English.
How much? 18? Perfect. Perfect. Come with us. Come on, hoes. Come on. 18. Come on.
Come on, hug it.
You're too old. Too old. Too old. He's too old. Too old.
Did you hear what Johnny Somali said? I want to ask you guys, how would you feel if Johnny Somali said something like that in front of you? Because it's completely disrespectful. And if Johnny Somali is not held accountable for this, then there's nothing more to say about the South Korean authorities. As they're now bringing more charges against Johnny Somali, maybe this could also be added as a new charge. Because the way he disrespected and harassed public life multiple times is really shocking, and he should be held accountable for it. Now you can see another video where Johnny Somali is harassing a younger boy in South Korea. So now even the younger people are not safe from him.
We are Stanimir. I am Stanimir. You are Stanimir.
Bro,
Hold on, hold on.
he actually looks
Hold on.
scared, bro. No lie.
Okay, hold on.
Move me, please. Move me.
He said he's calling the police.
Call police, Boomy, call. 112. Call police, Boomy. Call now, 112. Call the police.
Your phone about to die, bro.
It's okay. Boomy, call the police. Call the police, please, Boomy. 112, call the police, Boomy. Keep that calm. You are my streamer. Can you give me a hug, then I go? Can you give me a hug? I need to Boomy. Why? Why?
Did you see how dangerous that harassment was? If this kind of behavior is not submitted to court as evidence, then what should be? Definitely, the court now needs to make sure this is accepted as evidence so Johnny Somali can face more charges. Now, you may already know Johnny Somali is facing another new charge under the Child Welfare Act, as Legal Mindset mentioned before. This evidence could also be added to that case. You can even hear it from Legal Mindset.
Child Welfare Act. Here's the good news. The good news is it's still going on. There's an ongoing investigation for the Child Welfare Act. That's still happening. So this is still a very, very, very real charge. It's something that's coming. It's something that's going to go on. So understand that. However, we have new information. In this case, we have an indication, and I'm not going to say exactly how, but that it will be a separate trial for Ramsey's CWA if the prosecutors decide to indict him. Now, we don't know yet whether he will be indicted. He has not been indicted yet, which means the prosecutors have not officially charged him yet. They're still investigating. But if that happens, it's going to be a separate trial, which means he would be stuck in Korea even longer.
As you heard from Legal Mindset, Johnny Somali could now be completely stuck in Korea if all these charges are proven against him. And definitely there's nothing to defend him when all the evidence shows Johnny Somali committing crimes and even admitting to them in a sense. So if he doesn't plead guilty, he could also face massive backlash. So guys, after watching the full video, what do you actually think? If Hank Yu does not support him in the future after Johnny Somali goes to prison, is there any chance he could escape, or will this new evidence add additional years to his sentence? What do you want to say about that? Let me know.
Welcome back to a series that is getting a little too dark, honestly. In today's video, a very popular political activist named Charlie Kirk was just shot dead while doing some debates. Hassan has responded to the assassination initially with shock and disgust, and then immediately back to the propaganda where you justify it and you imply that it's his own fault that he died. Hassan's chat is as unhinged as ever. Asmongold has responded, calling out the violent rhetoric that is being normalized online, subtly calling out Hassan. Hassan responds, having a completely unhinged meltdown, saying that Asmon wants him dead. Ethan has responded as well, deeply emotional. Hordes of people on Twitter are celebrating Charlie's death because he's right-wing, I guess? And somehow that makes it okay to celebrate the death of a 31-year-old man getting brutally murdered who has a wife and kids. Truly insane times. A Hassan fan has been arrested for terrorist threats a week after meeting him. You can't make this shit up. Hassan has responded. He's now mad that liberals like Asmongold more than Hassan. Alright, let's begin. So quick context, here's a clip from Decoy Voice summarizing the situation.
I go around universities and have challenging conversations, and because that's what is so important to our country, is to find our disagreements respectfully, because when people stop talking, that's when violence happens.
On September 10th, 2025, Charlie Kirk held an America Comeback event at Utah Valley University to a large crowd of young supporters. Now, at one point, certain individuals were angry at this appearance, and then someone assassinated him right there on stage. MSNBC immediately went into blaming Charlie.
He's been one of the most divisive, especially divisive younger figures in this, who is constantly sort of pushing this sort of hate speech or sort of aimed at certain groups. And I always go back to hateful thoughts lead to hateful words, which then lead to hateful actions.
Trying to downplay if this was an assassination attempt.
We don't know any of the full details of this. That we don't know if this was a supporter shooting their gun off in celebration, or so we have no idea about this.
Yep, that pretty much sounds like mainstream media right there. Apparently his supporter shot him in celebration, guys. Actually, that's what happened. What the heck is that, dude? What kind of reporting even is that? That's disgusting. But anyways, let's start with Hassan's reaction. Political streamer Hassan Abi reacts to video of Charlie Kirk being shot. So basically he's watching the video of Charlie getting shot and there's lots of blood flying. A very horrific video, not showing it, obviously.
There is a closer footage of Charlie Kirk getting shot in the neck here as well, where you can oh, he's dead. Oh my God, he's definitely dead. Oh my God, I can't believe I just saw that. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh, he definitely got shot in the neck. Oh my God. Oh, fuck. Oh yeah. No, that footage, that you do not want to see that. You do not want to see that. Oh my Lord. Oh, Jesus Christ.
Okay, so surprisingly pretty normal reaction there. He is shocked and disgusted. I don't know if it's genuine or whatever, but okay, it sounds normal as opposed to his previous reactions to the shootings, which is like, you know, this would have been the perfect false flag. But of course, don't worry, this is Hassan. This guy cannot act normal for one fucking day. Immediately, he tries justifying it, saying what seems like Charlie is responsible for his own death.
These people have played a formative role in Charlie Kirk's situation. He has played a formative role in his own demise by playing a part in a media landscape, in a media environment that normalizes this death and destruction.
Right, so it's his fault for getting randomly shot by some lunatic for having open debates. Now, it's ironic because Hassan himself has called for political violence a shit ton of times, and then when it actually happens, he has to act very distraught, you know, very, wow, how could this have happened? I just find it interesting, you know? And I've been saying this for a while, things are escalating, people are getting radicalized, and Hassan is definitely not helping the situation.
Oh, okay, 1-0, 2-0, 3-0. Oh my God, bro! At this point, He should have went E just to cheese this barrel. Oh my god. Oh, he can't die here.
I got a good feeling about this game.
Oh,
you fucking dumbass.
Oh, oh god.
Oh, not enough. Not enough.
And he gets refillable. Okay, he's got a recall, right? He cannot walk up. He's gonna go refillable here. He's actually up CS. He's
I
gonna
wanna
get...
stay for one more wave. If I can get this wave, then I'm honestly in a decent spot.
Whoa.
Then my reset isn't fucked.
Is he gonna cloth armor or like a what? Oh. Hail of Blades and Elixir. Damn. I mean, okay. Oh, he's good, he's good, he's good. Oh, he's
I
actually
can't reset
staying.
like this.
This cannon wave. What can he do? Wait. Oh, he just shoot a minion. Bro, look, this D shield has so much value here. This ultimate counter GP. So the Baka actually backs though, that's weird. Like he thinks jungler's coming.
You know what?
No wait, oh he actually backed. He's got...
I just need the melees. And I'm happy.
Wait, this is like very impressive.
He started longsword refillable. He sold his longsword and bought Sheen.
What?
What? He just sold his fucking longsword.
Two longswords? Okay. Oh. Oh. I think you got double Sheen proc there. Oh, oh, I think he's dead. He's dead. Ooh. Oh. Oh. I think you got double Sheen proc there. Oh, oh, I think he's dead. He's dead.
I'm dead.
He can't even flash out, can he? Oh, he can.
I'm alive.
Oh god. Oh, he actually... Oh my god, he actually just... No, if he backed. Temple's so screwed, no? Available? Refillable. Oh, his back is so screwed. I don't know if he gets cannon. No, he doesn't get cannon. Oh my god, it's so GG.
I'm doing this my way.
Chad, is this crit GP or AP GP?
Dude, I think he's got a proxy against him or something. Can you kill him? Let's see, let's see, let's see. I'm kind of curious.
Yeah.
Nope.
Toby.
We can like proxy here? Yeah, he's gonna proxy here. Look at that wave clear. Here's the second barrel. Oh, dodges that. He's trying to proxy, but it's not. He's not being let.
Let's get to the fun part.
Pretty well. Oh, he's only down 5 CS, which is crazy. Oh, fake back. Slow push into him.
He's gonna ulti you guys, careful.
Who needs a beat down?
Okay. He only has burst damage and poke.
Vi stands for vicious.
I poked my elixir.
Can you like? I think you can fight him. No, he just. Yeah, every time he cues in, he just spaces him out. Oh. But can Silverbaka walk up?
Situation. Now, turns out Hassan was scheduled to debate Charlie Kirk in 15 days from now, and upon hearing the news of Charlie's death, here's how Hassan's chat responded as he was covering the story. Basically, we got a bunch of laughing emojis. Doesn't mean he's not coming on then. He gets away again. Laughing emoji, he will debate the corpse. Debate his corpse. I think that would mean Hassan won the debate actually. Debate the corpse. He got smoked. Today is a good day. Can't believe he got shot on purpose to avoid the debate. I'll pray, but not for the reason he wants. Debate won. That's ridiculous. He's just trying to do anything to duck the debate. Here we got some Illuminati emojis, false flag and the sus emoji, staged. Oh no, Charlie down, wee-oo, wee-oo. No Fed posting. I'm not upset. Laughing again, finally some good news. Did he get himself shot to avoid the debate? Also, we do not need your help moderating, but thank you for your suggestions. That's right, we got this under control. By the way, all those comments are in the span of 10 seconds, right? Because there was literally the first 10 seconds he was covering the story. Wonderful audience there, Hassan, as always. Again, Hassan is not responsible for random chatters, but I just find it interesting, the complete lack of moderation there for literal years, you know? It's almost like, you know, they say the things that he doesn't want to say, right? But that's just my opinion. People responded, so Hassan doesn't like seeing the results of his own rhetoric. Frick him. Same guy who regularly calls for political violence being upset by the result of political violence. F Hassan, he calls for violence all the time. He created this atmosphere. Bro is going for the Oscar on this one. Right, so then after this, he does disavow it, but seemingly because he's scared of his own safety.
Disavow quickly and vehemently for your own safety? Yeah, no dude. What the do you mean? Of course, I don't think you guys understand. I was supposed to debate him in a public setting like a month from now. Obviously, aside from the principle of it all, yeah, no it's also for my own personal safety as well. I'm also, I don't know if you guys know this, but I'm also a public figure who does political commentary, who was supposed to debate Charlie Kirk in a public setting at Dartmouth University a month from now. I assume it's not going to happen now. Obviously, this is a person who does what I do, but, you know, on the opposing side.
Right, so he's pretty scared, of course. This was his debate opponent that was assassinated just 2 weeks before. Now, just to be perfectly clear, because I know nut jobs exist everywhere, Hassan does not deserve any violence or anything of that kind. Violence on any side is horrible. I think the most he deserves is a Twitch ban for violating TOS, possibly getting sued for defamation or something, and possibly investigated by law enforcement, maybe jail time for the terrorist support. But yeah, I never support like vigilantes or people who commit violence, because then you're just stooping to their level, and that kind of makes you a demon. Right, so then he talks about why he's not celebrating it, as if that was even a question.
Why was Luigi's shooting celebrated, but this is tragic? Couple different reasons. I think there are a lot of people who have some semblance of like parasocial connection to Charlie Kirk, which is as weird as it sounds. It's a public event. It is at a school, and Charlie Kirk is not seen as someone who is like responsible for the social murder of tens of thousands of Americans. You know what I mean? So those are probably some of the reasons why. And for the record, there are a ton of people celebrating this as well. I'm not, for obvious reasons. I think people here have the capacity to understand why.
Okay, I hope what he means is that I have humanity and that's why I'm not celebrating this. Not that I can't openly celebrate this, guys. It's bad optics. You know, I'll just let my chat do that shit for me, and then, you know, when people ask for moderation, just be like, we got this handled, guys. You know, we got this handled. We're moderating it very well. In 10 seconds, literally the most unhinged messages. Somebody should legitimately do a compilation of his chat the entire stream. Obviously, I don't have time to go through all of that and get this video out, but yeah, I feel like you would see some insane shit there. Right, so after this, he immediately goes back to the Hamas Piker playbook. Basically, people were saying that we need to tone down the violent rhetoric, which is obviously true. People like Hassan and the Orbiters need to stop advocating violence against their enemies, because this is the inevitable final result, okay? When you advocate for violence, when you say we need to kill senators, we need to escalate, we have direct access to the, you know, politicians and the weapons and all that, like your buddy Noah Samson says, obviously this is going to be the final result. So Hassan takes this criticism and he calls it ridiculous.
By the way, right wingers saying, oh, we got to tone down the rhetoric once again. is an insane statement here, okay? It's like people who perhaps are most responsible for setting up an environment where violence and instability is the norm for everyday Americans. Meanwhile, while they're talking about toning down the rhetoric of violence, Elon Musk, the owner of this website, took no time, like didn't even wait for the confirmation of Charlie Kirk's death. They immediately go, the left is the party of murder. But that doesn't stop these demons from immediately saying, oh, it's the left that's doing this. It's the left that's doing this. It must be a leftist that did this. So spare me the fucking bullshit about toning down the rhetoric when this is the common meta. It's so ridiculous, man. Do you know how many mass shootings there have been in America in the last 10 years? A person asks. Counting or not counting gang violence, Kirk responds right before he is shot. That right there is America perfectly described. Because the irony, the dark irony of this sequence of events, it is that mentality that stops people from even seeking the truth about how, or seeking solutions on how we could stop gun violence in this goddamn country. And in the process of actively continuing to debate the importance of having every American be armed to the goddamn teeth, Charlie Kirk got shot by another American that was armed to the teeth. And now he's dead.
Right, so you're saying that Charlie's death is ironic because he was debating about gun violence or whatever. So Hassan finding another 101 ways to tiptoe around justifying this bullshit. I just love the immediate switch. He sees the horrific video, you know, acts distraught for about 10 seconds, and then immediately the next 2 hours, he's just justifying it over and over and over again. Yep, you know, they brought it on themselves. Oh yeah, he's such a divisive figure. Yeah, this is the right wing's fault. You know, he's definitely part of that. How dare they tell me to tone down my rhetoric when me and my buddy Noah and all my orbiters are constantly advocating violence repeatedly. I literally tweeted out a gun is a death threat, which was used in an assassination. I said, K. Rick Scott. Obviously, statements like that, if you said in real life, you would be arrested for. You would literally be arrested for it if you like flashed a gun in front of somebody. But Hassan can do this shit on his stream. Apparently, it's all fine. Let's take a look at Hassan's comment section here. Charlie Kirk died before Biden. I mean, he literally said the Second Amendment is more important than anyone's life. It only matters when celebrities die. Children's lives means nothing to the leadership of his world. If Hassan got shot, there would be no moment of silence in Congress. They would rush to erase his existence. Oh my god, how many comments he got? 66 comments! He's cooked! They're cooked on the Hassan channel, bro. He died doing what he loved, being an annoying debate, bro. Respect. 3 kids were shot in Evergreen, Colorado. That is the real news. I have the same sympathy for him that he had for Palestinian children. Just another day in America. That is crazy, man. Oh my god. Kirk's death is no more important than anyone else killed by a firearm. Wow, yeah. Everyone saying karma for his gun agreements makes no sense. Dude, it's just a bunch of demons justifying a death, bro. Hassan's fan base is so crazy. Bro's last words were some gaslighting racist bullshit. Not even like on the day of his death can these people have a second of empathy. It's crazy. Man lost a gun debate, of course. Moving on to Asmongold's response. He made a video about it, and Hassan does crash out about this right after.
There is a tremendous amount of political violence that is advocated for, promoted, and allowed to exist on social media that has turned up the temperature in all political conversations, all social conversations, and all discourse on the internet in general to a point where it's almost unrecoverable. You have people that are out there all the time advocating for violence, advocating for people to get killed. Somebody needs to take care of this guy. Somebody needs to deal with this. I wish he were dead. Won't somebody do it? The 8647, all of the crypto messaging and all the doxing, right? Why do you dox somebody? Why do you post a person's home address? It's to make other people that are insane, like the person who killed Charlie Kirk, it's to give them the ammunition they need to kill that person and to put that person's life in danger. That's why they're doing it.
Right, so he hasn't mentioned any names here, but I think we all know who he's talking about here. I don't know, guys, somebody who routinely advocates violence recently was also called out for doxing people. You know, I really wanted this to just be YouTube drama, some dumb streamer bullshit, because I don't really like covering this more intense stuff that's getting a little political, stuff that's getting real and, you know, actual violence happening, but it's sort of morphed into where I sort of have to talk about it here, but I might distance myself in the future from this because it is getting a bit too dark. And I really feel lucky that I don't live in America, honestly. That shit is terrifying. My heart goes out to everyone who is scared and worried about the future of your country, the safety of your family and friends. You should never be hunted for simply speaking and debating people. That is ridiculous, that is barbaric and disgusting. And we all know where this bullshit starts. It's people with massive platforms like Hassan who routinely radicalize the living shit out of people, and then they act surprised when one of their deranged followers does something deranged. Then Asmund talks about the accountability of these social media companies.
But the issue is that a lot of these social media companies have expressed literally zero desire to even do the bare minimum of moderation. I think that two of the worst actors are Twitter or X and Reddit. Both of these platforms are full of a bunch of extremist nut jobs that not only should have their accounts banned, but they should probably be put in mental institutions. There are so many people in society now that are just completely unhinged, under-medicated, and really just completely insane that you can't have a person like that running wild out in society. They cause problems for themselves, not to mention everybody else around them.
These social media companies, like I go on Twitter and I see people just openly advocating violence, saying and doing the most unhinged shit imaginable. Shit that would get you locked up in real life, violating laws on a routine basis and having no consequences. I mean, even on Twitch, we've talked about this a million times. They refuse to enforce their own rules, and eventually, you do take responsibility. It is the fault of these platforms that do zero moderation and let these things happen. And I feel like that is sort of comparable to Hassan just letting this unhinged shit happen in his chat and doing no moderation. If there's thousands of people every day saying on a platform that we want to neck X person, of course eventually said person is going to die if you don't arrest these freaks, because one of them is not making an idle threat. So you need to be proactive. You need to find these fucking people making death threats online and arrest them. Like straight up, you can't be doing that shit. So then he talks about the incident involving the Ukrainian woman. Basically, this one guy randomly killed this woman on a subway, and he was arrested like 14 times and let go for some reason, and everybody's outraged about it.
And I don't want to see, America turn into a PvP server, and it sure seems like it is. And I think that in order to prevent that from happening, we need to have honest conversations about what do you do with people that, get arrested 14 times. And it's not even a question, right? You put them in jail and you throw away the key. And the problem is that now we have so much of the discourse that's dominated by emotional thinking, that's dominated by the most unstable, the most virtue signal, the most, ridiculous performative empathy possible. And that's defining a huge political voice in the country. This has become a tremendous detriment to everyone. And I think that with people like the shooter that probably shot Charlie Kirk, with that guy in the subway that stabbed that Ukrainian woman, or with that trans shooter that shot up the school, one thing that's common among all of them is that these people, in almost all cases, were verifiably nuts beforehand, and nothing ever was done about it.
Yep, I mean, these people openly declare their intentions online. They are stupid enough to actually voice it online before they actually do the insane thing, and yet nobody takes actions. We got Mike from PA putting bounties on people, Denims putting bounties on people, Hassan threatening to kill people. It's crazy. You say that in real life, it's a threat, you will get arrested, you will go to prison. You say it online, apparently nothing happens. Like, I just don't understand. What is the difference? This is a line that has been crossed, and it is absolutely unacceptable. So then he talks about the political bias a lot of these platforms have.
And I think that with Charlie Kirk, it's very obvious that the amount of, political violence and advocating for political violence that's happening on the internet has turned up the temperature and created an environment and a culture where this type of behavior is normal. And not only is it normal, but it's actually encouraged. They're trying to advocate for killing people that they disagree with. That's what's happening, and there's no talking around it. But what we do want is we want the existing laws to be applied and to be enforced in an accurate and a fair way, which is clearly not what's happening. And really, the government not doing that and giving this asymmetrical, in my opinion, advantage to left-wing people to fully and with complete freedom practice genuine terrorism on a daily basis, and then, you know, congratulate each other about how moral and how good they are for doing it because something bad that happened in Palestine or something bad that Donald Trump did 3 years ago.
Oh yeah, this is just the standard justification, right? Yeah, I'm allowed to do all this horrible shit because there's a genocide going on. Why even care about one death or one person or human life? Because there's other people dying on other parts of the world, so this doesn't mean anything. Dude, it doesn't change the fact that death is tragic and you can't go around threatening people you disagree with them and shooting them. It doesn't allow you or give you a free pass to be a subhuman piece of shit on a regular basis. Honestly, fuck all these platforms allowing this shit. They are partly responsible. Now the other side wants to fight back and it's just all wrong and it needs to stop. Then he sort of calls out Hassan again, saying that he should probably be worried for his safety.
So, the death of Charlie Kirk and the assassination of him should not come as a surprise to anyone. This should be something that everybody could have expected. All you had to do is read Twitter for an hour and you could have told me this would have happened, of course. Same with Reddit. Actually kind of afraid to see what's going to happen next, because I think it's just going to continue getting worse, is that any content creator or anybody like this who has been advocating for violence against a person in an extrajudicial way. I'm not talking about trying people who they disagree with for treason. This is advocating for the judicial process to be used against people they disagree with. I think that's fine. But whenever you have people that are saying things like 8647, or anybody who's advocating for any form of extrajudicial justice, extrajudicial justice, and basically vigilante justice on people who they disagree with politically, you have to realize that all of those people, I think, have made themselves acceptable targets. And I think that there's a lot and millions of people out there nowadays that see that. And I think that that should be extremely worrying for them.
Right, so I think to anybody with a brain, that was not a threat by Asmongold. That is a warning, right? He's warning Hassan that shit is going to get rough because his literal debate partner, he was set to debate Charlie in 2 weeks, literally died. So people might want to retaliate, so he's telling him to be careful. He's telling him to actually stay safe. But Hassan looks at this and goes, "Wah, Asmon wants me dead, wah." Hassan is not happy with Asmongold calling out leftists such as himself.
This genuine terrorism on a daily...
Dude, he's such a pussy. Just say you want me to be fucking killed, okay? What is this? What is this wishy-washy, like, oh, the left gets to do terrorism, and the left is defended for doing terrorism, and they should actually experience the violence themselves. That's what he's trying to say.
And then, you know, congratulate each other about how moral and how good they are for doing it because something bad that happened in Palestine or something bad that Donald Trump did 3 years ago. This is just...
Twitch partner streamer, by the way.
Because until it starts happening to them, until they start having people that are their friends or, you know, their, like icons that they look up to, the same way people look up to Trump.
Dude, this is so fucking stupid, okay? This person is more my contemporary on the opposing side than fucking this rat is. I was supposed to debate him 2 weeks from now. What the fuck are you talking about? I've known this person for longer than I've known Asmongold. He has abhorrent views, okay? And I despise his views. But he's over here using the death of a dude I was supposed to debate 2 weeks from now to fucking call for violence in the pussiest way possible without naming names here too, because he doesn't want to get banned. He doesn't want to go that far because he already experienced that. He's literally saying until the left start dropping like flies, they won't understand the violence that they're causing in this country. Why the fuck would I want to debate Charlie Kirk if I wanted him to be killed? It's so fucking stupid. This is a much more active death threat than any number of different clip chip things that he could point to about me, okay?
Dude, how is that a death threat? What is wrong with you? Nah, dude, Hassan needs to be put in a mental institution. What are you talking about? So apparently when Hassan threatens to actually K. Rick Scott, that is not a death threat. When Hassan tweets a gun that was used in an assassination, that is not a death threat. There's another instance with Nick Fuentes, as we'll go over in a second. Dude, Asmon unironically is trying to keep you safe. He's legitimately giving you a warning because he knows how unhinged people are. And you take that and go, he wants me dead. Guys, please, please, how is this allowed? Like, dude, oh my god, man, this guy's insufferable. He's pointing out that other people want you dead.
Yes. Look, my favorite part right here. Look at it. This is my favorite part.
So you can clearly see that he's praising North Korean propaganda. He's praising Kim Jong-un. And at the time, a lot of you guys might have mentioned that, yeah, you don't think he's going to get any charges for that. Might not be that illegal. Well, it turns out that a South Korean lawyer confirmed that this is extremely illegal. And if the prosecutors want to really pin him against the wall, this would be an easy conviction. Take a look at what the lawyer had to say.
If we praise Kim Jong-un or North Korea in public, we get arrested and will be imprisoned. Freedom of speech does not protect you praising North Korean regime or Kim Jong-un, the North Korean leader. That's a very strict law in Korea, and we still have that law.
Johnny Somali is spiraling right now, and you can see the fear all over his face. Word on the street is that he could be slapped with a 4th deepfake charge, and trust me, he's losing sleep over it. Here's how it all went down. On Twitter, Johnny tried to flip the script and put pressure on 2 people, Vivian Gray and Brendan Kim. He straight up blasted them saying, "We know you've been criticized for giving Johnny Somali a platform, but look at what he did in return. He sued you with lies, deep fake, VG, etc."
Shout out North Korea. Shout out Pyongyang. Shout out Kim Jong-un. That's my day I die. Fuck South Korea, nigga. Shout out Kim Jong-un. Shout out Pyongyang. I'm gonna tell y'all one thing. The reason why I respect North Korea is because they're dystopian. They are fascist place, but they don't lie about it. South Korea is just as fascist. You just lie about it.
Until Kim Jong-un nuked this shit, I just don't want to be here when Kim Jong-un press that red button. They nuked this shit so shit turned to Fallout New Vegas. No, please, Kim Jong-un, press that button.
You know Johnny Somali is dishonest, penniless scumbag. It's your best interest to submit a police report. But he didn't stop there. Johnny actually came for Brendan personally. He mocked him, calling him an MMA fighter who's broke, and even tried to drag Vivian into it, saying Brendan made a mistake linking up with Somali back in November 2024. Then, Johnny practically begged Brendan to push his wife into filing a police report against him. That's desperation if I've ever seen it. So why all this panic? Because a new deepfake video of Johnny and Vivian Gray just popped up, and it could land him with charge number 4. Now here's the twist. Legally, it won't add extra years to his sentence since these counts run concurrent, not consecutive. But that doesn't mean Johnny's safe. A fresh charge would mean more legal back and forth, more hearings, and delays in his sentencing. And that's the last thing Johnny wants right now. He's already drowning in 3 deepfake charges, and his next big day in court is locked in for October. He knows every delay drags his name deeper through the mud, keeps his face in the headlines, and gives prosecutors even more ammo. He might be hoping to wrap this nightmare up quick.
The only way to avoid the imprisonment, even after you praise Kim Jong-un or North Korean regime, is that you must explain to the police that you didn't actually know about North Korean regime or Kim Jong-un, that they were the nemesis, the main enemy of Korean government. I mean, of South Korea.
But this possible 4th charge is threatening to stretch his downfall out for months. A brand new charge could blow up everything Johnny Somali's trying to do. So now he's scrambling for a backup plan. Instead of facing the heat, he's moving sneaky, pushing people to mass report his enemies online. His logic: if he can get accounts flagged and deleted, then all those call-outs against him disappear like they never happened. On his own Discord, Johnny dropped receipts of a post and told his crew, "This guy is a cop. Everyone mass report. This guy, Johnny Somali, is getting nuked this week. Watch." That's not confidence. That's pure panic talking. He's basically begging strangers to fight his battles for him. In another rant, he admitted, "I had his account mass reported 1,000 times. Johnny Somali, I spoke to my ninja. He said it's difficult with Elon's Twitter. We will see translation. Even he knows Elon's platform won't fold easy, but that hasn't stopped him from trying like crazy to silence anyone who threatens his fragile little house of cards. But the pressure doesn't end there. Johnny's also sweating bullets about crimes that haven't even been brought to trial yet. He knows the second prosecutors pile on more charges. His sentencing drags out even longer, and he does not want that spotlight on him.
What's the law on that North Korea shit?
All right, so no propaganda, bro.
No propaganda. What is
don't
the-
carry around no, what do you call it?
What's the definition of propaganda?
Papers. Like, papers promoting Kim Jong-un, like T-shirts promoting Kim Jong-un, none of that shit, bro.
Any more than it already is. And let's not forget one of the wildest clips still hanging over his head. Johnny was caught praising North Korea and even Kim Jong-un, acting like he's some fanboy of propaganda. A lot of people brushed it off back then, saying it probably wouldn't land him in court. But now, with 3 deepfake charges already pinned on him and a 4th circling overhead, every shady move in his past is suddenly back under the microscope. Here's where things get even messier for Johnny Somali, because a South Korean lawyer just confirmed that what he did is straight up illegal.
As much as we can be upset with what Johnny Somali did, I think we need to be equally upset with the race baiters who use Johnny Somali as their content. Because they made a shitload more money than Johnny Somali.
According to this lawyer, if prosecutors decide to press it,
Watch your step, mate.
visits. Too busy with his computer games. Do you play those?
Not really, no. I work 12 hours a day.
He says they keep him from going outside. When I was his age, I was already baking bread and cleaning floors.
That's nice. Sorry, Mom, I'm running late.
Oh, don't let me keep you. But before you go, do you know they're raising the rent again? Terrible, isn't it?
Yeah, terrible.
And the pigeons. Have you noticed more pigeons lately? They're plotting something, I can tell.
Sorry, I really have to get to work.
Work, yes. I remember when I worked at the post office. 30 years, never missed a day. Except that one time.
Sorry, bye.
Oh my God!
What a day. Seriously, are they fighting again? Why aren't they divorced already?
I tell you bro, she is so annoying. Now we are arguing over a stupid dishwasher I didn't run. Yes, for real, she acts as if I cheated on her or something. No, I haven't told that yet. You keep that between us.
You ever notice how bread doesn't taste the same as it used to?
Exactly. They put something in it now. Chemicals, probably.
Yeah, I heard it's the government making us weak. Bread used to be real bread.
That's why everyone's got bad knees now.
True. My cousin stopped eating bread, and now he sleeps better.
Makes sense. Probably the WEF who's behind this.
You mean that Klaus Schwab fella?
Exactly. They say you will own nothing and you will be happy.
What a weird quote. I prefer something like you will work never and you will be happy.
That's hilarious. I love the welfare lifestyle. Free beer is all I need.
Maybe the WEF could use us as mascots. You will only own beer and you will be happy.
Where can we sign? Let's call it welfare from now on, haha.
I swear mate, if she takes my kids then it's over. Shit, she is setting the house on fire. Got to go.
Hi, is the dumpster full?
I don't know.
Then why do you throw your trash next to it? It's not the first time we'd have rats walking around here.
Sorry, are you the owner of this place?
No?
Then why do you talk to me?
I'm confronting you for polluting this area. It's not much of a hassle to just throw your trash inside the dumpster, instead of next to it.
One more word and I'll throw my trash in your face, understood? You have no idea who you're talking to. I own this place, kid. If you care about the trash so much, you may throw it in the dumpster yourself.
Oh man, nothing better than being greeted by the smell of different cuisines mixed together.
So how are you, son? Thanks for inviting me over. It's been a while.
I'm fine, Dad. Doing decent at work. Only I really hate this place here.
You mean your house?
My apartment, yes. There are so many jerks living here. I'm losing my faith in humanity and civility day by day.
I'm listening.
People are so selfish, they act like they are alone in this world. Speeding cars, trash wandering around, loud music and kids. How can I ever find peace if this is my daily environment?
I know, son. People have always been selfish. Cars, trash, and noise are just today's version of the same old problems. When I was your age, it was loud motorcycles, dogs barking, and neighbors blasting radios. You can't change the world around you, but you can decide not to let it eat you alive. Find your own little corner of peace, and don't expect the world to hand it to you.
I just wish I had a nice house like you. That would get rid of these problems.
Trust me, it won't. You'll always have to deal with people and their shit. Whether you live in an apartment or house. I get to deal with speeding cars and people dumping trash too. Don't even get me started on kids throwing their basketball onto my yard. It's part of life, son. Like I said, you can't change the world around you, but you can create your peace here, between these walls. Your own place.
YouTube. How did YouTube go from a failed dating site on the edge?
Dude, not him. I'm just saying, if someone goes and does some unhinged shit to Hassan, I'm not gonna celebrate that shit. It would be disgusting and awful and a tragedy, and I would completely disavow it. I disagree with him, but that's about it. That's where my animosity ends. I will never advocate for any violence of any kind, because that makes you a piece of shit. And despite what a disingenuous motherflipper this guy is, I still hope he actually does stay safe, because nobody deserves to die like that. People responded, isn't this him using Charlie's death to virtue signal? America's an insanely violent nation. Charlie Kirk's shooting is the 46th S shooting this year this far. Asvin responded, always the victim. Needless to say, I don't support political violence against anyone. I didn't even mention him in the video. This was 2 days ago, by the way. Hassan Piker calls for violence on Nick Fuentes.
No, we gotta, the moment is clear. You gotta sick like the ACP guys on him. Okay, that's it. You gotta get one of those like Haz al-Dink type motherfuckers to just like eat his ass alive, you know? Let him fight. Whatever the fuck his name is. What is it? The Albanian dude?
Hassan, I would never advocate for violence, Piker. Interesting, interesting. Another interesting clip by Hassan. Hassan, after supporting his third terrorist organization that violently kills civilians. I don't support violence, guys. Dude, this guy's gotta be like a cartoon character. He can't be real. Anyway, so Ethan responds. Ethan Klein gets emotional while talking about the Charlie Kirk situation with the H3 crew. Here he's talking about the Luigi Vigilante guy as well.
I deeply, deeply, deeply condemn it in all possible terms. Anyone celebrating this in any way should be forever shamed. I know a lot of leftists, and probably a lot of leftists who are foaming at the mouth about me, are probably thinking that I'm just as bad as he is. I'm scared for myself and my family. And when I say that, these guys like to laugh about it. And it's like, when does the laughter stop? And people on the left were even criticizing me. They go, oh, Ethan was talking bad about Luigi. How much has he changed? That was my point. He went out and murdered this guy, right? What changed? Not a single fucking thing changed. That's not how we enact change. And so I wouldn't recommend watching the video. But for me, it's terrifying.
I feel like it's such a terrifying moment for everybody, and to understand this is what we've come to, and I can't help but think about the poor wife, you know.
Kids. Yeah, we've all been scared. Some of us have been looking into getting our concealed license permit.
Yeah.
But seeing it like that definitely made it more realistic and very scary.
I've avoided watching the video, but I heard Ethan's reaction when he saw it. I was like, I knew that was something you don't see every day.
I was brought to tears then because I don't know. I don't think I need to explain it anymore. But I hope people take this seriously.
Dude, just look at the absolute difference in response between Hassan and H3. Despite both being on the left side of politics, we got Ethan here showing genuine emotion and compassion for his obvious political enemy, Charlie Kirk, right? A genuine human response. And Hassan goes, well, he probably bought it upon himself. Well, I can't believe the media is doing this and that. Well, Lasman wants me dead. Well, it's the right's fault, guys. Dude, such a freaking loser. And good on H3, man. He's actually winning people over day by day. This is the normal response. A life was stolen today. A married man and a father to 2 children. I don't care where you land on the political spectrum. An innocent life was taken. Ethan and the crew are the right response because we're all human. Nope, now you're an Israel dick rider, far-right MAGA Nazi grifter. Right. So after this, XQC calls out Hassan, says the attack on Kirk was an act of terrorism.
It is absolutely political. That's why we called him a terrorist, or I did it, because it's terrorism. In any case, it's absolutely and unequivocally terrorism. You are a terrorist. Okay? Even if you want to put away the motives, the brutality of the act is the same. So whenever I see somebody, right, like Azan, glaze the CEO shooter, Andy, make him like a fucking like a country hero, okay? And you compare the reaction from that to this one, well, dude, really? I mean, if you're gonna try to play some like weird charade, like what are we doing here? I don't get it.
Yep, it's 2025 and XQC has more intelligent political commentary than Hassan Piker. Let that sink in. Toenail-eating goblin actually has better political takes and a better grasp of morality and common sense. Absolutely embarrassing for Hassan. Moving on to a Hassan fan getting arrested for terrorist threats a week after meeting Hassan. You cannot make this shit up. A Hassan fan is going viral for allegedly making terrorist threats and being charged with 11 felonies. Same fan took credit for inviting Piker to a Detroit FC soccer game last week, acting as a liaison for the club. Here we got a week ago, Hassan's Piker chat was very complimentary of my mullet, and here's the guy. Michigan man charged with making terrorist threats in Illinois, and it was like some bomb stuff.
Nice to meet you.
What's going on?
Hey, man.
There you go, Marsh. Good to meet you.
Marsh,
Here you guys go. Kids for you guys.
Let's
Do
go.
you happen to have like a tote bag or something?
Yeah. Big
Oh, I would love to.
Oh, you don't want to carry all that around the whole time?
Well,
it was funny. I was dying earlier when you were talking about the Detroit sign, because the whole city got fooled on AI on that.
Yeah.
The concept that everyone saw was AI, and then they put that out, and everyone was like, dude.
Okay, that's the thing is, it's ass.
No.
Can't wait for the Hassan clip tomorrow where he cries about getting associated with his own community. Hassan, since you're doom scrolling your posts, why don't you answer? Why you have to put your own chat in emote-only mode when you read terrorist manifestos?
Anyways, Hassan responds.
What's funny about the way that that chatter came in here is to make it seem like I literally made the calls or something, or I told him to make terroristic threats. Bitch, I meet a million different people when I'm out and about. How the fuck am I supposed to know? Some of these guys are so funny because they unironically, like, in their minds, like, if I went to like a Taco Bell or something and people got sick at the Taco Bell that I went to, they'd be like, Hassan, aren't you gonna talk about it? Aren't you gonna talk about how you made everybody sick at the Taco Bell? It's like, bitch, what the how is this my fault? It's so funny.
Dude, this man has the worst fake laugh on the planet. Dude, you're so insufferable. Why is it that every Hassan supporter turns out to be a radical lunatic? I don't know, guys. Awful lot of coincidences here. Again, he's not responsible for this guy doing whatever he did, but I'm telling you, the day is coming where Hassan finally sees the direct consequences of his actions. But I was told Asmongold's audience was the one we should be worried about. Hassan tomorrow, genuine in his actions and maybe a little bit brain broken. He's been a fan for 4 years at least. Hassan, come to Rick's. Oh shit, it's actually happening. A Hassan fan doing terrorism. Moving on to Hassan, again, crashing out over Asmongold. So last time, we talked about how he coined the Asmongold phenomena, where basically people just like him more than Hassan. Here he expands on it, saying that even liberals like Asmon more than Hassan, which is just embarrassing to admit. I don't know why he's done this. Hassan scolds liberal communities for watching Asmongold over him and making him appear more palatable.
When liberals are more predisposed with attacking their left flank for demonstrating true anti-fascist principles, then of course, someone who presents themselves as a centrist like Asmongold is going to rise to the occasion and actually unironically build a momentum and an audience off of said liberals who now tune into him to think, well, he's at least better than Hassan. He's not fucking dangerous radical like Hassan is. Meanwhile, Asmongold is also a pipeline to Nick Fuentes.
Hassan, when anything ever happens, it's gotta be Asmongold, guys. It's gotta be him. I'm telling ya. It's actually comedy. Like, this guy could be an unintentional comedian. Hassan could, like, fall off a bike, slip on a banana peel, go, damn you, Asmongold. How could you do this to me, Asmongold? Bro can't grasp that he's a terrible streamer. But anyways, that's it, guys. Stay safe. Love you all. You know, be grateful to be alive. It really is a gift. And cherish it. Okay, thanks for watching. Bye-bye.
Hello, wonderful person. This is Anton. Officially made the announcement in 1997, exciting a lot of scientists and a lot of people. But around the same time, when I started studying all of this, luckily or unluckily, I also got involved in this, but under a professor that was trying to prove this kind of incorrect. Because he believed that this chunk of rock found in Antarctica in 1984, and that was confirmed to be from Mars, essentially contained a lot of biochemical mimics. And so even though the NASA scientists led by David McKay announced that they discovered signs of life, and specifically these microscopic fossils of bacteria, with the formal announcement being made by Bill Clinton, these claims not only were controversial, turned out to be incorrect. First of all of this was ridiculously small. This was approximately 20 to 100 nanometers in size. And that's much smaller than anything known to us, and would basically be some kind of a virus. And we know that viruses do not leave fossils. Moreover, scientists soon discovered that very similar shapes, as a matter of fact, almost exact same shapes, could also be created by non-biological chemical reactions, with all this later being recreated in a lab. And so even though this contained magnetite, which back then was believed to be a strong biosignature, later on that professor I used to work for, along with several other teams, were able to physically prove that this was not true. Very similar magnetite formations were then physically created through inorganic processes, and no life was needed at all. And all of the other organic compounds that were discovered alongside this turned out to be just contamination from Antarctica. As a matter of fact, several amino acids that were initially used to prove this turned out to be terrestrial contamination from the Antarctic ice. And extremely recently, in 2022, we've actually discussed one of the most groundbreaking studies in regards to this rock, where the scientists at the Carnegie Institution of Science definitively concluded that all of this was likely formed by geochemical interactions between water and rock. The process referred to as serpentinization, and this is basically where igneous rocks react with water and then end up producing textures very similar to a snake's skin, and also produce these very bizarre features that sort of resemble life, but are definitely just geological and chemical reactions. And so while ALH 84001 was a monumental turning point for astrobiology, as a matter of fact this rock kickstarted astrobiology, over time the scientific consensus was that the features here were not proof of Martian life at all, just proof of very complex geochemical reactions. And so what does the story from this particular meteorite tell us about the announcement that was just made by NASA? Well, it of course tells us to be super cautious and once again to be scientifically rigorous. And honestly, I think this study right here does a pretty good job at that as well. But it still means we need more studies. Right now NASA is calling this potential biosignatures. Here the emphasis is on potential. This might be biological in nature, but it also might be once again some kind of a reaction that has not been explored yet. And so while the evidence from Perseverance right now is pretty strong, mostly because the observed conditions don't easily fit non-biological explanations, like for example high temperature or acidity, because the rover's instruments do not have enough capability to analyze these rocks more, we're not going to have an actual conclusion for a very long time. And so as Katie Stack-Morgan, the Perseverance Project scientist, stated, right now abiotic explanations for what we see in these rocks are less likely, but we still cannot rule them out even based on the paper's findings. Which is why we need that other mission, the Mars Sample Return. The mission that was supposed to happen, but then ran into the funding trouble, and at this point we don't really know what's going to happen. The original plan was for this to happen in 2032, but at the moment, as far as I know, it's been postponed indefinitely. And so the plan to bring these samples back to Earth in order to analyze them in our labs is unfortunately currently uncertain. And honestly, at this point, I think maybe China should just go in and grab these samples and bring them back, because at least we'll have something. But the reality is that these missions are super expensive, and currently the funding has been cut, and so we don't know if it's going to happen. As a matter of fact, there's even talk about possibly canceling everything, meaning that all of these samples are just going to be collecting dust on Mars until someone in the future goes and picks them up, or until Mars gets destroyed by the sun, although in this case even that is not certain. It might survive. But in conclusion, what does all of this mean in the grand scheme of things? Well, first, this reinforces this very important idea that ancient Mars could have been habitable. And so it didn't just have liquid water, it possibly had all of the necessary conditions for life to exist. And so this latest discovery suggests that these habitable conditions might have lasted much longer than we initially thought, because in this case this is coming from one of the youngest samples so far. At the same time, if these biosignatures are confirmed, it would have profound implications on life existing elsewhere in the universe. It would basically suggest that developing life on different planets may not be as difficult after all. And so if life arose independently on two different planets in a single star system, it may suggest that life is not rare. It may also suggest that the rare Earth hypothesis is possibly incorrect, and suggest that life exists in a lot of different places, including several places right here in the solar system. But there's also this idea of panspermia. Maybe life started on Mars and then got transported to Earth, or I guess vice versa. And so maybe what we're seeing here are two different cousins that eventually ended up on two different planets, which of course would imply that we're basically Martians. And if that's the case, it would also show us that life is very robust and can travel far distances across space, which once again would suggest that maybe life did spread across a lot of different locations, and once again we might be able to find it in many places. And finally, this idea also brings up the very important Great Filter hypothesis. And so if the simple microbial life is common, why don't we actually see intelligent complex life as well? And so is there some kind of a filter that's stopping everything? And is there something really major basically preventing life from becoming super advanced? And if so, what is it? And so by confirming microbial life on Mars, we would now have to answer this new question. Either way, we're definitely on the edge of a groundbreaking discovery that also reminds us of the power of science. Because here, the persistence of these robotic explorers and the persistence of scientific teams at NASA is the only reason this has even been possible. But here, the journey to confirm the life outside of planet Earth is definitely going to be a long one. Even though we have these tantalizing clues and a lot of hints here and there, we still have to be very cautious. And that's because, once again, we've made this mistake before. And so, until we actually know what's going on here, and until future discoveries, or possibly some other research that manages to recreate all of this using just chemical and geologic means, that's pretty much all I wanted to mention. We'll come back and discuss this more in some of the future videos, so make sure to subscribe Come back tomorrow to learn something else. Support the show on Patreon, where you can find additional videos without any ads, and can DM me directly, or by joining a channel membership that grants you early access and a few more additional secret videos. Or you can also buy the Wonderful Person t-shirt that contains some of the Martian designs in the description below. Stay wonderful, I'll see you tomorrow, and as always, bye bye.
The world's smartest IRL streamer is back online posting more evidence against himself while he's still currently fighting for his freedom in his Korean criminal trial. What is he thinking? Actually, at this point, it's probably safe to assume that he's not thinking.
I'm sorry, I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's happening. I don't know what's happening. I don't know what's going on. I'm sorry. I don't know what's happening. I don't know. I don't know what's going on.
I don't know. I don't know what's going on. My ringtone. I don't know what's happening.
After 3 months of silence on YouTube, Johnny Somali is suddenly posting every single day again. 7 videos a week with titles like First Time in Korea and Chaos Begins. Why he would post that, I don't know. First time seeing a black woman, and a video that's definitely foreshadowing titled I got approached by a Korean intelligence agent. So, and I mean, at the rate he's posting right now, there's no doubt there'll be way more stuff up in time for his next court date. And that also gives the prosecution plenty of time to go through all this and just keep adding charges. Because as of now, they've been adding new charges before every single court date. And he just gave them way more ammo for it. And obviously, since it's Johnny, we know the content is not just filler content of him eating. No, this is just him filming himself committing crimes. He is literally snitching on himself. So not only did this guy live stream all of this months ago and get in trouble for it, but now he's redistributing it just a little bit over a month before his next trial date. Dude, what are you doing? Essentially, the dude is just uploading his own court case highlight reel. But again, Johnny is banned from streaming, so there aren't any new streams. He's re-uploading things that he's already done, stuff that's actively getting brought up in court, like this.
Ringtone. Get out. Get out. Oh. Get out. Let me tap my money. Oh. Let me tap my thing.
Don't you see he's walking up to you? Like, you know this walking up to you. Just leave, bro, before this.
God damn, we got president. It's okay. Bye-bye. You can't fight that. We just got kicked off the bus, bro.
And after checking, his channel is monetized, so he's essentially trading a harsher sentence for a couple of dollars of YouTube ad revenue, because all he's doing here is feeding prosecutors fresh material to just throw onto the pile that's already massive of charges. Then on top of that, it could easily be argued in court that he doesn't feel sorry for his actions, since he's literally sitting here reposting all of his worst decisions in a highlight reel. And the trial's been going on for the better part of the year, with updates coming out almost monthly. So a refresher, Johnny Somali is a disrespectful IRL streamer who made a career out of harassing strangers. In Japan, it got him chased down by locals and forced out of the country. In South Korea, it escalated to 8 criminal charges. 4 of those are business obstruction charges, 2 misdemeanors, and the 2 big ones are deepfake distribution charges. In my last video on him, I showed how his most recent trial date went, and he admitted guilt to 6 charges, including 4 obstruction counts, but also refused to plead guilty on the deepfake charges, but also said that he did, in fact, distribute them, and he is being charged for distributing them. So I don't know how that makes sense. But because of this, instead of wrapping this up with a lighter sentence, he's now dragging the process out, forcing witnesses to actually testify against him, and making the judge even less sympathetic. Not like the judge would be too sympathetic after he literally said this to the judge and the judge's family anyway.
Judge, the prosecutor y'all can suck my causing anxiety by carrying a fish. Tell the judge you can suck my I'll bring a fish to your mother's house.
But I digress. And at this point, experts I spoke to in Seoul were saying that they're expecting him to get anywhere from like 3 to 8 years. So with the way charges keep stacking, he can easily get the maximum of that. And his next court date is set for October 29th, which makes this YouTube spree so incredibly dumb, it's almost poetic. He's weeks away from trial, and instead of shutting up, he's uploading daily harassment tapes, the exact type of behavior that got him arrested in the first place. And why he's doing this? The only conclusion I have is for a little bit of YouTube ad revenue, which again doesn't make sense because all this is going to lead to is more time behind bars and higher fines. And then on top of that, he's literally uploading content with friends that I'm almost positive he doesn't even have anymore.
This is all these niggas want, bro. They just want to come fucking embarrass us. Like, bro, stop being a fucking piece of shit. God damn.
Orange, oh my god, that was crazy. That was crazy. You like, bro, he shoved me. Chat, he shoved me. He's like, get the f off the bus and push me off.
It's kind of sad, but I'm not even sure Johnny has any friends at this point. He's just using Hank. And there was also a pretty big Discord leak near the beginning of the summer from someone in his friend group that released Discord messages and chat logs. Even the people closest to him started leaking because they quickly realized sticking by him was not loyalty, it was just setting their own money on fire. That was around the time that Hank made comments about that he was cutting off Johnny, which, considering that Hank did show up to Johnny's last court appearance, I'm unsure how true that actually is. And the Discord leads show that the people he once thought was loyal to him are now exposing him. So the YouTube videos basically confirm that he's definitely low on cash and he's definitely low on allies. So what could his next steps be? Well, there was that plan to escape into international waters, which is a fascinating plan to put it lightly. He talked about renting a boat or an inflatable raft and streaming himself sailing into international waters. The idea being that once he hits open international waters, he's then untouchable. And let's be honest, that sounds way less of a plan and more like a setup for a Darwin Award. Because there's no way this dude makes it past the Korean coastline without being picked up again. And even if he did, where is he going? Like from Busan, where he was planning on sailing out from, you have Japan, which he's banned from, and North Korea. I don't think it's really advised to go there. So it's safe to say both of those are terrible ideas for very different reasons. But some people are joking, saying he would be a celebrity in North Korea due to all of his South Korea hate. But also, let's be real here, that's not really happening. And the internet is just so limited in North Korea, I doubt any of those people even know him. Because let's be real, the few people with internet there are probably busy scamming or hacking people abroad. But obviously, right before his August court date, he posted this photo on his story with the North Korean national anthem playing over it. Again, what level of stupidity are we at? And this is not just stupid because it makes him look disrespectful, but also because it's extremely illegal to be doing this in South Korea.
Freedom of speech does not protect you praising North Korean regime or Kim Jong-un, the North Korean leader. North Korea, Kim Jong-un, yeah, you will go to prison for that. Yeah, that's a very strict law in Korea, and we still have that law, active law.
This is all against South Korea's national security law, a decade-old law that makes praising North Korea or its leaders a criminal offense. So maybe Johnny's endgame is actually to get to North Korea, which obviously is crazy. But I mean, hey, at least that would give us some sort of explanation to why he's breaking national security law over and over and over again when he clearly knows how serious it is. At this point, trying to understand Johnny is like trying to solve some sort of like Rubik's Cube with a bunch of missing pieces. And the missing pieces are, I guess, Johnny's logic, because I don't think there is any at this point. The point is, even his escape plan just proves how unhinged his thinking is. Instead of facing the case and just being as respectful as possible, he just keeps on egging on the judge, the prosecution, and making a whole charade out of it. Even though he was quiet for 3 months, suddenly, when there's only a few weeks until his next trial, he stops being quiet and starts re-uploading all the stuff that he's in trial for to begin with? Dude, do you want to be free or not? I've broken this down in the past before, but it's only become more relevant the longer that Johnny stays in Korea. The system is basically designed to run him dry before he even gets a sentence, because South Korea tries to avoid using taxpayer dollars to maintain non-violent offenders before they actually get sentenced. So essentially, the longer the trial goes on, the longer Johnny has to fend for himself financially, or actually the longer Hank and Hank's family has to pay for him, because despite what Hank is saying, Hank is still supporting him. Because in the court, he reaffirmed that he was still living at Hank's place, and Seoul was clearly watching, because I keep getting DMs of random footage of him walking around the neighborhood Hank lives in. I don't know if I should be alarmed or not that people are just randomly sending me footage of Johnny walking around in Seoul, but Yeah, he's definitely still in Hank's area. And we do know that someone in his circle is leaking his messages. So he can't trust his friends. He can't trust his typical source of money. And I guess the only thing he could do was reposting videos to his YouTube channel of him harassing the public, which is incredibly stupid, obviously, but also possibly his only choice. Maybe Hank has cut him off, actually. And there's definitely no way he can work a job over there. But also, unfortunately, that's the thing with Johnny, because he never learns. He built his entire career off of confrontation and just continuing to double down when police told him to stop. At this point, his own lawyer can't do too much for him because he burned his family, burned his allies, and now he's about to burn himself right into the prison sentence that could be pretty much a decade. So I guess for now, he's just back on YouTube snitching on himself. His trial is set for October 29th. His Discord leaks show that he can't trust his friends, and his literal life raft plans might give him either more charges once he's caught or a one-way ticket to the bottom of the ocean. At this point, the only real question is, where does all of this go from now? Who knows? I guess we'll just wait and see. Drop a like if you enjoyed the video, subscribe if you're new, and I'll see you guys in the next video. Peace.
He brings up commentary channels like WestJet and Sensitive Society. He's once again calling people sexist and misogynistic. He talks about Gorgeous Gabe, Anissa's alleged crush. He lies about Ethan again, saying that he paid iDubbbz' boxing coach to appear on his podcast. He's somehow lecturing people on morality and bullying. Then he calls me out specifically in a longer segment, conveniently dodges the most important points. He also calls me a teenager, I assume to say that I'm immature. He calls out Tectone and iDubbbz' boxing coach and his wife. We'll also be looking at people's response to the video. Subscribe or your life gets worse than iDubbbz' career. The jelly Pokemon, Jellicent. Now let's begin with iDubbbz' new video about commentary channels called Coming Clean. So he's basically addressing his relationship with Anissa and a bunch of criticisms people have for him. But in this video, he literally dodges all of the actual important points that we made, all of the legitimate criticisms, and addresses some random shit that people were roasting him about. No mention of taking money from charity, associations with Hassan and the Goon Squad, terrorist supporters, backstabbing Ethan, supporting CPS calls, so many other things he could talk about, ignored all of them. So he starts by talking about his relationship and how stoic he is.
I don't know if this is your own theory or if it's just like implanted in your brain from all the other hate videos. There was never a bonus. I never spoke to these losers about a bonus. If you're gonna be a hater-ass bitch, take it the full way. Today, I'm going to be doing the thing that everyone tells you not to do, and that is feed the trolls. I love Anissa. I love everything about her. I've only grown to love her more with time. And a lot of people online don't see it that way. I am quiet, stoic, not talkative. She is the opposite of that. She is loud, very talkative, social. People struggle to understand that dynamic, I think, especially me being a person who has made a career of talking online.
Okay, first off, immediately calling all the people talking about him trolls to discredit them. This is a classic tactic from the Hamas Piker playbook, you know, just call people slop tubers or trolls to discredit anything that they're saying instead of actually addressing their arguments. Second thing, iDubbbz calls himself stoic. Are you kidding me? A stoic person is someone who shows no emotion and endures pain or hardship without complaining or showing distress, often as a result of self-discipline or a philosophical principle. They're typically calm, resilient, and don't let external events or misfortunes affect their emotional state. Right, so iDubbbz is the stoic guy, the guy literally whining about all the criticism in his new video right now. But no guys, iDubbbz is Marcus Aurelius here. We got Epictetus himself. Apparently this guy learned empathy at 32, stoicism at 34. Truly getting all the Dragon Balls here. How does he not realize that by making this video, he's embodying the opposite characteristics of stoicism because he's trying to control things that are out of his control, like people's opinions on your relationship. Then he talks about the accusations of Anissa treating him badly, and he brings up some commentary channels.
We've been together for nearly 10 years, and all of it has been online for the public to see, and there are still people accusing her of cheating, accusing me of being in an abusive relationship. None of this is true. And there is no evidence for any of this except, like, I guess body language experts coming on and being like, iDubbbz is being stoic here, therefore he's in hell.
Look at Ian in this moment. Oh my God.
Like, he looks sad. No, he is disgusted at her. He's depressed. He's so disgusted
working
by this.
on.
He looks disgusted with this.
He looks so uncomfortable. He's like, should I be here? He looks so uncomfortable. Look at this guy's body language. He doesn't want to be there.
Look how miserable he looks. Dude, he looks miserable. Dude, he looks like he wants to himself.
Okay, shout out the boys, WestJet and Sensitive Society. Congratulations on the iDubbbz feature. We all made it, fellas. Now, our part comes later, guys. Don't worry. But yeah, the thing is, people are just pointing out what they see and how they feel based on observing your relationship online. It really seems like you are not having a good time and Anissa is just treating you horribly. And there is an insane amount of clips backing up this, theory. The way she puts you down constantly, talks about you shitting yourself, your bad breath, and you just respond like a whimpering dog. Obviously, people are going to make assumptions. People are going to comment about what you are putting out there. If you don't want to be perceived that way, don't act that way. You don't exactly look like a happy couple.
I mean, I kind of want to kill myself now. Okay, so they're not a fan of the resting bitch face. All right, well, I'm not going to smile all the time, fellas. And even when I smile, you guys still like contort it into he's so uncomfortable or he's smiling through the pain.
Burn.
Oh, he's so uncomfortable. And he's smiling on his face.
What?
But inside his eyes, you can see his pain.
I mean, come on, iDubbbz. You chose the worst example ever. That picture literally looks like you are forcing a smile. And sometimes you genuinely seem like you are. Like, she will humiliate you and you just crack out this weird-ass lobotomized cuck smile that just doesn't make any sense. It really seems like he's on ultimate defense mode for the relationship. And the truth is, if you were really secure in your relationship, you would not feel the need to prove it to the internet. You would just be your happy little couple offline. But the fact that you're out here again trying to justify it to the internet just shows that it's actually affecting you and you're not so confident in your relationship. Right, so this next part, he calls out people for being sexist or misogynistic, the classic.
For some reason, well, not for some reason, for the reason of sexism and people's view on OnlyFans and them just not liking Anissa, they want to push forward a narrative that she is actively and continually cheating on me. And if you listen to freaks like this guy I'm about to show, it makes sense why. They are obsessed.
I think he wants to bang Anissa. Anissa was horny and wanted to have sex with this therapist.
What we're describing here is two grown men who are fantasizing about a stranger and his wife and what they do in the bedroom or don't do in the bedroom. That is creepy weirdo shit.
Okay, dude, they're obviously joking there. Also, iDubbbz talking about creepy weirdo shit, the man whose wife has an OnlyFans. Now, surprisingly, I actually don't know much about this channel that he's talking about specifically. I've only seen a few clips on Twitter here and there and might have included that in my video. But just from what you played there, it really seems like they're not taking it too seriously. They're just sort of making fun of you and finding a reason to roast you, which is just, you know, what they do to lolcows on the internet. Then this next part, he talks about Gorgeous Gabe. Basically, quick context, iDubbbz's boxing coach, Mike, said that Anissa had a crush on iDubbbz's boxing partner, Gabe, who pummeled him. So, yeah, somewhat humiliating.
If you're curious about the hairdresser these guys are talking about, I will point you to my disgraced boxing coach, Michael Briggs. For some reason, this stupid fucking loser and his dumb as rocks wife decided to go on the H3 podcast. They already spilled their guts. They were getting paid like $5,000 to go on this podcast.
I'm going to be sending you guys $5,000 for the bonus that you never got.
Okay, what was that? He just immediately lied. They were not paid to go on the podcast. Ethan literally paid them because he found out that you guys did not pay the bonus amount to them. So Ethan, from what I understand, was actually just being nice. So it wasn't like a payment to appear on the podcast. That is a huge difference there. That was literally Ethan just being a generous person there. But obviously, you can't really expect the truth from a friend of Hassan here.
I think they were maybe afraid that they wouldn't get the money if they didn't thoroughly trash us. So them maybe thinking that they weren't trashing us hard enough, Michael Briggs decided to invoke the name of one of his presumably friends and say that Anissa was like thirsting after him.
She definitely had a big crush on one of the guys that would come in and spar with them, because anytime they would spar, she would just be super into it and watch every moment. Yeah, even if he would like beat Ian up, she'd be very into it.
For whatever it's worth, every time Michael Briggs, my disgraced boxing coach, would reference Gabe, he would always refer to him as Gorgeous Gabe. He couldn't help but refer to him as Gorgeous Gabe on the podcast.
I would call him Gorgeous Gabe.
He's a beautiful guy.
Yeah, he's got tattoos. He's large. He's tan.
I don't call him that. My wife doesn't call him that. If you have some unresolved sexual tension or fantasies, whatever the fuck it is, you need to keep that shit to yourself and not project it onto other people.
Dude, is it just me, or is this the same shit that Hassan does? You know, when Hassan says, oh, Ethan has a psychosexual obsession with me, like, obviously nobody believes that. And here's iDubbbz saying, oh, my boxing coach is just sexually obsessed with Gabe here. Dude, nobody's buying that shit. Now, as for the facts of the situation, did Anissa have a crush on Gorgeous Gabe? Obviously, we don't know for certain, 100%, because no, we weren't there.
But I do feel like a loser. I'm like, he probably has great conversations with everyone except me. He's this jacked, 200+ pound dude with a bunch of tattoos. He kicks my ass.
This is obviously a he said, she said, but iDubbbz is a known liar, so take that as you will. Also, I love how he doesn't even address the main horrible thing they did, that Mike's wife was a child marriage survivor and reached out to iDubbbz and Anissa for help, and they ghosted her, they ignored her, and they didn't even address that allegation at all. Right, so this next part, he talks about morals. You know, iDubbbz, the guy who is secretly taking money from charity, talking about morals.
I briefly want to talk about the concept of being a lol cow, because these fucking losers, they love the concept of like labeling someone a lol cow and then like bullying them and watching their life spiral out of control. They won't, you know, say as much. They'll just be like, yeah, we just do it for laughs. The whole thing's entertainment. It's just just innocent guys just having a laugh. Thankfully, Anissa and I are in a much safer and privileged position than many other people who are the targets of guys like this who want to bully them into submission.
Yeah, this is Rich coming from the content cop guy. The guy who literally made a career off of destroying other people so completely that they actually quit after. Back in the day, a content cop was literally the sign that your career was over and you had to move on in life. And before you say he disavows it, well, he didn't refund the money he got from that, did he? He didn't refund the 7 million subscribers he got from that, so no, that doesn't work. But anyways, at least he finally admits that his life is spiraling out of control, as he puts it, when him and Anissa were acting this entire time that they're just doing so amazing, you know, nothing is affecting them, they've never been happier apparently. Yeah, we know that was a load of horseradish right there. But this is just a classic, dude. The internet lol cow who does horrible shit and then cries about harassment. You threw the first punch against Ethan. You said you want to get down and dirty, you want to be in the mud with Ethan and all these commentary channels, and you purposely tanked your own event in order to do this. You linked up with Hassan and the Orbers, some of the worst people in the online space. People who actively support terrorist organizations who kill civilians, and you willingly partnered and befriended them. You even later put me in this video criticizing me, so obviously I'm gonna have to respond. So like, if any day you stopped being an idiot, all of the videos would stop. Like, and the same thing with Hassan. You guys just need to stop fucking up for 5 seconds, all right? And you just can't do that. I'm just so sick of these morons who do horrible shit and then cry and play victim when accountability knocks at their door.
They were laughing at my dad for getting sick on some of these forums.
What did you think? What did you think? Because you shared it online?
Yeah.
I mean, like, that's what people are gonna do because they want to get a reaction out of you.
Yeah.
I don't think they probably even really believe the stuff that they're saying, but they know because it's extreme and like edgy that it will cause you mentally spiral like this. So that's why they do it. And you're telling them that it affects you. So guess what? They're gonna keep doing it. This is how the internet works. It shouldn't be, but that's how it is.
The whole time, he is not saying that he is a perpetrator of bullying her. What he's saying is that other people are doing that. But he is doing it actively. In this video, he is bullying Anissa.
Yeah, so iDubbbz cares about bullying now. So when you were there, justifying the CPS call on Ethan's kids, sending a shit ton of harassment his way, making excuses for why people were trying to take his kids away, that is not bullying, guys. That's not bullying at all. In fact, your video might have more views than that entire Kino Casino channel, all of their videos combined, possibly. Apparently, what Hassan and his crew do to all of their enemies, that's not bullying, guys. You know, lying, slandering them on a daily basis, you know, doxing, putting bounties on them, all of that is okay. It's just crazy the double standard this guy has. Also, how stupid is making this video? The guy literally just told you, oh yeah, you know, people are fishing for a reaction, and you just said that people is him, right? So he is fishing for a reaction, and you made this video reacting. So obviously you're just gonna get cooked.
I don't think a lot of these commentary channels want to be held to a higher standard. I think they want to comment on the strategy of things and they don't want to reveal too much of their own morals or principles.
Yeah, that's just bullshit. I personally have been very open about my morals and principles. Here's a quick list. I think if you take money from charity, you're a massive piece of shit. I think if you associate and befriend Hassan and their friends after their open terror support makes you a bad person. Justifying CPS call, horrible thing to do. Having an OnlyFans girlfriend, perfectly fine. You're entitled to do what you want, but I personally lose respect for you and I think you're a cock. You could probably respect yourself and do better. Pretty clear lines there if you ask me. Then this next part, he justifies putting himself crying at the end of a video where he is criticizing Ethan, trying to ruin his life, and then he tries to play victim by putting a segment of him crying.
This next guy is the perfect example of what I'm describing. He is being very critical of me talking to a therapist. And by the way, that wasn't even a therapy session. I just happened to cry in that moment, and I was like, this might be able to communicate authenticity, so I'll include it.
And then Ian goes on a podcast with a therapist and gets extremely real with him, which is a profoundly stupid idea. Like eating with your mouth full on camera. He of all people should know better than to go on a therapist's podcast and vent about his very real problems on a public forum like that, because people will use that information against him.
If you're gonna be a hater-ass bitch, take it the full way. Take responsibility for having the opinion that crying online is pathetic and weak.
This is so disingenuous. It's not crying online is pathetic. It's the context. If you are purposely putting yourself crying at the end of an edited video where you're trying to make yourself seem like a victim after harassing somebody so bad like you did Ethan, it comes off manipulative. Also, yes, in general, like random ass TikTokers crying on the internet, it feels dumb and manipulative and performative. But yes, there are fringe cases where crying is okay if you had a family member pass or if you're struggling in general and you want to share it with your audience, that is fine. But the way iDubbbz did it at the end of the video in order to play victim while he's actively harassing somebody else and acting like he's some empathetic person, that is the thing that people have a problem about. Like plenty of, good people have cried on camera. It's perfectly fine. Okay, finally we get to the Pegasus part, the best part of the video, of course. Now, if you've watched the series, I've made a lot of critique on iDubbbz, so let's see what important points he chooses to address out of all of that.
Now I'm going to react to a couple of these random creators who have made videos or statements about Anissa and I, just to give you a taste of what an average is. And additionally, like in making some of those videos, it just attracts a certain type of person where they're like, I'm going to list off a bunch of people I consider lol cows or people who are mentally like disabled, and I'm going to tell you to make fucking documentaries about them. And then in that case, like, I'm not fucking doing that. You seeing that happen right now with World of T-shirts. There's a lot of people who think they're like doing it responsibly or respectfully, and it's just hell. It's just like, what the is any of this shit?
Bro, what is going on? Anissa legitimately convinced him his entire being as a person is bad.
Did I once say my entire being is bad?
You didn't say it, obviously, but you act like it. You disavowed your old audience, you changed your content, you said you were a bad person in the past. You're disavowing even more content you've made now, and I'm simply pointing out how you think you're a good person now and a bad person back then, when I'm pointing out that you're literally a worse person now. Also, come on, what random clip did he choose to address? What happened to all the legit critique that I listed out? Instead, he's talking about a random WoW clip of him that I put in just to show how pathetic he is as like a side jab.
You're allowed to be critical of yourself and the content you're making. You would benefit from being a little critical of the content you're making. Like, what the fuck is this? Like, actually comment on what I was talking about. Do you agree or disagree with a statement that you should be making videos and documentaries about people who are mentally disabled because you are encouraged by your fan base to do so? Do you agree with that? Maybe engage with the prompt.
And fellas, and even fellettes, all right? Never, just listen up, all right? Never let your partner actually change you this much. Never let them convince you that you are so bad as a person, like everything you do, the way you act, everything you believe is bad, and you must agree to their way of life, everything they do.
Why do you think that she thinks everything I do is bad? I'm like, man, these people have fucking drank the Kool-Aid to a disgusting degree.
Drank the Kool-Aid, says the walking lobotomy patient. Says the guy who looks like a Dementor sucked him off for 30 years. Listen, let me break it down for you. You seem to have adopted all of Anissa's opinions. That's what people are pointing out. Now, there's no way to know 100% if Anissa actually influenced you to this degree, but it is very likely, which is why people are making that assumption. It feels like she convinced you that everything you ever did was shameful and bad and you were the most horrible person in the world, and I was just pointing out that, hey, you weren't that bad. And now you seem to think that you are this beacon of truth and goodness, when in reality, it's the opposite. You're worse than ever, and you're friends with Hassan and the Goon Squad. Also, the reason I didn't specifically address the prompt or whatever is because it's obvious, you moron. I was using your statement where you disavowed more of your content to say that, hey, you're playing the guilty Olympics again. You were basically saying that, oh, even my new content is bad, and I need to change and fit the new standards of my wife once again, or Hassan, or whoever the fuck is mind controlling this guy. Obviously, if there's legitimate criticism taken into account or whatever, but this is legitimately tragic. He cannot be proud of a single thing he's ever done in his entire life. He just feels guilty about all of it because of Anissa.
Dude, I'm proud of plenty of things. I'm not just gonna go on stream and declare it. Like, what do you, like, it's so boring. Like, I don't want to talk about how proud I am of making the Airsoft Fatty documentary. Like, do you guys really need me to fucking bloviate about how I really enjoyed following the narrative structure of a fatty battling with his friends in Battle Creek?
Yeah, so your fan base doesn't think you're a cuck loser. I think your audience would appreciate that. They would appreciate the creator they like actually being proud of what they make. If I make something millions of people enjoy and later say, yeah, that was the worst content ever, anybody that watched that is an incel, misogynistic piece of shit, racist, you know, basement dweller, and then you play this moral high ground like I've changed now, but they're all still stuck being losers, of course people are gonna get mad. You think turning your back on people that love and support you all for validation from a bunch of freaks is actually a good idea? For example, for me, I'm very proud of what I make. I think it's super entertaining, it's funny, it's informative. I call this the legendary series, absolutely unmatched cinema, worthy of $1 billion Netflix contract, of course. It's not really bragging, it's just sort of having some pride in what you do, because how else are people going to respect you if you just think that everything you do sucks? Right, so this next part, he says that the only reason we are mad is that we don't want to be like him. It was my opinion that some of your content in the past was actually good before. It was actually logical. You made some good points. You don't need to feel so bad about every single thing. You know, maybe you did some bad shit. You said some slurs. That shit was bad, whatever.
Dude, I know. I just, this is so frustrating. I just want to say, like, a lot of the things that I'm going to talk about are going to be upsetting, or they're going to be a downer to you, because that's interesting. I don't know if it's because I have a higher threshold. It kind of feels like I do, right? A lot of the things that these commentators are commenting on is they're saying like, oh my gosh, that would crush me, basically, if my wife described me in that way or said that about me. And it's like, okay, it would hurt you. You're feeling bad through me. You think that I'm feeling those same feelings that you're feeling. I'm not.
Yeah, I mean, because any normal average person would feel bad if their wife treated them like this. It just so happens that you're so cocked you don't feel bad, and it's sad. We're trying to make you see that. We're trying to make you see that it's not okay to be treated like this. But whatever, you know, you can't help people who don't want to be helped. Anyways, so after this, he calls me a teenager, I guess to say that I'm immature, maybe. Kind of like good shit to your content as well. You're legitimately, you know, fighting against like evil people and shit like that.
Because I'm sensing this guy is being his own version of sincere, because I honestly think, I don't know how old this guy is, but I'm going to say a teenager, a teenage commentary YouTuber. I'm going to say that their version of sincere is going to look very different than mine. I'll take what I can get right now from this guy. When I'm giving my actual authentic take about something, you don't need to put the blame on my wife. You don't need to say that she's controlling me. This is very off base. People who are in relationships, they communicate, they talk. This is just the reality of getting in a relationship and becoming more enmeshed. Like it happens. You know, if we eventually have a kid together, like it's very important that we're on the same page and that we communicate. I know it might feel like you have some outsider insight, but it is just very wrong.
Okay, real quick, I love how even iDubbbz, the guy I'm literally like hating on in the video, has to admit that my critique is actually very fair and honest, and I actually sound sincere. So that's kind of how you know that I'm actually doing a pretty good job, when even my, you know, perceived enemies or critiquers here agree that I'm actually being quite honest here. So just quickly addressing his points there. So when people blame your wife, it's about two things going on. Number one, she's insufferable. Number two, they really want to like you, iDubbbz. They are desperate to think that, hey, this guy that I watched all these years, he's still a cool guy, and the only reason he's bad is because, you know, his wife or Hassan brainwashed him. But thank you for clearing it up that you on your own decided to do all this horrible shit. And thank you for, you know, eliminating the hope from all of your hopeful fan base who was like, oh yeah, no, iDubbbz is still a good guy deep down. Nope, okay, he has admitted it right here that, hey, I am the scumbag. Now, as for the teenager allegations, I'm actually 24. I turn 25 next month. I mean, iDubbbz is a decade older than me, so I guess I'm young compared to him. I mean, you can think I'm young or immature or whatever. Maybe I look young, and I'll take it as a compliment, I guess. But yeah, I think I just operate on common sense in general. Anyways, this next part, he talks about Tectone, and he's like disappointed Tectone doesn't like him. I mean, dude, you're buddies with his #1 op, Diddley Piker, so, you know.
I feel very free to speak my truth. Yeah, I agree, Bri.
Do you want to know why this shit makes me so mad? Because there was a point in time back in OnlyFans season 1 where I was like, dude, iDubbbz is the fucking man. Such a chill guy. So down to earth. Loved meeting him in real life. Loved playing games with him. This guy was the fucking man.
I think Tectone is remembering this in a kind of a weird way. It seems like he's very nostalgic and happy about it. He's being very over the top of how epic I was. But by this time, everyone had like decided that Anissa controls my life and that I'm a beta male soy cuck boy. So it actually is very funny that he's coming out now saying like, man, he was the man just 2 years ago. It's like, dude, the fucking cat was out of the bag 2 years ago. Also, it's weird because I didn't play games with him other than we were in the same guild. I don't know. I think he's just trying to add on to this narrative that the internet likes of, man, he used to be so awesome. He was so cool. And then he fucking got corrupted by that fucking bitch.
Well, obviously 2 years ago, it was a very different situation. Now, don't get me wrong, you were still cucked, but you just had a wife with an OnlyFans. That's your choice or whatever, right? But with all this other shit, like this thing with Ethan, Hassan, Charity, this is all new. And this could have possibly changed his opinion about you. It is very likely that's what happened here. So yeah, it's not the same situation, dude. People don't just hate you because you're like this loser cuck. It's kind of because of the horrible shit you've done.
He was one of my favorite content creators of all time. And to see that this is what he became. I mean, this guy inspired me to do content. Like my breakdowns on people's entire character was inspired by iDubbbz. And it's so lame. Like, to see what one woman's pussy and Hassan can do to a motherfucker is insane to me. And if he just would have remained true to himself, he wouldn't have ended up this husk of a man he is today, and probably would have way more viewers and wouldn't having to be making content that he hates for money. It's just...
This is such fucking cope, man. Like, hearing Tectone say it, it's just like... It's reminding me how many times I've heard this fucking script. These people cannot fathom that the based epic N-word guy has changed his mind over time. It's got to be a woman's pussy or Hassan. I think if they accept that I came to that decision on my own, they have to reckon with some demons of their own. Like, it's hard to accept the fact that I've taken this journey and it's not one I regret. It's actually one that I've felt better after doing.
He feels better, guys. Case closed. He's never felt better. I mean, look at that man. He is, you know, in the prime of his life, obviously. Dude, iDubbbz is literally that crying face behind the happy mask Wojak. I mean, I don't know why you would ever admit this, you know, at least before people could say iDubbbz is a good guy. You know, he just got corrupted by his wife or Hassan or, you know, bad influences. But now you're making it clear. No, guys, it's me. I did all the shit. I am the scumbag. No, they have no influence over me. It's all me. Okay, dude, you win. You win. You're the scumbag. Okay. And then iDubbbz addresses the most important allegation: his last name. Dude, who cares?
Also, there are a lot of grown men out there who were outraged to find out that I changed my last name from Washburn to Jama when I married Anissa.
Who took his wife's last name, taking Anissa's last name, taking your wife's last name.
He's taken her last name.
His last name?
The last name, the story. Okay. Oh, yeah, there's so many. I forgot.
I think some of these people think I'm trying to push a woke agenda or some shit, but I don't give a fuck what anyone does with their own last names. This is what I chose to do because I like her last name better.
Dude, why have you chosen to address this out of everything else? It's like he handpicked the few things where it's so insignificant that nobody really cares. If you're only gonna make one video responding, you better pick the most important shit, the things that people are actually concerned about. Now, if you're gonna make multiple videos or whatever, sure, you can do whatever. But if this is your only response, this is pathetic. Also, even in this minor allegation, you left out the fact that Anissa made fun of your last name. And that's part of the reason, you know, you guys decided to take hers. It just feeds into the cuck narrative more and more. But anyways, this next part, he talks about his boxing coach. Basically, they said they were promised bonus money from iDubbbz that he never gave them. iDubbbz says that they're lying. Only thing is, why did iDubbbz take so long to respond to this?
There was never a bonus. I never spoke to these losers about a bonus. I was paying these people an hourly rate to do the job that I asked for them to do, and they got paid. This fucking loser with the beard got paid $32,000 for training an influencer to box, and she got paid $9,000 to film some of it. They conveniently never talked to either one of us about it.
You confronted about that? You asked them, or you didn't want to
I just let it be.
Because I'm the same.
They conveniently don't have any text messages or emails or contracts that have anything to do with bonus money because that conversation didn't happen. They are lying to Ethan and his crew.
Listen, there's no way to know what actually happened here. This is, again, he said, she said. But I feel like if it was false, you should have made a response immediately, or at least a few days after, debunking what this guy said. I mean, we'll see what Mike says after this. It might have been like a communication issue or something like that. But I feel like iDubbbz and Anissa should be so rich to the point where even if someone had a miscommunication, you could just pay them a couple $1,000 or whatever and get it over with. Like, to iDubbbz, it should be nothing. This guy has 7 million subs, but I don't know how he's got himself in such a financial situation where his wife has to relaunch her OnlyFans and he's still like so broke and he's in like a basement or some shit. Like, dude, it is actually tragic. Also, did this guy really not address the child marriage thing where you and Anissa apparently ignored this girl who needed your help and ghosted her? Insane, dude. Instead, he decides to address the last name allegations, bro. Nobody cares.
Go and check out my Twitch live stream. I'll put a link in the description. I am going to be reacting to the H3 podcast where my rat coach and his rat wife are being nasty rats together. Probably for the rest of this month, I will be reacting to shit and, I don't know, fucking stirring the pot.
Well, that's more content for me, baby. Yeah, so bro literally addressed nothing of importance. No charity, no Hassan, no CPS or Ethan. 0 out of 10 response. Let's see what people are saying. Okay, the top comment in the video right now is child marriage is bad. How did we end up here? You're making it so obvious. This is your emotional dumping ground. It's horrible. That's not what podcasts are. iDubbbz, and he's doing the exact same shit. He's deleting comments. He's stoic, guys. He's unaffected. Seems half of the audience of this channel now just hate watches it. I'd argue more than half. Why are you mad about this when there's a literal genocide going on, Ian? How dare you talk about this? Hassan will be sending you a message. I thought this was about you stealing from charity. No, it's about his last name, guys. Now click this video or you turn into iCucks, bro. I'll fate worse than that. Okay, thanks for watching. Bye-bye. from PA is asking his audience to harass other creators, Twitch continues to do absolutely nothing, QT Cinderella or Jellywig's girlfriend is going viral for crashing out at Hassan and friends, Anna Kasparian, host of the Young Turks, is calling out Hassan for being a snake to his own family, Hassan's political allies like David Pakman are disavowing people like him who do purity tests, we got updates to the Ethan versus Casey Denims and Froggen copyright lawsuit, and a bunch of more updates. Subscribe or your roommates with Hassan Piker for life. Jimmy Neutron.
Let's up those numbers!
Now let's begin with Hassan coining a new term, the Asmongold phenomena. Hassan says the most consequential aspect of Destiny going after him is the rise of the Asmongold phenomena and making people like Nick Fuentes seem more palatable.
So when you do have a guy who is able to cut through the fucking noise and develop a major audience online, someone like myself, they get fucking tarred and feathered by dumb liberals and also even dumb leftists who believe the dumb liberals and the dumb Republicans. Okay? This is something that I tried to explain to people in the past where I was like, look, liberals, you did it. You did it. You successfully undermined your left flank. And in the process of doing that, of course, someone right-wing was going to rise up to the occasion and come across as a completely normal centrist, right? That's the Asmongold phenomena.
Right, of course, the Asmongold phenomena. How could I miss that one, you know? Another historical term coined by the one Hamas Piker, of course. This man literally took a break to take care of his dad, and Hassan still cannot stop yapping about him. First off, nobody is saying that Asmon is completely neutral or centrist about everything. He obviously has his own political opinions on a variety of situations, some left-leaning, some right-leaning, of course. He's not a Nazi, as you guys would put it, and he's not at all comparable to this Nick guy. I think what most people are doing is just pointing out that Asmon is nowhere near as crazy as you, and that's why more people find his content palatable rather than you, because when you try to disagree with Asmon, he will basically ask you why and try to understand. But when you disagree with Hassan, congrats, you're a mom-murdering, right-wing, MAGA, Nazi, grifter, PDF file, child lover, Israel dick rider, genocide lover, and your address is probably on the internet now. And I just love how he tries to blame everybody else but himself for the fact that Asmon is more popular than him, dude. If you weren't so absolutely psychotically extreme and supporting terrorists on a constant basis, maybe then more people would actually take you seriously. Also, dude, the absolute narcissism. He says, like, someone like myself, you know,
someone like myself,
someone who can cut through the bullshit, you know, cut through the noise, someone like myself, of course. Did I mention that I'm very smart and 200 IQ and that everybody else is very dumb? Then he starts projecting again, starts calling other people narcissistic, and then he brings up slop tubers again.
The most consequential aspect of like the destinies of the world consistently coming after me for their own personal narcissistic vengeance quest has made it so that I have so many fucking ridiculous claims that are completely made up about me swirling around in the ecosystem for all of the dumb apolitical people to tune into, with a network of slop tubers that are constantly pumping out this kind of content, that ultimately people that don't actually get any sort of fucking critical examination of their commentary or their worldview get to fucking rise up to the top.
Ah, yes, of course, these mysterious apolitical slop tubers talking about him. I wonder who he's talking about, guys. You know, I feel like this guy will legitimately never ever mention this channel's name because he's legitimately terrified that even one chatter will actually try to verify if what he's saying is actually true, and then go check out the channel, go check out the videos, and then immediately realize that he's a complete fraud. So I feel like bro is actually just scared of people realizing the truth about him, and that's why he likes to address me and a bunch of other people, I suppose, by this term slop tubers, right? And this is basically what happens when a cult leader is losing grip of his brainwashed audience. Now, as usual, he's trying to bullshit. He says, ridiculous claims made up about him. You mean your own clips from your mouth in context? You mean the countless examples of you slandering people left and right with absolutely no remorse? Dude, it's not our fault that you're literally fucking up constantly, all right? It's like nobody's fault but yourself. Right now, why are you randomly bringing up Asmongold? He's on a break. He hasn't mentioned you, dude. Now, the thing he said about Destiny, him being on like a narcissistic vengeance quest, I don't really know if that's true. I don't really care. Obviously, they don't like each other, but I can assure you, nobody is taking notes from Destiny. For some reason, Hassan thinks that anybody that criticizes him is like this mysterious Destiny orbiter, and he's like the ringleader. Dude, people would still not like you even if Destiny did not exist. The Destiny Asmongold Sloptuber blame boogeyman, it's just not working anymore. Asmon isn't even active, and you're losing it over him. People responded, liberals, you undermine your left flank.
Regardless of the hypothetical reality where Kamala Harris would not be as bad as Donald Trump, which we have no proof for.
Wow, I wonder why liberals hate me, guys. Wow, I wonder why I'm hated by my own side, my own politically leaning side. Maybe because you just don't support them, right? That would be a pretty obvious answer. I don't bother watching these clips because I can't stand his voice anymore. He's the most dishonest and manipulative C-word on the internet. He tries to ruin so many people's lives with zero consequences. That's why we need it in a palatable format like these videos, of course. Because obviously watching Hassan on his own is legitimately the biggest torture. Moving on to Hutch, potentially recruiting a defamation lawyer to sue Hassan. Basically, quick recap, Hutch was working with something called Progressive Victory, and Hassan alleged that because of this connection, he was a paid Zionist shill, or he was paid to not talk about Gaza, basically with zero evidence, and you know that accusation is worse than death in his rabid community. Oh, also Hassan did potentially dox him and a bunch of other people, so that's why he's also mad. Hutch says he's been contemplating talking to a defamation lawyer.
To be honest with you, man, I have thought about, like, should I go talk to a defamation lawyer? Like, I'm thinking about it, like, to be honest with you. Because it's so egregious. But I don't know, man. I just, like, from everything I've read, like, defamation stuff is just really hard to prove, and it's a big old headache, and I just don't know. But, like, I don't know. Like, I feel like I have a legitimate grievance here. Like, I'm for sure pissed off about this whole thing. And it is impacting me because his followers are spamming my feed with these defamatory claims. Like, I feel like I don't know how to establish reputational harm or any kind of, like, damages that I've incurred financially because of this, but if random people that don't follow me see one of my posts and then they pull up one of my posts and they look at the replies and they're seeing a bunch of people accusing me of this thing, that might make a lot of people be like, oh, I don't want to do, and I don't like this creator. It'll cost $500,000 plus. It'll have a hard path in California. It'll pry into everything in your personal life. Yeah, that's the other thing. But fuck, man, there's like, I for sure have a legitimate grievance here. The malicious nature of it is just what really gets to me. It can be difficult for you to claim defamation because you could be considered a public figure. No, the thing is that he, in the video that I'm reacting to, it is so obvious that he's lying. Otherwise, like, he's saying that it's a Zionist slush fund that approached him to collaborate. How the fuck? How does that make any sense? You'd have to be able to prove actual malice. That's what I'm saying right here. That's what I'm referring to. How is that not prima facie malicious? A pro-Zionist slush fund approached him to collaborate? How does that make any sense?
It doesn't make any sense. That's the point. Hassan is blatantly lying again. Nobody could have seen this coming. Listen, I think there's plenty of people who have similar grievances and would be happy to help you out here. I think it's honestly time to talk to a lawyer and see if there's actually a case, right? Maybe even talk to Ethan, because he would be happy to actually hook you up and help you in, this lawsuit. But obviously, this is just how Hassan operates now. The classic slander all of my perceived enemies, so basically nobody listens to them. Now, if something actually does go down and there is a lawsuit, I mean, we will all be there. You know, we will be dressed up in suits. We will be popping that champagne and enjoying ourselves. And yeah, hopefully getting another 100 videos out of it. Hutch, I would literally support you if you ever do go through the lawsuit. And to the people that will cry free speech, your socialist guru doesn't care about free speech unless it affects him and his bubble buddies. Well, the thing thing is, you can have free speech, but he's also entitled to sue you if he feels like he's been defamed. Dude can't even play nice with deeply left-leaning people. Hassan is a freaking threat to every industry he touches. Pretty true. Legal Mindset responds, if it isn't Hutch, it will be someone else in the future under similar or more egregious circumstances. I mean, absolutely. It is only a matter of time before Hassan actually gets sued. You just cannot get away with this. And he is showing no signs of actually stopping or slowing down. In fact, he just seems to keep getting worse. Moving on to the #1 pathetic loser, Hassan Orbiter, and terminal simp, Mike from PA. Here he is asking his audience to harass Hutch here. Reminder, Mike from PA is the guy who said the bad thing about Jews that I can't even mention because my video will be restricted as it happened last time, and he only got a 1-week ban. Mike is also the guy who puts bounties on people.
Anything that happens, I mean, like, holy shit, guys. If you live in Florida, I have an opportunity for you. If you want to earn $100,000, let me know.
And threatens violence when he can't even beat up a couch. Hutch tweets, here we have Mike from PA encouraging his audience to file an FEC complaint against me for not disclosing something I still have a functioning Nightbot command for, and dog whistling about maybe leaking my phone number. Really just another day on Twitch. Classic Hassan Orbiter maneuver. Basically, we got this psycho Hassan Orbiter Gato saying, streamer Hutch is demanding that Hassan Piker be suspended for covering the revelation that Hutch has been receiving payments from Doxtiny's pro-Israel PAC. Mike says, Hutch, you accepted money from a political PAC so that you would offer political commentary in alignment with their political objectives. In this country, there is a wide public policy interest in uncovering paid influence operations in politics. You took the money, it is reported.
Now, I'm not saying that somebody should leak his home address. I'm not saying somebody should leak his phone number. I'm not saying that Hutch should have his credit card number published. But if you take $2,000 from a political PAC for the purpose of advertising, where are they advertising it, Hutch? Your stream, which you did not disclose, violating federal election communications guidelines. If anything, you violated the law, Hutch. In fact, we should be filing complaints to the Federal Election Commission because you never disclosed when you were doing your advertising content.
Oh my god, this guy is such a piece of shit, dude. I'm not saying somebody should leak his address, guys, or leak his credit card and do all of this horrible shit to him, but you know what you're doing, you absolute disgusting freak. This is the same thing as Hassan going, well, I'm not saying it was a false flag, but it would have been the perfect false flag. Like, you're basically asking your audience to do this shit. And we know this because he has legitimately asked for harassment in the past. This guy is allowed to get away with the most insane shit routinely. And I just don't understand. This guy called an entire ethnicity X thing that I can't even say, and he got banned for only a week. How is this allowed? This guy is potentially even more loony and even more psychotic than Hassan himself. And the only reason that people don't bring up this absolute loser is because he's not as popular. Here you are, literally encouraging your audience to go and harass another creator like this is blatantly against TOS. Wait, somebody's taken over. Hello, Dan Clancy here. What's that? You want me to punish Mike from PA? But he's a fellow simp like me. He's the only one who understands my gooning tendencies. In fact, we sometimes share the same gooning rag. I could never turn my back on a fellow gooner. Dan Clancy out. Okay, what the fuck, Dan? Come on. Hutch responds, call me bald. Don't care. Fair game. Tell me my argument sucks. Go for it. You might just convince me to acknowledge that and change my mind. These rabid lunatics physically cannot stop themselves from constantly lying about and brigading creators they disagree with politically. I think Mike is just mad that he lost a bet, to be honest. He's not known for being good with predictions. And we just got this diabolical clip of him. Play the clip. Play the clip.
I think that's fine. So if a guy pays for my tab,
I think I'm getting your attention. I feel like I touched like a vampire touching holy water.
Can I help you?
Anyways, Hutch continues calling him out. Quick context. Basically, Hassan pretended he didn't know who Dylan Burns was, who's another political creator, after doxing him, and despite literally talking about him in multiple clips spanning several months and openly disliking him, Hutch concludes that Hassan must have a very low opinion of his audience's intelligence level after watching him deny knowing who Dylan Burns is. Why is he doing this?
Do you think I know who the fuck Dylan Burns is?
Yes. Why is he doing this? What? He's pretending like he doesn't know who Dylan Burns is? There's no way. He called Dylan Burns specifically a debate pervert. I don't understand, bro. He has such a low opinion of his audience. This is crazy. Do they think he must think his audience is so stupid?
Or what he does, let alone find his address and then stream it?
You did. It was on your screen. Not the full address, but, a lot of identifying information.
I feel like Hassan knows that his audience is filled with lobotomites. He knows that they are so stupid that they will legitimately just believe anything he says. They're not going to check anything. It's kind of like if he one day said that who the fuck is Asmongold, right? Nobody is buying this shit. You've mentioned him in the past over and over and over again. Now, the question remains, how does anybody actually watch him after these kind of blatant lies? It's legitimately astounding that the human race has people like this who agree with Hassan. Peel responded, to be fair, most people who watch Hassan have political brain rot and often have no clue how government actually works, so they go to Hassan because he says certain buzzwords that make Hassan appear to be knowledgeable about government. But surely you would consider other perspectives. Maybe I just can't understand because I was never like that, but holy man. Moving on to QT Cinderella, or Jellywig's girlfriend. She's actually going viral on Twitter for crashing out at Hassan and friends on their podcast. So it seems that QT is a big Taylor Swift fan, and the other guys made fun of her for it, and she kind of lost it. We got a Hassan Piker Stan account tweeting, okay damn, and it's got a bunch of likes here, 40 million views. And then we got a bunch of quote tweets. Here's why men love hating on the things women enjoy, 250k likes. Maybe the most justified reaction of all time because men become cruel and condescending whenever women express interest in literally anything, 150k likes, and a bunch of more tweets like this.
I don't like talking about Taylor Swift with you guys. I'm not even kidding. I don't like it. I don't enjoy it.
You know what? We asked you about the biggest news in America, which is her engagement.
You guys are infuriating. So it's not like, oh, how exciting! What flowers is she gonna have? You're like, oh my God, Kitty, did you shit yourself? Did you shit in your little pretty pants? You stupid little bitch that loves Taylor Swift. Did you drink your pumpkin spice latte and kick your stupid little Ugg boots in the air? You dumb little fucking cunt. Is that what you say to me?
Oh my God. All right. Well, she turned straight up into a red tomato there. Now, I imagine there's a lot more context here. I don't think you just randomly blow up like that. It really depends how much they actually harassed her over this. I think if you like Taylor Swift, it's perfectly cool. All right. If you hate Taylor Swift, yeah, you're allowed your opinion as well. It seems like Hassan and his group of male feminists there would constantly belittle her for even bringing up Taylor ever or even talking about her, which is not cool if you want to be friends with this person, obviously. If you don't want to be friends with them, do whatever you want. But if this is someone you're hosting a podcast with and you want to respect or whatever, obviously at least fake interest or something like that, or say that, hey, I don't want you to talk about this or whatever. Not very feminist of them, I'd say. Very misogynistic, actually. Now, the other possibility is that QT was actually being very annoying with it and bringing it up every single time. I don't really know. I don't care. I don't like anyone at this goddamn table, okay? Any friend of Hassan is probably a scumbag at this point, okay? Because if you still choose to associate with him after knowing all the bullshit he's done, I mean, come on. Also, let us not forget, she hosts a podcast with Hamas Piker, helps him earn money, normalizes him to a non-political audience, and plays defense for him on other podcasts as well, and she is baffled why anyone even doesn't like Hassan. All right, we saw that clip.
You don't talk shit very often because I feel like I just know Hassan, so I'm like, he's not a bad person to me, and that's all that matters to me.
So she actually thinks he is a good guy. So absolutely zero sympathy for Jellywig's girlfriend here, because you are enabling a horrible person. Now, I imagine they suck as well, and they are not good friends, and they are probably horrible people. But hey, you deserve it for hanging out with them, all right? Just like your man's King Jellyfish, all right? At least he kind of stopped, though. Anyways, the Swifties are absolutely destroying Hassan and friends here. But yeah, apparently QT does this a lot. Half joking, half rage baiting. But it can't really be a joke because she responded in a comment again. She commented on her own YouTube podcast video saying, "Hello, I want to clear a few things up. I know Taylor's songs can be about her relationships. I'm not denying that. Even to start the convo, Will said, I feel like her relationships are tied into a musical product. To which I said, yeah, but so what? My overarching point is I don't care who she's dating, and it's still good to write music, and I have and always will say that. Genuinely my bad for saying all women write about relationships. I didn't know how to respond to a flat no in the moment. Just wanted to be done in the conversation and didn't use many examples of men who write about relationships. I just wanted to be done. It's exhausting to have something you love be dangled over your face like a carrot when no one listens or cares what you actually feel." So you hang around Hassan and his cronies. Hassan, who literally asked for, you know, nudes from his fan, is an obvious misogynist, and you're like, well, I'm being treated, you know, lesser here. Like, obviously, you're hanging around actual degens. That being said, I will no longer talk about Taylor Swift on the pod. Oh my god, she actually got bullied out of it. I don't like the conversations it creates, and I've done literally nothing in combining the pigeonhole she's often put in regardless. See, don't get me wrong, you know, some Swifties can be annoying as hell, whatever. I don't know if Cutie's one of them. You know, I'm trying to be neutral here because I don't really know the full extent of the situation. Obviously, both people can be right in this situation, but I also don't like both people in this situation, so making that very clear. I'm too tired to defend my favorite music when no one actually cares. Why do you need to defend it? Just, if people don't like it, people don't like it. If like, you can't force other people to like it, just don't bring it up, I suppose, yeah. But also, I imagine they're insufferable, I don't know. Imagine having music that deeply impacted you and everyone just points and laughs at you and says, lol, stupid breakup songs. Well, then enjoy it with people who actually understand it, right? Maybe other Taylor Swift fans, right? With peace and love, I'm over it in a space that I'm supposed to be having fun is not fun. P.S. I do know who Netanyahu is. I couldn't hear Hassan from that side and responded. I guess people were annoying her about, you know, Israel something. You know, if you're hanging out with Hassan, obviously people are gonna annoy you about that shit, even though you're not political or whatever. Okay, bye. So yeah, apparently it's a joke, but you wrote a fucking essay, so obviously it's not a joke. Moving on to Anna Kasparian, host of The Young Turks, along with Hassan's uncle, Chunk Yogurt. Anna Kasparian calls out Hassan for being audience captured and mistreating Cenk. No, we're actually beefing.
Hassan being a slave to his audience.
Yeah.
Is this kind of like a big sister moment, like tough love, or are you guys actually beefing?
No, we're actually beefing. I think he treats his own uncle like shit, and it pisses me off. I love Cenk, and he's such a kind-hearted, good person who's given Haas opportunities, which led to his career being what it is today.
Right.
The way that he trashes his own uncle is like not being pure enough. Like, it was pretty infuriating to me. And I think he does do it because he is afraid of his audience. His audience consists of that faction of the left that I was talking about, where you have to be 100% pure. If you don't fully accept birthing person terminology, then you must be anti-trans. Like, that's the group we're talking. By the way, sometimes Haas slips.
Sure.
And
he's streaming all the time. You're gonna slip.
Yeah, but what I mean by slips is he'll slip about like, oh, these leftist purity chirpers, right? And
so
it's
he'll
like,
say something that you agree with.
100%. Yeah. So it's like, whatever. I don't know. I have less respect for people who are caught in this like doom loop of audience capture.
Right.
You like, either you tell the truth or you don't. You either share what you actually think or you don't.
Yeah.
And the idea of throwing family under the bus to appease
Yeah.
that mob, like, I don't know. I have this thing with loyalty, which is either healthy or unhealthy. I don't know. I don't care, but it is what it is. And especially when it comes to family, especially when it comes to someone who has helped me in some way, either in building my career or helped me in some other way, I'm not going to turn my back on them the second it becomes uncomfortable.
So what you're telling me is that Hassan is a snake to his own family. Yep, that sounds like Hassan right there, tossing you under the bus if you disagree with them even 1%. This is just the classic attitude from the extremist side, that being Hassan and his orbiters, right? It doesn't matter how close you were, how good friends you were, even if you were family, or in Cenk's case, gave him his entire career. He will throw you under the bus the second you even slightly disagree with him. And yeah, that's just how it is. Now, I go back and forth with the audience capture thing. Of course, Hassan is scared of his own audience. They are completely psycho, of course. But also, Hassan is not some regular guy who is being held captive here. He's far off the deep end as well. So I feel like it's a mix of actual belief in his crazy ideas and also being audience captured and forced to parrot what they think as well. Now, the funniest thing about this is everyone in this conversation is pretty much crazy. From what I understand, Anna and Hassan's uncle Cenk are also just psychos in like different ways, it seems. At least that's what I make of their like constant meltdowns that I see. So again, you know, two people I don't like beefing. It truly is just Christmas every day on this channel. Has anybody ever met somebody that watches Hassan unironically? In real life, no. Actually, never. You guys let me know as well. In real life, no. Online, of course, there's a bunch of fucking loonies. Anna and Cenk are just as much audience capture regards as Hassan is okay. Both Cenk and his idiot nephew are freaking morons. By the way, I will never forgive the people who gave Hassan a career, alright? Cenk and Destiny and all these people. You created this monster, bruh. Heartwarming, the worst people you know are all fighting. Moving on to David Pacman, calling out what I assume is Hassan's side of politics here. David Pacman calls out the online left, explains how they differ from his politics. I no longer believe we're part of the same movement.
What has changed, as I pointed out yesterday, is I no longer believe we are all part of the same movement. There's the governance-focused, big tent, win elections and pass laws left. That's where I am. And then there's this purity test left. The ones who don't really care if we lose and sometimes seem to like it so they can say, I told you so, as long as they feel morally untainted. They treat compromise as corruption. They think we need a better media ecosystem must mean install CIA-approved thought leaders or something like that. So maybe we were never really part of the same movement. If I've been red-pilled about anything, maybe it's that. We overlapped when convenient, and that was it. But I'm not getting red-pilled. I'm done pretending that everyone with a left-wing label is on the same page. You can stand for progress in a lot of different ways. You can want change without torching everyone who's only 98% on your side. But no, I am not having a political awakening. I am not the next Dave Rubin. None of that is happening.
Wow, really took you this long to figure this out, huh? Turns out if you ever disagree 1% with people like Hassan, their entire communities will make it their mission to ruin your entire life, which is basically what they did to Ethan. Ethan, who is openly pro-Palestine. Ethan, who condemns Israel. And still, it is just not enough. It is not enough, and it wasn't enough for you either. Hassan will now make sure that everybody knows you're a far-right MAGA grifter Nazi freak. David Pacman, the lefty, is now going to be branded a Nazi. Just watch. But you know, I'm glad people are somewhat noticing how insane their purity tests are. Unless you're aligned 100% on every single issue, you're just not their friend. Anyways, moving on to Ethan versus the three orbiters, Caseytron, Denims, and Froggen. Quick recap, Ethan is suing the three moons for violating copyright by broadcasting his video, maliciously trying to take views from him. Since then, a lot of stuff has been going on behind the scenes. They tried to serve Froggen, she tried to run away, they got her, and then they got a bunch of lawyers. Lots of lore to this, but now we got an update from LawTuber LUS.
September 26, 2025. That will be the order setting scheduling conference at 1 p.m. What this means is it's kind of like a logistic thing. When does discovery happen? What can be discovered? Expert witness testimony. When do you have to present things to the court? And such as that. It basically means they're going to trial, that there is no settlement up to this point.
Yeah, I'm actually shocked that this is going to court. Nobody thought this would be the case because most cases, like 95, 97%, do not go to court. They always find something to avoid the headache and settle. And this is just so bad for the orbiters because Ethan will be fine. You know, he has the finances to handle all of this and he can deal with the headache. But I just didn't know why they didn't just apologize. It's like so easy to make him stop. Then he talks about their lawyer choices and how long this case might last.
It's interesting. Froggen and Denims are in the same exact court. They both live in Los Angeles. So the same court. jurisdiction applies to both of them, but they've chosen two different attorneys. And you could even make the argument that Denon's alleged copyright infringement is more severe than Frogan's. You could also make the argument that Denon's lawyers are much more seasoned and more expensive and better at litigation than Frogan's. So it's an interesting dilemma, right? Do you go on it your own, or do you try to save some money and go together like Casey Tron and Denon's are trying to do? Because it is going to be very expensive and it does not look like, and Ethan Klein has been on record saying that he doesn't want to settle. If he doesn't want to settle, then you're talking about, as we are going to see, we're talking about a case that could go on for 3 years.
3 years? Oh my god. What the heck is wrong with court systems, bruh? A freaking simple copyright case can take 3 years. The most blatant and obvious violation, and apparently it can take 3 years. Now, I knew from the Coffee versus Logan situation that this stuff takes ages, but I feel like that was at least more complicated with the crypto stuff and a bunch of like hidden people involved. This one's so clear cut, I feel like it should happen quicker, but I guess there's some like Redditors involved and stuff like that. You know, not gonna lie, I don't think I'm gonna be talking about this shit in 3 years. I don't know if I can make it the next few months, honestly. You know, I'm the god of slop here, but even then, you know, I have my limits, all right? So then he talks about all of the procedures that has to happen, and that's why it like takes so long.
Jury trial, which is what Denon's wants, is more likely to not understand copyright law than a judge trial. A judge trial, a judge in copyright will know what copyright is and understand it statutes and whatnot. So here you can see all the stuff that has to happen, and this is why cases can take years. You got court mediation panel, private mediation, joint exhibit, oppositions to motions in Lime, joint proposed final pretrial conference. So this is it's not an easy case, especially given how many defenses Denon's is trying to prove.
Yeah, so Denim's came up with like 18 affirmative defenses that we all went over each of them, and they sounded really stupid, everything other than fair use. But anyways, this seems like such a massive headache, but they did get themselves into this situation. I'm not going to definitively say I know how it's going to go, but I'm hoping it's wrapped up quickly, because I ain't covering this shit for 3 years, dog. I gotta go start a family or some shit. But it's so funny how this could have been prevented if they just dropped their ego and they just apologized. Even if you think you were right, just apologize to avoid the headache, man. But you can't even do that. Now you're cooked with all these expensive legal proceedings. You know, you gotta hire these lawyers and shit. You know, be stressed for years and years. Just absolutely tragic. Now click this video or you're forced to attend one of Hassan's Diddy parties. All right, thanks for watching. Bye-bye.
I held off on watching it for a while because I didn't want to have any. I held off on watching it for a while because I didn't want to have any unsubstantiated claims or anything like that. It's a big video. Ethan's been putting this out for a while. And guys, promises made, promises kept. I said I was going to watch it. Here we are.
The world would not be the same. Two people.
It's the bomb guy.
From PA is.
I held off on watching. A systemic problem at the company itself. Whenever you have three people, the voice actress and then these two other people that are also doing this, I think that it's very obvious that this company has been infected with the same kind of moral rot that many other video game companies have unfortunately been affected by. And so you have also Zibs, they, them, always a very good indicator of mental awareness and normality. A producer at Magic the Gathering. So this person works at, I'm assuming, Wizards of the Coast. And they're working at Magic the Gathering Arena. Previously also at, wow, what are the what are the odds of that? What a coincidence. And so what you've got here, this is, again, another person who is celebrating this type of violent behavior. And I think that, again, people need to make their voices known and make them heard that this is just simply not acceptable. This is not normal. This is not what average people want. We don't want to have people that are openly making statements and calls to violence like this, or celebrating calls to violence or actual violence like this, making our products. It's disgusting. And I know that some people would maybe consider and say, well, this is something that could be a little bit like cancel culture. And I want to say that it absolutely is. 100% is. The fact is that these are the same types of people who would lie about you and make up things about you and try to destroy your career and destroy your reputation for disagreeing with them on something political. But now whenever it's happening to them, they're the victims. Well, if you want to be the victim, it's time to earn it. I think also, here's another thing, is that if you work at one of these companies and you have one of these individuals that works at your company, you do have a recourse to this, and that's calling and talking to HR. Because the fact is that HR does not operate in your best interest, and it doesn't operate in their best interest either. It operates in the best interest of the company. And when you have people that are making public statements and calls to violence and celebrating violence like that, they're creating a hostile and an unsafe work environment. And anybody who works in HR, or anybody who works inside of any sort of corporate environment, will tell you that that's something that just can't exist in a corporate environment. There's a reason why we have levels of decorum, and there are some levels of HR that make sense. And so if you work at one of these companies and you have a person like this doing it, make sure to talk to HR and let them know how uncomfortable you feel that there's a person who's working at your company who might want to advocate to have you killed because you disagree with them. Tell them that it makes you afraid to come into work. Tell them that, you don't know, maybe you're going to file a lawsuit. You feel unsafe at your workplace. And honestly, here's the important thing. You should feel unsafe, because these people would justify violence against anybody who disagrees with them. And just because you think you know them
still want your hands up on my body. You still make my heart beat fast. Ferrari with me in the wave, but in the morning. Do you still want me? Can I be honest? I still want your hands up on my body. You still make my heart beat fast. Ferrari with me in the wave, but in the morning. Do you still want me?
Gdzie ja kurwa jestem? Tu. Zobaczę, czy kurwa tam będzie pisało, że z nim... A nie. Z jakimś innym chłopem grałem, niby dwie. Kurwa nie kojarzę chłopa. Kurwa mać. Trzeba, próbuję z siebie znaleźć. Haha. Bot have... Ty kurwo pierdolona, haha, to jest ten zjeb. A, on ma też 2500 kurwa tego, followów. Zjeb. Kto to kurwa jest? Tego próbuję odgadnąć, kto to kurwa był. A, no ze mną grał tutaj. Kurwa, ze mną? Nie kojarzę.
Front of our eyes. You see, after many warnings, Apple tried to shift its production lines outside China. And to do this, it wanted to send its own equipment and engineers to other countries to set up the factory. After all, this is how Apple started in China. Apple equipment and engineers from the United States went to China and started factories. But for the CCP, this was a no-go. China wants company to come in, but it never wants them to leave. And Apple learned this the hard way. Just a few months ago, when it announced plans to move out of China, CCP stopped Apple equipment from shipping outside, and it also banned Apple employees from leaving the country. This is when Tim Cook realized he had made a massive mistake, and he did it all willingly. To find out how CCP got control of Apple, I decided to talk to the author of a new book, Apple in China, Patrick McGee. What's up, everyone? Today I have none other than Patrick McGee. He's a journalist and the author of one of my favorite books, Apple in China, one of the best-selling books according to New York Times. And this book was truly very, very shocking when I found it, because we've been covering a lot of this on our channel for, I would say, last 5 years. And your book provides a lot more proof than we have ever had as how much of the role American companies have played, and specifically Apple has played in building up China, which I know when you said it, a lot of people were shocked, where people think China built Apple, but it's almost as much true that Apple built China. Maybe you can talk a little bit about that.
Yeah, it's kind of a crazy thing to say, and I get that. It's hard not to give the long-winded answer, because I don't like the short answer, right? The short answer gets, it's easy to parody or whatever, because I'm obviously simplifying so much. But the shortest answer I could give is that if you understand how Apple designs its products, then you get that they need to be built in a different way. If you think about a PC in the late 1990s, it was designed in such a boring way that if you accidentally put on a panel backwards or upside down, like, it would still fit. And that was part of the design, right? It was designed to be idiot proof in terms of how you made it. Nothing about Apple products is idiot proof. And so when Apple eventually moves to China, and this is like a 7-year process between 1996 and 2003, they are chasing quality. They are not chasing cost. Everybody else is in China because of cost. But Apple is upending how computers are designed, and ipso facto, they are upending how they are built. And what they recognize is that the low labor rates, the ubiquity of labor, doesn't just help you in terms of cost and margin, it gives you unconstrained design potential to sort of design something however Johnny Ive and Steve Jobs see fit, and with an army of laborers working in football-sized factories on a conveyor belt production line, they can come up with methods of production and manufacturing that nobody else is thinking of. And that's how you get something like the first iPod, and then the miniaturization into the Mini, and then the further miniaturization into the iPhone. I'm sorry, into the iPod Nano. But yeah, then into the iPhone, right? The iPhone is as much a first generation phone as it is a 6th generation iPod. And the design breakthroughs are fundamental, of course, and that's the narrative we know. What my book contributes to is an understanding that the operational breakthroughs are just as foundational, and for reasons that are kind of strange and hard to explain, we've ignored them.
Yeah, and I think your book quantifies something that I've been kind of saying, and I don't know if you remember, but in 2017, Tim Cook was at some stage and he was asked about China. Why is Apple in China? And he basically gave this answer where it's like, it has nothing to do with low-cost labor. He's like, it has everything to do with engineers. You have a lot of engineers in China, and that's why Apple is in China. And my thinking with that kind of quote was like, if I have a company that's taking advantage of low cost in China, I will never publicly admit. I will say like, oh, it's all the other things. That's why we're doing it. It's not because of this big thing. But your book actually said what Tim Cook said. That's the good part about like great line. There's some truth to it. China has a lot of engineers, but Apple played a gigantic role in making that possible, right? Now, before we get into the answer, just a quick request from everyone watching to hit that like and subscribe button down below. It really does help us out tremendously in fighting the CCP bots who downvote any video that criticizes the communist government. Now, let's get into the answer.
Yeah, I would largely defend what Tim Cook said, which is that in 2017, China was not the lowest cost of labor in the world. I mean, if you were just chasing low labor, there's plenty of other places you could go because labor rates in China had really ratcheted up. It really was the development of skill. What he leaves out is that Apple was the teacher, right? So Apple, I've compared to a vocational school in China. I mean, you think of how many kids go to Harvard each year. I don't think it's tens of thousands, right? My university was tens of thousands. It's a few thousand, and yet they have this huge impact. Well, Apple, since 2008, has trained 30 million people. That's how many people have been on some facet of the production line or assembly process or working for a supplier, working hand in glove with Apple. And so when Apple chases quality instead of cost, the massive sort of second order, third order impact of that decision is training up a whole team of engineers in China, because China doesn't have the tech competence in the late 90s, early 2000s to respond to what Apple is demanding. And so there was the sort of decision that gets made is we'll go train the workforces so that they can meet our demand. That's a decision made when Apple's a pretty small company. I mean, they almost go bankrupt in 96, 97, and again in 2000. These are the years of them experimenting with outsourcers for the first real time, at least in terms of a strategic sense. And that lays the groundwork for them to be successful. But then like the real impact is once iPhones come out, and within a matter of 5-6 years, they go from 5 million a year to 100 million a year, and then eventually to 230 million a year. And if you understand the perfectionist, no tolerance for defects culture that Apple is famous for, and you transplant that into hundreds of factories against in China to build at the level that's required of doing 250 million iPhones a year, then you can begin to understand that, okay, they had to just upend and do training, engineering 101 to just reams and reams of factories, each housing thousands upon thousands of employees. Zhengzhou alone, iPhone City, has 400,000 employees. The impact is literally that of a nation-building effort. I mean, it sounds like a crazy claim, but this is a slow burn argument taking place over 400 pages. I've yet to meet someone who's read the whole book and think the figures don't make sense.
And also, like, it is a crazy claim, and it's also, I think most people don't comprehend how big of a scale Apple itself is. Because I looked up before we hopped on the podcast, Apple is $3.39 trillion. People can't comprehend billion. Apple's market cap is bigger than UK's GDP. So it's a huge company, and some interesting stories I looked up because I know audience-wise it's interesting. Apple was able to work with major airlines in the United States to create routes that only Apple employees used every single day for like, I don't even know how many years. They were spending like $200 million a year on airline fees.
Yeah, I mean, let me tell you that story because that's a funny one. So, people would count the number of industries that Steve Jobs had disrupted as CEO, right? And you could sort of do the similar thing for Tim Cook to maybe, now that they pushed into, a Netflix-style streaming service and stuff, like you throw TV into the mix or whatever. And I think airlines is a possible one that you could add to the mix. So in 2014 and 2016, Apple was sending so many engineers to China that they had to convince United Airlines to start flying to Chengdu and start flying to Hangzhou, places where they had never flown before. But Apple needed so many seats that they said, we need you to fly there 3 times a week. And it doesn't matter if the rest of the plane is empty. We will buy so many first-class seats that you'll still be profitable. And United, begins those flights.
Which is insane, right? I know we talked about before that you've been talking about these stories, but I think audience is going to be shocked. And even personally, like, these stories are why, like, I tell to every guest that I'm excited to talk to them, which I am, but this one is like, we don't know each other, but these stories are just like so interesting that I was truly excited. Now, so, well, go ahead.
The other funny thing that comes out of that is I would talk to someone that, let's say, worked for Google doing the Pixel, or worked for Motorola back in the day, and they would say occasionally they would fly over to China. So they would be flying first class as, part of this big company. And basically they would be the only Motorola, the only Google employee on the flight, and everybody else in first class was an Apple employee, right? I mean, like, anyone involved in this business knows that Apple operates with a level of minutiae, dedication, and sort of man hours on the ground in China that nobody else has. And, today there are thousands upon thousands of people just working for Apple full time in China. And so the flights have actually diminished to some extent. But just to understand, like, the process of taking our designs and having them scale, but having them scale at a time when we're at a level which we retain the control, right? Like, I compare Apple to Uber in the sense that Uber is the largest taxi provider in the world without owning any real estate. Apple figures out how to be the biggest manufacturer in the world without owning any factories, but they don't do so by sending specs over to just some competent supplier who can carry it out. They build that competence and they oversee it. And the operators in China at some other company are using machinery that Apple has either purchased or sort of like given to them through a loan program to allow them to operate not just beyond their perceived capabilities, but their actual capabilities. Because especially 20 years ago, 25 years ago, the Chinese entities didn't have the money for these kinds of machines, but Apple did.
Yeah. And actually, I have a very interesting story about Uber, Apple, and China. Hopefully you haven't heard that story, because it's always interesting to tell people stories they haven't heard. But for the audience, they'll have to stick around because we'll talk about it later. Now, talking about that's YouTube retention.
Yeah.
Talking about stories. We talked about this before the podcast too. You know how Steve Jobs shares this story, and I don't know if it's true. Where not Steve Jobs, Jeff Bezos shares this story where he saw some stats about internet, and he's like, I have to get involved, and that kind of led to like the founding of Amazon. If I'm correct, based on my research, you spent 2 years researching for this book, correct? And what was something that convinced you, like, oh, this is interesting topic? Because it clearly is really interesting now that you're done. But like, what got you started?
So it wasn't a number. The numbers, as I understood them, came later. It was, in a sense, an embarrassment of my own ignorance of how Apple makes its products. I mean, when I was telling people in the earliest stages that I was getting interested in this as a topic, the answer would usually be like, well, what do you mean? Apple makes its products in China. Everybody knows that. But then you just ask them any other questions, like name some of the suppliers, how did they get into it? What did China offer that, Taiwan or Japan or something didn't offer? And nobody sort of had any answers. And so to some extent, this came out of a conversation where somebody was explaining what a chip maker was doing in Taiwan and how difficult it was because of the COVID restrictions. And I said, right, but it's a chip designer, right? Like by nature, it's fabless. They don't build the chips. So why do they need to go to Taiwan? And in retrospect, that's a very naive question, because to understand chip design is to understand that they absolutely go into the factories and do some hand holding and help. And there's a sort of congruence of the chip designers. And
When you say they, who do you mean? Apple or someone else?
I'm trying not to give the name.
Okay.
So let's just say someone along the lines of an Apple that does design chips, a Qualcomm that designs chips, an NVIDIA that designs chips, right? But they don't make them, right? All those chips that I just mentioned get made by TSMC. But people from those companies are in TSMC helping to build the chips. I didn't know that. And so the person, upon recognizing that I didn't know that, said, well, it's just like Apple. And I remember thinking, Apple goes into the factories? Like, this was a novel idea to me. And I was 3 years into being an Apple reporter. And so trying to educate myself, I was like, what are the books about this that I haven't read, right? What are the lengthy magazine articles that I haven't read? And there was a sort of quick recognition that, like, this wasn't widely known and this had not been written about. And so that was the impetus to the story, that not only did we not really understand how Apple was manufacturing in China by orchestrating everything to like a really minute level, but people also didn't understand sort of when they had gone to China, what the earliest projects were, certainly not the influence and impact that they had, but also they didn't understand things like, and I didn't understand things like, the candy-colored iMac was built out of Korea by LG, which ironically wasn't even a contract manufacturer. Apple's just so powerful, they sort of made them a contract manufacturer, but they were just a provider of analog monitors. And then LG expanded to building them in Mexico and in Wales. And I was just thinking, like, there's this whole other side of Apple that I don't understand, and I'm an Apple reporter. If I don't understand it, other people aren't going to understand it as well. So it wasn't just like there's an understanding of, hey, I could really delve into how Apple products are made. There was an early realization that there were 3 books that could be combined into one, because the 3 books that hadn't been written about Apple are: 1, how did it go from being days away from bankruptcy to being the world's most valuable company? Even if I define that, let's say, as $1 trillion in 2019, or even $350 billion in 2011 at the time of Steve Jobs' death. Other than biographies of Johnny Ive, of Tim Cook, of Steve Jobs, there just is no standard history that sort of takes you through 15 years of 1996 to 2011 in terms of the products. So that was bizarre, right? Don't you feel like there should be 5 or 6 books on that topic? It should almost be a cliche business school case study at this point, and it doesn't exist. That's book 1. Book 2 is, how do they actually manufacture their products? I mean, after all, it's the world's most valuable company. Most of us have, thousands of dollars worth of Apple stuff, right, somewhere in our home. And yet they go from manufacturing almost everything themselves in the late 70s, throughout the 80s, throughout the 90s, to orchestrating it all and not manufacturing anything themselves. I mean, that alone is a really consequential shift for the world's most iconic company. Where's the book just on that? And that didn't exist. And then the third thing is, when they make that shift, they eventually find China. But China's an authoritarian country. You don't just build stores on a nice corner place of Shanghai without a bunch of political connections. So who are the players in China working for Apple, making those political connections? What are the quid pro quos? What are the investments, and so forth? That was another book to be written. And so the idea for the book was never, why don't I take what's already been written and pad it out with, like, some great writing? It was, why don't I compress 3 books worth of novel content into one book, such that every page is new information? And so there's some stuff that has been written in the Walter Isaacson biography, let's say, that is quite helpful for my narrative, and I avoid it just because I want your average Apple nerd to be in a Barnes & Noble just deciding based on the cover to look through the book and for any page they go on for them to read and be like, I don't know what this is, right? That's how packed full of novel information I wanted it to be. I thought if they opened the page and I was actually just recounting what Walter Isaacson said, they'd be like, I'm done with this, I don't care. And so the sort of challenge I set for myself was that essentially every page of the book was novel information. And I'll let readers decide whether I've done that. But from my perspective, it packed full of new insight.
No, it is. And on top of like our audience likes business and likes geopolitics, it's like one of the rare books that covers the intersection of both, especially relating to China. So I think if you enjoy the podcast, you should definitely check out the book. And just a quick recap, because a lot of people probably haven't watched the video we made. So Apple was struggling, Steve Jobs comes back, but Apple was already on the move towards like outsourcing manufacturing overseas, right? And I think this is your words, maybe I'm misremembering it, where they were struggling because they were competing on logistics, and that's not what Apple was built on. They were built on innovation, and that's why they brought back Steve Jobs. Maybe I'm misspeaking, but that's my thing.
Yeah, not quite. It's more that, so the guy who is just before Steve Jobs, he lasts 500 days at the company, and he's known as a turnaround artist. His name is Gil Amelio. And he sort of looks at the company and thinks, okay, the problem here is sort of inefficiency. And that if we can sort of streamline operations and save money that way, then, I'm going to get this company back. It's kind of like an okay conclusion, but it's ass backward. Essentially, what he's thinking is that if we operate more like the PC industry, we'll be able to compete with them. But you were taking the strengths of the PC market and saying that little old Apple, 3% of the market, is going to take them on. But Apple products aren't designed with interchangeable parts, standardized parts. So you were never going to compete in that level. And so they have to differentiate. They have to operate and do something different. So it's not really, in the early stages, an operations story. It's more about like iMovie, right? It's more about iTunes. It's more about the aesthetics of the computer and a new great all-in-one system that connects to the internet really fast and has, a single cord rather than this just a mess of cords that people would have for the PC. So it was about simplicity. And so it's about the stuff that Steve Jobs cares about. But Gil Amelio didn't really understand that. Steve Jobs is brought back because the other thing that Gil Amelio is suffering from is that the operating system at Apple is a total mess. And so he acquires Steve Jobs' company called Next, which in a sense is its own kind of failure, but it did have like a sort of cutting edge operating system, right? The OS. The trouble was it wasn't a market fit because it had such a small share of the computer market. It really didn't matter how good it was. It wasn't sort of interchangeable, if you will, with the rest of the computer market. You couldn't rely on anyone else having a Next computer. So it was sort of never going to take off. And the company was basically failing. And Steve Jobs had largely moved on to Pixar, where he was overseeing the launch of Toy Story and stuff, right? I think some people have forgotten the story, but he was the CEO of Pixar as well. But anyway, it's like the combination of these two flailing companies that actually leads to Apple, right? Being a fantastic company. And Steve Jobs isn't the CEO when he comes into Apple, right? He's basically just an advisor to Amelio, but eventually he sells all but one of the 1.5 million shares that he was given as part of the deal, as a sign of, I don't think Amelio is the right leader. Even though he denied it at the time, it was clear to the board what had happened. So Gil Amelio gets ousted, and Steve Jobs is offered the role of CEO. Now, what's really interesting about this is he had never been CEO before. Most people think that he must have been the CEO in the 70s or 80s because he founded the company. That's not the case. He had never been the CEO. He was like 21 years old when he founded the company. So there was an early recognition that he shouldn't be the CEO because he had no experience. And once he's eventually ousted in 1985 by the CEO that he had appointed, John Sculley, he goes off essentially for 12 years. So when he comes back to Apple, he has been CEO. He's the CEO of Pixar. He'd been the CEO of Next, but he'd never been the CEO of Apple. And the riddle that I had to solve was, why doesn't he take this role when he's given it to him? After all, he founded the company, right? And you think of Apple's success today, you think if you had the opportunity to take that role, of course you would take it. And the answer was revealed essentially by some people that worked with him at the time. But also I was able to get notes that had never been published before. I'm the only person, as far as I know, that even has these notes, where Steve Jobs explains basically to his team that he thinks Apple's about to fail. He doesn't see how they come out of this. And the thing that changes is he goes to meet Johnny Ive for the first time. and there's a meeting of the minds. And ironically, Johnny Ive shows up at the meeting with his resignation letter in his back pocket. He expects to quit. And Jobs has called the meeting effectively to fire Johnny Ive, because if you look at Apple products that exist at the time, well, whoever's designing them doesn't know what he's doing, because all these products suck, right? That's sort of the Steve Jobs perspective. And then he goes there, and Johnny Ive and his team of ID, industrial designers, have basically like put out this presentation of all the things they've been working on. And Jobs recognizes that Apple executives before him thought of their design abilities as an irritant rather than the pathway to redefining the company. And the idea of the iMac is basically born in this meeting and in subsequent meetings. And this is what convinces Jobs, this is a company that can be saved. If we play our cards right, Apple can be saved. And the Think Different campaign launches, or like is conceived within a few days of that meeting, maybe a few weeks. And a few weeks later, Steve Jobs accepts the role of interim CEO. And then they begin working on the iMac, and it comes out within the next year, and it becomes America's best-selling computer. So until you have the idea of the iMac, Steve Jobs doesn't think the company can be saved. And the meeting with Johnny Ive changes everything.
Great story. I actually researched a lot. I don't think you shared that story, so that's a great background for the audience. I didn't know they even needed it. But okay, so definitely Steve Jobs comes in. He's like the innovative leader, and people see him even today, right? That way. But the other part of Apple that people don't realize is they're also like a logistic juggernaut, and big part of that is Tim Cook, or all part of that is Tim Cook. I don't know how would you put it, and why did why did Tim Cook come over? Because he just had taken a job as a VP at some other company. Why did he come over, and what kind of role did he play?
Yeah, not just some other company, but at Compaq. Now, Compaq doesn't really exist anymore, so it's like, who cares about Compaq? But at the time, they were king of the clones. They made more PCs, or at least earned more revenue in PCs than anybody else on the planet. They were one of the first companies to clone the IBM PC, and by 1998, they were the leader. Tim Cook had basically just gone there. But if you think of what he can do, right, he's an operational wizard. Well, how much can you help the company that's already the leader in PCs? You're probably just sort of helping at the margins at that point. So when he's offered the role at Apple, I mean, my God, it wouldn't take much questions or, much reading to realize that Apple is just a total mess. And so think of the contributions you can make if your skill set is operational wizardry and what you're being given is a company just in total decline. Well, you can just make a massive impact. And so, Tim Cook is this like kind of like cold, or at least cool, even-tempered, even-keeled guy. But what's interesting is that he very much gets lured in an almost a mystical sense by Steve Jobs. He's and which is when Tim Cook is made CEO. And I would just ask people to reflect on that. When Steve Jobs dies, the unilateral person who is taking over is Tim Cook. And just think of what that means. I mean, people have said for years that Tim Cook isn't a product guy and used this as a slight against him. But the thing is he was appointed by Steve Jobs, the ultimate product guy. So it's always been a lazy criticism, because if Steve Jobs had confidence in Tim Cook, then what it tells you was that Steve Jobs already believed Apple had created the best products on the planet. Now what we needed to do was iterate and improve them and scale them and distribute them at high margin and at world-leading scale. And that's why Tim Cook is chosen as CEO. Just to get ahead of myself, I think it does matter now that Tim Cook isn't a product guy. Because for the first time since the death of Steve Jobs, you do have insane innovation coming out of companies like Perplexity, Anthropic, OpenAI, even Microsoft. I mean, Microsoft is somehow doing cooler presentations than Apple. I mean, think of the I'm a PC, I'm a Mac ads from 15 years ago and try to get your head around the fact that the tables have turned a little bit. So I think, Apple's future is very much dependent on its competencies, not in logistics and operations, which they sort of nailed, but down to product vision, product design, and AI. And Tim Cook just has a skill set useful for a different era of Apple. And the sooner that Apple's board recognizes that we're in a new era, the sooner they should recognize that, give Tim Cook $1 billion and a nice golden plaque, but he's not the guy to lead Apple into the next era.
For sure. And we'll now go into the geopolitics shifts that are happening around the world, China getting into the World Trade Organization. But since you know a lot about Apple, I had an interesting question. Who played a bigger role in Apple becoming a $3 trillion company, Steve Jobs or Tim Cook? In your opinion, of course.
I almost don't like the question because it's unanswerable. It's a fair question, but let me sort of put it.
I had an interesting question. Who played a bigger role in Apple becoming a $3 trillion company, Steve Jobs or Tim Cook? In your opinion, of course.
I almost don't like the question because it's unanswerable. It's a fair question, but let me sort of put it in different terms. Sometimes people will say Tim Cook is clearly the better CEO because he took a $350 billion company and he 10x'd it. So, if the first $350 billion is a result of Steve Jobs, then the next $2.7 trillion is the result of Tim Cook. I think that's really unfair to Steve Jobs. What I would say is Steve Jobs took a $3 billion company and made it worth more than $300 billion. So he 100x'd the valuation of Apple. And by contrast, Tim Cook only 10x'd it, right? I mean, that's how you could sort of put it. So it's sort of an unfair comparison. But of course, really the magic of Apple is both those things, right? So one of the top lines in the book, and I say this because my wife wrote it rather than me, is the meeting of the minds between Johnny Ive and Steve Jobs made Apple products unique. But it was Terry Guo and Tim Cook who made them ubiquitous. You don't get Apple without both of those teams.
That makes sense. And now we get to 2000. And I know you have said it too. We can't blame Apple for going into China. Our leaders were pushing almost every company to go into China. China had just gotten into the WTO. And is this when they partnered with Foxconn already? But okay, so the question is, was it Foxconn who went into China and Apple was like, we trust you, we'll go with you? Or was it Apple pushing Foxconn to go into China?
Yeah, that's a good question. No, so Foxconn is born in a shed in Taiwan in 1974. And there's this really interesting history of all these Taiwanese companies, including Foxconn, setting up shop as soon as it's legal in China, which I believe is 1987. So Quanta and Ventec, Foxconn, these are all these Taiwanese companies who basically look at their own country, Taiwan, population 20 million or so, and see, rising labor costs, capital constraints, a whole host of issues. Basically, just the island's too small for them to sort of keep up with world-leading demands that they're getting from the PC industry. And so on their own volition, they go set up shop in China, where, of course, they speak the language, and they can sort of take advantage of vast pools of labor. Maybe we don't want to get into too much detail here, but one thing that's really interesting is that as much as contract manufacturers chase cost, and that's why you go from sort of one developing country to another. You know, think of someone like Nike. If you had like a stack of Jordans in front of you from 1994 or something all the way to the present, you would notice that the tag keeps changing, right? Sometimes it's Malaysia, sometimes it's Bangladesh, sometimes it's Vietnam, sometimes it's Taiwan, and they're really chasing sort of like the low labor around the world. So there's a story of globalization just through the Air Jordan. I mean, that's not a bad idea for a book, to be honest. Just came up with it, but I like that idea. How much did you write that? Possibly that's what I write. Okay. But Apple doesn't chase cost. They chase quality. Quality engineering isn't something that one just grows up learning. You need to be taught. And so there's this interesting history after World War II where America has more than 50% capacity of manufacturing. And they basically developed this system to distribute some of that knowledge around the world to, in a sense, create a new world order, right? Based on intercommerce, based on trade, based on commerce, etc. And so, you think of the fact that World War II had just been fought between, obviously, I'm only talking about one field, America and Japan. But just after the war, America begins sending engineers over to Japan to teach them so that they can build a radar industry. And that sort of turns into the electronics industry. And Japan, by the 70s, is like a leader in making memory chips, for instance. It's the Japanese who, faced with their own capital constraints, labor constraints, etc., they begin teaching their former colonies, South Korea and Taiwan, how to manufacture. So that's how you get sort of quality going from America, going to Japan, going to these other Asian countries. And Taiwan, in a sense, basically replicates the model and takes it over to China. And now, just to fast forward, the natural place for things to flow is to India. But China is basically putting up blockers, right? It's blocking visas from Chinese people that could go to India, and it's blocking the export of machinery. So there's sort of like a quote unquote natural order of how this stuff gets taught and goes from country to country. But the problem is China has seen this movement before. It's benefited from being a participant in this movie, and it doesn't want to lose it. I mean, Xi Jinping has basically directly said, what's the quote? China will never deindustrialize, right? It sees the value and it has this sort of Nietzschean will to power. Anyway, I'm going off on a bit of a tangent, but the fact is the suppliers in the PC value chain that are going to China. It is not Apple making a distinct decision. Hey, why don't we go to China? Has anyone thought of that? No. Everybody's going to China. And because Apple's no longer making their own products, they're relying on contract manufacturers, they're relying on suppliers. It's the suppliers themselves that are going there because of the low cost. But again, because China doesn't have the competence to respond to Apple's demands, Apple begins sending people to China, just as they had done in Korea, just as they had done in Taiwan, Mexico, Czech Republic, a bunch of other places, the 7-year narrative in the book. They begin to train people on how to meet Apple's standards, and in particular, how to meet those standards even as you scale. So Steve Jobs famously cares about what the back of the computer looks like, indeed, what the color of the cords inside the computer looks like. That's like not even an engineering mindset, that's a cultural mindset. And you have to transplant those ideas, that vision, into what becomes hundreds of factories in China. That's how Apple ends up having like a nation-building influence in the country.
Yeah, for sure. And now shifting to the geopolitics a little bit, it wasn't a bad idea where the leaders were thinking like China coming into the WTO, it will grow, it will become a wealthier nation. So they will have to basically open up, take on democracy, capitalism, stuff like that. And I think you argue the idea wasn't bad. The fact that we were just so open about it. It's like we're coming in, we're gonna take down the party. Like everyone's just going on national TV, just talking about it.
Well, it's funny. This is what's happening today, right? Howard Lutnick, the Commerce Secretary, is sort of telling China, we want you to be dependent on the tech stack built in America of NVIDIA chips because you won't develop your own semiconductor makers if you're reliant on our technology.
Part 2 of this conversation is available on our brand new podcast channel that you can watch right now by clicking the end screen on your screen. Be sure to hit the subscribe button on that channel because we'll be publishing a lot more podcasts like this one.
in the village of Osin.
Behind me are 5 former criminals, ranging from a credit card thief to a criminal on the FBI's most wanted list. I'm spending the next 24 hours with them to a criminal on the FBI's most wanted list. I'm spending the next 24 hours with them to uncover their methods so that you know exactly what to look out for. To begin, I'm meeting a professional pickpocket who spent years perfecting his craft in the busiest cities in America. His name is James R. Hustle, and he used to make a living by stealing from people in plain sight. Today, he's going to show us exactly how pickpockets choose their targets and what you should look out for. So, James, you spent years pickpocketing in cities like this. What makes people an easy target?
People not paying attention, people distracted, looking on the phone a lot. Like that guy over there at the free taco sample. He's over there having a conversation with the taco lady. You know, I could easily probably get him.
So how do you get close without raising suspicion?
That's the hard part. You know, most people don't expect someone to get in their personal space unless it's an aggressive manner. You know, pickpocketing, it's a subtle art form. It's not aggressive, it's not in your face. You don't see it coming. You know, it could be a tap, could be a brush. You know, somebody could walk by you. Oh, excuse me, sir.
Hey, wait, that's my phone, man.
In real life situations, it would have been a lot quicker than that. Now watch this.
All right, so he went into the store over there. I think he's got his target. Now he's pretending to look at some magnets. He's standing next to this guy in these green pants. Oh, he just reached in with his hand behind his back. He just took the phone. He just took the phone. He's got it.
I'm gonna go give it back to him?
Yeah, give it back to him. Oh,
pay attention.
That's crazy. Let's find someone else.
Spot I scoped out earlier was the skate park over here. Because if you look, everyone's close together, they're not spaced out, and they're preoccupied watching the skaters.
I see, so they're all distracted because they're looking a single way.
You know, you bump into someone over here on the boardwalk, it's gonna be like, why is he bumping into me with all this space? We look for moms with kids, maybe, you know, purses, not paying attention, they're checking on the kids.
All right, let's go see what you got. He's over at the skate park right now, looking like he's watching the skaters. But I think he's got a target over here. Looks like he's walking up to someone right now. He's right behind someone who's holding a kid.
Hey, excuse me, ma'am.
Yeah?
I was looking for this smoke shop right here, but I couldn't figure out where it was. I was looking everywhere, but the GPS isn't working.
He's asking her for directions, maybe. So I think I just saw him take it. I saw him, oh, he just took it, he took it. She's literally still helping him with directions. She has no idea. No way. Oh my gosh.
It's a nice one. It's got a little crack on it.
That's crazy. All right, you got to give that back.
Oh yeah, I'll go give it back. Hey, excuse me. Did you drop this?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Have a good day.
Thank you.
Just to be clear, everyone gave their consent to be part of this demonstration. They were told it was a social experiment, but they had no idea what would happen or when it would happen. Now, you weren't always a pickpocket, so how did you end up like this?
My father was a notorious con artist. I grew up in a life of crime, pretty much. So that's all I pretty much knew from a small kid. You know, I'd see him conning people and scamming people, and then I just kind of picked up on it myself.
As a teenager, what would you do?
We'd hang out outside of sporting events. NFL games were a good one. Catch drunk people. Just look for people not paying attention, not aware of their surroundings.
And did this escalate over time?
Yeah, it's got some free money. Now it's like, all right, this is pretty easy. Let me get this person, this person, this person. And it's almost like an addiction.
And what made you want to turn your life around?
My daughter. Full custody of my daughter when she was 2 months old. So at that point, you know, I couldn't allow myself to be taken away from her. Cut everything out cold turkey. Started from scratch.
What were the 2 techniques that we just saw you demonstrate?
Well, the 2 main techniques with pickpocketing is the brush up or the bump. You know, when you bump into an unsuspected person, and it's almost like a sleight of hand. You bump and grab at the same exact time. And then there's also the distraction where you can have someone distracting for you, or you can use something that's already happening as a distraction.
And that's when you were asking someone for directions, you were distracting them.
Exactly. You got to think on your feet.
Well, what are some tips for people to prevent getting pickpocketed?
The number one is just pay attention to your surroundings. Always kind of be aware of what's going on. I think I do personally, when I'm walking, I'm constantly touching my wallet, you know, because I'm paranoid of someone doing it to me, you know, because I know how easily it can be done.
The next former criminal made his living breaking into houses, choosing his victims, walking through their front doors, and taking whatever he wanted. Most burglaries don't happen at night. They happen in broad daylight, while you're at work, while the kids are at school, and while the house looks empty. And for years, Mario Ponce was the guy walking through that door. Mario, you started breaking into homes as a teenager. What made someone's house an easy target?
Well, it's easier than people think. You see that house over there? Piled up newspaper, mailbox overflown, no car in the driveway for a couple of days. It's an open invitation.
So once you picked a house like this one, how'd you actually get inside?
Well, first of all, you don't want to look so suspicious. So what I wear is a construction vest. Come on.
How does this vest help you?
Well, it makes you look more, you know, natural, you know? Maybe you might be checking the gas leaks or something. And you can say hi to the neighbors, you know, you see them. Okay, so you see these windows? I could easily open them with my hands, but you don't want to make it too obvious. So let's go around to the back, man. Usually they keep the doors open on the sides. Come on. All right. You know, I like these old-style houses. They're easier to break in. Everything's made out of wood. Remember, you don't want to leave any fingerprints. Come on. Okay, it's locked. Let's go check around the side. Usually people don't lock their side doors. All right, go ahead and try it. Wait. Remember, you gotta have the gloves on.
Oh, yeah.
I was just testing you, man. Oh, it's locked. But check this out, look what I got.
Is that credit card?
Yeah.
Wow, you did that so easily.
Easy money, come on.
Once inside, the goal is to figure out where a burglar might target first. Understanding their thought process could help you protect your home. What other things do you look for to get inside?
Usually houses like this have a basement. You could check that. If not, your last resort is to go through the upstairs window. And those ones are always open.
Wow. So where's the first place you'd head to?
Kitchen. Usually they keep a spare key there. Come on. You know, usually people keep their key in a drawer here, and there it goes.
Now, why are you looking for a key?
You know, just in case I want to come back. You know, they have a lot of nice stuff here, and I definitely want to be a continuing visitor, you know? You see anything you like?
No, man, I don't do the robbing.
You know what I mean? They got good taste in a lot of stuff.
Oh, look. You're gonna take their drinks?
Yeah, for later on. But look, we already been here a minute. Come on, let's go to the master bedroom.
All right. What's so special about the master bedroom?
Well, here's where all the good stuff is at. Passports, cash. All right, so you know I don't really want to spend too much time here. I just want to grab anything I can and just be out. You know what I mean? In, out, that's it.
So if someone's watching this video and they want to keep burglars out, what's the best way to do that?
Well, first of all, I think you should get a small dog. The smaller, the better. They're so loud. Get some cameras.
Now, what about the doors and windows?
I mean, get some bars if you have to. You know, it depends on your community, but I would say get some deadbolts, you know, and honestly, get some prop money. 9 times out of 10, the robber won't even check that it's real.
So it's not about making the house impossible to break into. It's about making it more difficult than it's worth for the burglar.
Pretty much.
So when we entered the house,
9 times out of 10, the robber won't even check that it's real.
So it's not about making the house impossible to break into. It's about making it more difficult than it's worth for the burglar.
Pretty much.
So when we entered the house, the first places we went were the kitchen and the master bedroom. Where do you suggest viewers hide their valuables if it's not in those places?
I would say in the bank, but if you really have to, somewhere in the restroom. They'll never check that.
And where in the bathroom?
Put it in the stall. Put it in the bag, in the Ziploc bag, really tight.
You're talking about the part that you lift off of the toilet where all the water is? Ah, okay.
They'll never check that. I never have.
But now we're meeting someone who went even further. He stole from an international bank using an everyday laptop. So tell me about one of the biggest jobs you've pulled off.
People hire me to take the role of the criminal and to do an actual robbery. I was hired to rob a bank in Lebanon, and the problem was I didn't realize there was 2 different banks so close together. I didn't pay attention to the signage, so I just walked up the stairs. I compromised one machine, then I compromised another machine, and then a person finally did the right thing. What are you doing here? And I was like, oh, I'm doing a USB audit, which is just nonsense. But he's like, well, you need to talk to my supervisor, which was also the correct thing. So I go into the supervisor's office. She reads the forged email that I have to show that I have authorization to be here, just to test them to see if they'll still let me do my thing. And she reads it, and then she looks at me and she says, okay, I see this, but this is for the bank next door. What are you doing here? And what did you do to our computers?
When you hacked into the bank, what were you able to see?
That's the thing. It's like once the system's compromised, it's like I'm literally just like the user who's logged onto the system. I can see anything that's on that system, anything that's on that network. I can look through clients' records. I can see their debt. I can see their transaction history.
You can see how much debt people had? I've actually been getting a lot of messages from my viewers about debt lately. Medical bills, credit cards, personal loans. That's why I'm happy PDS Debt is this video sponsor, because they actually help people get in control of their finances. Did they just let you go?
Oh no, it took me over 4 hours. And as soon as they found out that I was not supposed to be there, I mean, within minutes, I'm in the general manager's office, sitting at his desk while there's 7 people speaking Arabic very angrily around me. It took 4 hours not to end up in Lebanese prison.
Interesting. Hearing what happened really reminds me of how much PDS Debt helps its customers. They don't just throw you into some generic program. First, they run a free debt debt assessment to understand your exact situation, your savings, income, everything. Then they lay out personalized options that fit your budget and goals. And it's not just banks, right? It's also individuals. You could hack someone in a place like this, right?
One of the things you see in the movies is like they try to make it all complicated and look like it's all this code floating around. No, it's just a matter of certain kind of devices that can take over a network. And I have several of them with me right now.
For some people, PTS
Often, the three of them would meet for lunch at a coffee shop outside of PayPal's headquarters and talk about all the interesting ways the internet was evolving, and all the different business ideas this gave them. Their dream was to start their own internet company and get rich. However, their dreams quickly fell apart. In 2002, PayPal was acquired by eBay, its CEO was replaced, and the company focus changed. The new workload became unbearable and boring. So Chad left PayPal to become a design consultant, Javid went back to finish his degree, and
Hey guys,
Steve
it's
eventually
me
left
again,
for Facebook.
and it's been a little.
But the trio kept in touch. And by 2005, they were paying close attention to a popular website called Hot or Not, which allowed anyone to upload a photo of themselves for other people to rate. The guys wondered, what if instead of pictures, they built a site where users could upload videos of themselves? People could get rated and also reach out to each other to connect. And they even had a name for it: YouTube. U because users were showing themselves off, and tube in reference to old analog TV sets. And thus, YouTube's first slogan was "Tune in, hook up." So YouTube was intended to be a video dating site. Coincidentally, they registered the domain for YouTube on Valentine's Day 2005. After months of tireless work, on April 23rd, 2005, YouTube entered a public beta, and Javid uploaded the first ever YouTube video, which was just him at the zoo.
Alright, so here we are.
Why is everyone suddenly hating on Mr. Beast? And no, it's not just about his charity stream. So here's how it started. During the 12-hour charity stream hosted by Aiden Ross and XQC, we saw the real Mr. Beast. At one point, when Aiden suggested giving water to his workers, this was what he said.
You guys want some water?
Nah, we'll get him some water in a bit. Also, he was pressuring Big Creators Live to donate, and then clowning the amount they gave afterwards.
That 15 grand I just got us, does that even make a dent?
He also kept raising the donation goal, locking Aiden and XQC into streaming for hours. When donations hit $6.5 million, Hayes stepped in to wrap it up by donating $1.5 million himself. But right after, Mr. Beast pushed the target up again, this time to $12 million. That's when XQC finally spoke out, and it didn't stop there. When the 2025 list of most influential influencers dropped, Mr. Beast was at number 7, right below comedian Caleb Heron. He tweeted about it, mocking Caleb for being more influential. He deleted it minutes later, but the damage was done. Now everyone's asking if Mr. Beast's charity is just a way to make himself look good. Why is everyone suddenly hating on Mr. Beast? And no, it's not just about his charity stream. So here's how it started.
One of the elephants. Cool thing about these guys is that they have really long trunk, and that's cool.
At the top of the site, you could enter if you were searching for videos of men or women, and at what age range. However, the problem was, YouTube's dating scene was a ghost town. At one point, the founders tried to pay women on Craigslist $20 to upload videos of themselves. But still, nobody was using it, and the founders felt like months of work had gone to waste. At that moment, it was hard to imagine they were about to change the internet forever. YouTube's dating angle wasn't working, but the guys had accidentally created something YouTube to store videos they had lying around on their SD cards or computers. And so, a month after launch, around 30,000 people were visiting the site every day. This hadn't been their plan, but the founders figured they should run with it. Basically turn YouTube into a database for people to store their videos.
When YouTube was a dating site, we received 0 video uploads for a week, right? And then let's just make it into a generic video site where you can upload anything. And that's when we really started seeing the videos.
Steve, Chad, and Javid worked tirelessly to upgrade YouTube with new features like a 5-star rating system, a top videos page, and the ability to embed videos onto other websites. However, a video sharing website was not exactly an original idea. The first one launched in 1997, and many others tried breaking into the market ever since. But the technological barriers these websites faced were simply too high. For starters, hosting and sending large video files was really expensive. So websites either limited people's uploads and downloads, or they made them pay for extra bandwidth. And even then, every camera recorded dozens of unique video formats, and different websites and devices only supported certain ones. Not to mention that internet speeds back then meant even small videos would take ages to download. So even though online video sharing was clearly a good idea, none of the early companies succeeded. But YouTube had one key advantage over everyone else: timing. When building the first version of YouTube, the founders made a smart decision to use a free browser plugin called Flash Player. Flash converted any kind of video to a single format, and when coupled with their simple and effective user interface, this made YouTube way more accessible than other sites. Flash also compressed files and came with a video playback system that streamed the video in small chunks. This meant that on YouTube, videos loaded fast, completely for free, and you didn't need to download them. To share videos, you just sent a link, and this changed everything. What's interesting though, is at this point the founders still saw YouTube just as a way for people to store videos that were relevant to them, and share them with friends and family. But then something curious started happening. Someone would upload a video with a universally funny quality, and it was only a matter of time until someone else found the video and shared it with their friends. At this point in 2005, MySpace was the biggest social network site. And so if someone found a funny video on YouTube, they'd post it on MySpace, and it'd get reshared over and over. With the combined power of MySpace and YouTube, early viral videos like David After Dentist, The Evolution of Dance, and Charlie Bit My Finger spread across the internet like wildfire, getting millions of views. And for YouTube, viral videos meant more visitors, which meant more uploads, which then led to even more viral videos. It was a snowball effect. However, whilst this situation looked great from the outside, inside the company, they were in a state of panic. Any website that hosts videos needs somewhere to store them, but until now, this hadn't been a problem for YouTube. When starting out, Steve hired a data hosting company called ServerBeach, who were offering unlimited bandwidth for $129 a month. This was a good bargain initially, but when the number of videos uploaded to YouTube suddenly skyrocketed, ServerBeach quickly realized their unlimited plan was not gonna work. So they said YouTube would have to start paying them proportionally for the amount of bandwidth they used. And the YouTube guys had no choice but to accept. This was a major issue. as suddenly Server Beach started charging thousands of dollars to Steve's credit card every month. And the even bigger problem was YouTube still wasn't a functioning business. They didn't even have a plan for how they were going to make money. So all of the initial excitement of seeing their user number grow was replaced by a panic. Every one of those users was costing them money. Around June 2005, Steve, Chad and Javid felt like the walls were closing in, and they quickly started looking for investors. Unfortunately though, it seemed like nobody wanted to invest. People thought YouTube's concept was great, but most investors didn't see it as a viable business. They felt even if YouTube could be monetized, the returns would be mediocre at best, as video hosting was just too expensive. And so after months of unsuccessfully pitching investors, things were looking bleak for the three founders. Every day, close to 1 million people were now visiting YouTube, but every month, Server Beach was charging Steve many thousands of dollars to host YouTube's videos. This was unsustainable. If they didn't find an investor soon, Steve would probably go bankrupt, and that would be the end of YouTube. However, one day, Javid was at a barbecue with one of his old co-workers from PayPal. He'd just got married and said he couldn't find a way to share the honeymoon videos with his friends and family. Obviously, Javid jumped at this opportunity and helped him upload his videos to YouTube. But that guy just happened to now be working for Sequoia Capital, one of Silicon Valley's biggest venture capital firms. And he was so impressed with YouTube that he connected the YouTube guys with his partners at Sequoia, who agreed to invest. And thus in November 2005, YouTube got the influx of cash they so desperately needed, $3.5 million. The founders breathed a sigh of relief, and they used this money to hire more employees, and then cram them into a tiny office above a pizza restaurant. Sure, it wasn't perfect. In fact, their new office was literally infested with rats. But the main thing was that YouTube seemed like it had a future. Unfortunately, this optimism didn't last long, because just a few weeks later, YouTube's single biggest traffic source declared war on them. For most users, YouTube was a way to store videos for personal use or to embed them on their websites. But a handful of people were taking a different approach. They were actually making videos for YouTube, consistently. This was new, and it was interesting. So to help these people out, Steve, Chad and Javid updated YouTube with a new feature, the subscribe button. It seems simple, but this button would actually save the company in a few months and end up changing millions of lives. For now though, the subscribe button had one immediate effect. More people started uploading on a regular basis. By November 2005, more than 2 million people were visiting the site every day. By mid-December, that was closer to 8 million. YouTube's growth numbers were doubling every week, and it hadn't even left beta. YouTube launched officially on December 15th, 2005. But whilst they were busy celebrating, others were conspiring against it. You see, YouTube's viral hits were largely because of MySpace, but MySpace wasn't exactly happy about this. Every time someone clicked a YouTube link, they spent less time on MySpace. So MySpace had no mercy. They started removing posts with YouTube links, censoring any mention of it, and they even started their own video sharing project called MySpace Videos. So the week after YouTube's official launch, their main source of traffic was gone. The biggest social network was now their competitor, and they weren't the only ones. Google, Yahoo, and Facebook all wanted the video sharing market for themselves. But even though YouTube had far less resources, it did have something the rest of these companies could only dream of. 2 months after introducing the subscribe button, YouTube was no longer a simple video repository. Thousands of people were now uploading videos to YouTube for YouTube's sake, and millions of people were watching them every day. It didn't matter if you were a musician, a filmmaker, friends making comedy skits, or whatever else it was you wanted to share with the world. Now anyone, anywhere could build a community with people who shared their interests. And so when MySpace shadow banned YouTube, it didn't actually matter. By January 2006, YouTube's daily viewership had more than tripled to 25 million. By March, there were 25 million total videos, and every day, about 20,000 more were uploaded. And with such staggering growth, YouTube became the breeding ground for a new kind of celebrity. Someone who was accessible, relatable, and human. A YouTuber. Early popular YouTubers emerged, like Smosh, Brookers, iJustine, Fred, and LonelyGirl15. What's interesting is back then, there was a team at YouTube dubbed the Cool Hunters, who would manually find interesting videos to put on the YouTube homepage, rather than using algorithms. However, it would soon become hard for the YouTube team to manage the huge influx of videos they were getting. Initially, moderation was all done by a small team who would manually watch every reported video, and they were exposed to all kinds of horrific uploads. In fact, many of the team started having nightmares. And as the uploads just kept coming faster and faster, YouTube would soon have an even bigger problem. Since anyone could upload pretty much anything for free, people were using YouTube to upload copyrighted music, movies, and TV shows. And this pirated content was getting lots of views. Newsweek called YouTube the video version of Napster, and questioned if it would get sued into oblivion. Even a random video with a song as background music counts as copyright infringement, so all three major record labels filed a barrage of lawsuits against YouTube. Not just that, but videos of an SNL skit were uploaded to YouTube and watched millions of times. So Viacom, one of the biggest media companies in the world, threatened YouTube with another massive lawsuit if they didn't somehow remove all of them. YouTube simply did not have the tools to deal with all of this. And to make things even worse, each day around 65,000 new videos were now added on top of the 25 million YouTube was already hosting. And they still hadn't figured out a good way to make money. They had started running a small amount of banner adverts, or occasional ads on very select channels, but at this point they didn't have a good ad system, and they didn't know if either advertisers or viewers would accept ads on these short homemade videos. Not to mention that they were concerned about running ads on content when they had no idea if the material was copyrighted or not, as that could invite even more lawsuits. So basically, YouTube was in a very strange position. On the one hand, it was one of the fastest growing websites in internet history. On the other hand, they had no meaningful revenue, were a magnet for piracy, and were getting sued by the biggest media companies on the planet. In its current state in the summer of 2006, it seemed like YouTube simply couldn't succeed. And so many prominent business people thought YouTube was practically worthless. But then, to everyone's shock, the YouTube founders uploaded a video to YouTube's official channel to say they'd been acquired.
Hi YouTube, this is Chad and Steve, we're the co-founders of the site, and we just want to say thank you. Today we have some exciting news for you. We've been acquired by Google. Two kings have gotten together. The king of search, the king of video have gotten together.
Just 18 months after its launch, Google bought YouTube for $1.65 billion. But why had Google suddenly decided to buy YouTube? Well, Google had attempted their own service called Google Video, but it only had around 10% market share, whereas YouTube had over half of the video market. Google figured if you can't beat them, buy them. However, Google buying YouTube actually meant more copyright holders piled on even harder. Viacom announced they were suing YouTube for $1 billion. So how on earth would Google turn this mess around? On this channel, I cover all kinds of entrepreneur stories. But have you ever thought about starting your own business? If so, today's sponsor Busy offers a free LLC formation service. You just pay the state fees and they'll get your business incorporated and handle all the paperwork. When I started my business, I remember it was quite overwhelming, but Busy makes the process so much simpler. For example, Busy can take care of the ongoing filing requirements with your state, which is a huge time saver. And Busy can even provide you with a professional address with digital mail scanning, giving you access to your mail from anywhere, anytime. Basically, Busy gives entrepreneurs the tools to start and manage their business, which means you can focus on making money. With over 20 years experience, they've already helped over 1 million entrepreneurs, and I've personally found them great to work with. So if you want to start your own company, I honestly think Busy makes it so much easier. Just use my link in the description to get started today. Even after Google acquired YouTube, Chad stayed on as CEO, and Steve stayed in charge of developing new features. So the original vision for YouTube stayed very much the same. The difference now was that YouTube had the resources of Google at their disposal. So Google began building a tool called Content ID. This allowed copyright holders to upload their content to a giant database, and YouTube would then be able to find identical matches on its site. This meant the copyright holder could then remove the content or make money from it. This was a massive breakthrough in dealing with YouTube's copyright problems. And so that just left one other big problem to solve: making money. Of course, Google's biggest strength has always been advertising. And so soon after Google acquired YouTube, advertisements began playing widely across the site. But this would lead to a truly historic announcement. You see, up until this point, most YouTubers were making videos purely for fun, to connect with people who shared their interests, and to share their lives with others. But what if they could do all of that and get paid for it? In 2007, YouTube rolled out the YouTube Partner Program, which paid YouTubers a share of the revenue from the ads running on their videos. The creator would get 55%, and YouTube would take 45%. It sounds simple, but it was revolutionary at the time. People had just been happy YouTube let them host their videos for free, and now they could get paid for their hobby. This immediately incentivized people to create more videos and create even better videos. If you wanted to make a short film now, you didn't need permission from a producer. If you wanted to publish a song, you didn't need permission from a record label. Or if you wanted to give a lecture, you didn't need permission from a university board. All gatekeepers were removed, so whatever your idea was, anyone could now broadcast themselves to the world and make money from it. This began a golden age for creativity on the internet, with thousands of new creators joining YouTube. And this led to whole new formats of video content on the site. Pranks, comedy sketches, video essays, vlogs, tutorials, reviews, ASMR, animations, stunts, the list goes on. And because YouTube allowed for more niche content than TV, there was something for everyone. Meanwhile, YouTube was also making stars. In 2007, a proud mother uploaded a video of her son singing, who'd later be signed by a record executive after he found him on YouTube. Around this time, YouTube also began to see videos with more editing and higher production channels emerged. KSI, MKBHD, Ray William Johnson, Dude Perfect, Jenna Marbles, PewDiePie, the list was endless, and the viral videos just kept coming. However, whilst YouTube opening monetization to its creators had led to all kinds of new content, it had also caused a major problem. Since people had realized that views equal money, YouTube had become filled with clickbait. Creators would lie in the title of their videos just to get people to click, and thumbnails of girls with low-cut tops suddenly filled the site. This would lead YouTube to make a major change to its algorithm. Instead of prioritizing views, videos would now be promoted more if they had higher watch time. The idea was that if someone spent a long time watching a video, they're more likely to have enjoyed it than if they immediately clicked off it. This also meant people spent more time on YouTube and saw more ads. While some creators suffered from this change, it also gave rise to longer content. from reaction videos to documentaries to Let's Plays. This coincided with games like Minecraft exploding in popularity, and soon the gaming genre of YouTube became more popular than ever. By 2010, the world watched more than 2 billion YouTube videos every day. By this point, Steve had left YouTube to become an investor, and Chad, who was YouTube's CEO from day one, decided that it was time for him to move on as well. Since Javid had left too, this meant all 3 of the original YouTube founders had gone. And things at YouTube would soon take a dark turn. By 2014, YouTube surpassed 1 billion active users, and YouTube even invested $100 million to make original content. Creators continued to build strong connections with their audience, whether it was through daily vlogs like Casey Neistat and David Dobrik, video podcasts like Joe Rogan and Hot Ones, or kids reviewing toys. There were channels where you could get your news, education, gaming, and so much more. The creator economy was here, where becoming a YouTuber went from being seen as something kinda weird to the most desired job in the world. It was also in 2014 that Susan Wojcicki was brought in as CEO. Susan had one main objective: turn YouTube into a state-of-the-art advertising platform. And initially, this helped everyone. As YouTube became a better place to advertise, more companies saw its potential to reach their ideal customers, which meant both YouTube and its creators made more money. YouTube reinvested that into becoming an even better ad platform, and creators reinvested into making even better videos. This drew in even more advertisers, and the cycle repeated. Because of this, YouTube ads brought in $6.7 billion in 2016. So YouTube was becoming seriously profitable for Google. But beneath the surface, things weren't as perfect as they seemed. Mainstream companies like Apple, Nike, and Coca-Cola are very picky about what they associate their brands with. But since anyone could upload pretty much anything to YouTube, bullying, violence, conspiracy theories, and extremism could spread unchecked. And advertisers soon began realizing their ads were being displayed right next to this kind of content. Starting in 2016, some major companies began pulling their ads from YouTube. This was bad. So YouTube's response was to make their advertising. Starting in 2016, some major companies began pulling their ads from YouTube. This was bad. So YouTube's response was to make their advertiser-friendly content rules stricter. But this was a controversial decision. Many creators suddenly found their videos weren't earning money anymore, and if they wanted to fit within YouTube's new rules, they had to avoid certain topics completely, which they argued was the complete opposite of what YouTube stood for. But this was just the beginning. In February 2017, major companies like Verizon and AT&T complained that their ads had been placed on videos uploaded by Islamic extremists. This news story went viral, and suddenly thousands of major advertisers pulled their ads from YouTube. Journalists realized if you just searched for any vile videos, you'd be able to find YouTube ads playing in front of them, which made for a great news story. And as a result, pretty soon almost all of YouTube's largest advertisers were boycotting the site. With far less ad money circulating through YouTube, this meant creators' revenue dropped significantly, and this became dubbed YouTube's adpocalypse. YouTube was fundamentally an ad business, but advertisers had lost faith that YouTube could control where its ads would run. The problem was, by this point, around 400 hours of content was uploaded to YouTube every single minute. Combing through all of it manually to ensure it was safe for advertisers was impossible. So, YouTube conducted an algorithmic blanket sweep of the entire platform to identify inappropriate content. Millions of videos were demonetized, age restricted, taken down, and sometimes even entire channels were deleted or removed from the YouTube Partner Program. And whilst this certainly helped recover some advertisers, YouTube made a crucial mistake. they didn't let creators know about any of these changes. And since the blanket sweep of YouTube's content was done by an algorithm, lots of videos that didn't break YouTube's policies got flagged, and thousands of creators' previous videos simply stopped generating revenue. Many innocent creators found their ad revenue basically disappeared, and some were forced to quit YouTube. Considering many of these creators relied on ad revenue to pay for their teams, their homes, and even to feed their families, this was a dark time for YouTube. So it was hard to believe next year was about to be much worse. PewDiePie, who was at the time YouTube's most subscribed creator, came under fire for uploading anti-Semitic content. While some would argue it was edgy jokes taken too far, it didn't help that a neo-Nazi website rebranded itself as the #1 PewDiePie fan site. As mainstream media ran the story, YouTube began to realize that negative press surrounding its biggest stars would impact them too. The clearest example of this was on December 31st, 2017, when millions of people watched a vlog by Logan Paul, where he and his friends found a dead body in Japan. Due to YouTube's algorithms, the video made it to YouTube's trending page, which basically meant YouTube was promoting the video. And even though Logan chose not to monetize it, this caused a massive backlash. Not just because it was disrespectful, but the fact this type of content was being served to a fairly young, impressionable audience. And around this time, advertisers and parents' concerns about YouTube's safety for kids would be taken to a whole new level. You see, YouTube had created a YouTube for Kids app where its algorithms would filter videos to content aimed at children. But the problem was, some seriously disturbing videos using popular characters like Elsa and Spider-Man were getting hundreds of millions of views on YouTube Kids. Whether it was Elsa giving birth or being kidnapped, these viral clips were often violent and nightmarish. But the algorithms just saw kids characters and pulled them into the YouTube Kids app that was supposed to be safe for children. When the news went viral about this, the scandal became known as Elsagate. And it led to yet another adpocalypse as advertisers abandoned YouTube again. And as if this wasn't bad enough, just a couple of years later, they would be facing an even more disturbing scandal. You see, children were uploading videos like them doing gymnastics or bikini hauls, where they would try on clothes. But child predators were found timestamping revealing frames in the comment section. It turns out there was an entire network of predators on these kids' videos sharing links and timestamps. When this was finally discovered, YouTube went into crisis mode and ended up shutting down all comments on all kids' videos. This would have unintended consequences, where many legitimate kids' channels suffered badly as a result. And it wasn't only kids' channels who were unhappy with YouTube. Around this time, many political creators claimed that YouTube was actively censoring them, and many felt certain opinions were now actively repressed on YouTube. Meanwhile, YouTube had become flooded with clips from late-night shows and traditional news networks, and some started to feel YouTube was losing its soul of what YouTube had once been. Not to mention many creators still dealing with demonetization or copyright issues. So basically, for a whole host of different reasons, the sentiment towards YouTube from its community had been growing increasingly negative. And in 2018, they would make that known. As YouTube grew, the quality of content increased further, and this was partly thanks to services like Storyblocks, which gives creators access to everything they need all in one place. Video clips, templates, music, sound effects, images, and more. In fact, I've used Storyblocks for years to help make my videos. And they've been supporters of this channel, like sponsoring this video. So if you're creating content yourself, instead of paying individually for stock footage and music, with Storyblocks, you can just get unlimited downloads for one set price, and streamline your workflow to save valuable time each week. And everything you download is royalty free, so you can still monetize your video. Plus, you get 2 extra months free when you sign up for an annual plan. So go to storyblocks.com/magnates to take advantage of this limited time offer. Every year, YouTube released a rewind video, basically looking back over the past year. And to someone not familiar with the platform, YouTube Rewind 2018 would have seemed like any other. But instead, the video became the most disliked video in YouTube history. There were many reasons for this. Firstly, the video emphasized old media stars like Will Smith, John Oliver, and Trevor Noah, seemingly focusing more on celebrities than native YouTubers. It also featured many creators who didn't produce videos in English, meaning many viewers had no idea who half the people in the video even were. The video also glossed over big moments from the year, like beauty guru feuds, or the breakout of YouTube boxing, and instead it felt more ad-friendly and corporate. And so the YouTube community picked this moment to unleash their dissatisfaction with YouTube overall. The truth was that whilst YouTube Rewind had started as a fun tradition, YouTube had simply grown too big now. YouTube was so diverse with so many different channels that it'd be impossible to encapsulate everyone's favourite creators and keep everyone happy. However, the reality is that throughout YouTube's entire history, it's faced one big ongoing struggle. Inside YouTube, they have always described the platform as an ecosystem with 3 main parties: viewers, creators, and advertisers. They compare it to a stool. You have to keep all 3 legs equal and sturdy. But in reality, keeping all 3 groups happy is never easy. For example, if you only show ads on family-friendly videos, advertisers are happy, but creators are not happy. If you remove dislikes, advertisers and some creators are happy, but viewers aren't happy. Making choices that keep everyone happy is surprisingly difficult, and yet YouTube needs all 3 groups to survive. So you may think with all these problems, YouTube would have struggled. But weirdly, in the last few years, it's been the total opposite. If you want to grow your own successful YouTube channel, I've spent years learning everything so you don't have to. If you'd like to skip all the years of mistakes and just see exactly what actually works, check out the link in the description to get help directly from me. I'll see you there. In 2019, PewDiePie became the first creator to hit 100 million subscribers after an ongoing battle with T-Series. But as for YouTube, by 2020, their own competitor had emerged. TikTok became the fastest app ever to reach 1 billion users, and YouTube saw it as a genuine threat. So in 2021, YouTube rolled out Shorts, their own version of TikTok. And it's fair to say it worked, with Shorts views reportedly now surpassing TikTok. YouTube also then identified Twitch as a threat, and started paying streamers to come over to YouTube Live. Meanwhile, YouTube was growing rapidly on TVs, surpassing the big streamers like Netflix. Somehow, YouTube was competing on all fronts and winning. With over 2.5 billion active users, YouTube is the second most frequented site in the world. However, in recent years, what being a YouTube creator actually means has evolved again. Instead of someone in their room talking to a camera, YouTube creators are now making truly insane productions. The most obvious example is the world's new biggest YouTuber, MrBeast, with multi-million-dollar videos like recreating Squid Game in real life. And there's been a clear shift of many creators essentially becoming production companies, with bigger teams and bigger budgets, and even building separate brands that can become billion-dollar companies. This has made some people feel nostalgic for the old days of YouTube, when things seemed simpler and more personal. But the reality is, you can still post more personalized, lower effort videos. And so I think on the whole, it's a good thing that as a viewer, you now have access to higher quality content. And as a creator, it's a good thing that you can build huge businesses through YouTube. For me personally as a creator, YouTube has completely changed my life. The fact I can make money creating videos about whatever I want is crazy, and it's easy to forget YouTube pioneered that before other platforms. They've made being a creator a legitimate career path and paid out billions to creators. And look, YouTube has had plenty of fair criticism against it. But you could take away other content platforms, and I don't think it'd have much of a negative impact on me. But I think losing YouTube would be really sad. Many of us use it for everything from news to entertainment to music to instructions to relaxation to education and so much more. I'm not saying it's perfect, but if you're here right now, YouTube has probably given you a lot of joy over the years. And the data suggests it's still got many great years to come. So it's really kind of crazy to think back to where it all started. However, if hearing about YouTube's history has made you want to grow your own YouTube channel, I've made a video explaining how YouTube is basically an online game. And this is the strategy of how to win and become a YouTube millionaire. I think you'll really like this one, so click the thumbnail on screen and I'll see you there. Cheers.
You'll see that at the atomic level, these crystals essentially have a very specific structure. A structure that repeats itself in space. So it's sort of like a checkerboard pattern. Here you can take any square and find an identical square at regular intervals. And it's this repeating pattern in space that defines a crystal. But now imagine something maybe a little bit more unusual. Imagine you take a bunch of these balls, or I guess a bunch of marbles, and toss them in the water. And they'll eventually settle down on the bottom of the water, coming to a complete stop. This is what physicists define as the resting state. In this case, this would be their lowest energy state. Here they have the least amount of energy. But then in order for us to make them move again, we have to give them some extra energy. For example, we can maybe shake the ball, or push one of the balls and make it bump with other balls. But what if even at their lowest possible energy state, those marbles or those balls still kept moving? And in this case, not just randomly moving, but actually moving with predictable repeating patterns without the need for any extra energy. So for example, here they could all be moving in a circle and following an exact pattern, even though there is no extra energy provided. And that's the core idea behind a time crystal. The idea that was originally proposed back in 2012, so actually only 13 years ago from when I'm making this video, by the brilliant physicist Frank Wilczek. The physicist known for a lot of other concepts, including concepts like inflation, and who also won the Nobel Prize. And so he theorized that such a thing could physically exist, and instead of having a pattern just in space, this crystal would also have a pattern in time. Thus, time crystal. And so if you were to take a snapshot of this crystal, you will actually discover that it seems to have the exactly same arrangement in time again and again after regular predictable amounts of time. Although here, let's clarify something first. This is not the idea of some kind of free energy or some kind of a perpetual motion machine, because here time crystals do not create energy, and they don't break any laws of physics, because here these crystals are technically still in the lowest possible energy state, so you cannot extract any extra energy from their motion. As a matter of fact, here their motion doesn't represent any kinetic motion, and so they're not going to be able to power your house or your smartphone. But despite of this, since 2012, time crystals essentially became a new theoretical curiosity. And it was only in 2016 that researchers were finally able to create first prototype, or first experimental version, that was achieved by the team from University of Maryland, using lasers to cause a reaction inside entangled ions, causing them to spin back and forth in a repeating motion. In essence, this was the first demonstration that time crystals seem to be possible. But these time crystals involved extremely complex quantum systems, either involving super cold ions or diamond crystals doped with impurities. And more importantly, they were all microscopic, very difficult to observe, and also required a kind of a constant kick of energy, like for example a laser pulse, in order to produce them. For example, one of the experiments in 2021 was able to create a time crystal by using what's known as magnons, tiny collective vibrations inside a magnetic material, which physically doesn't really exist inside a solid object, but is still a real phenomenon that can be observed by using scientific instruments. And this was filmed using an incredibly advanced and very fast X-ray camera that was able to take pictures billions of frames per second. And so in some sense you can basically think of this as a kind of a hypothetical, theoretical phenomenon, not necessarily something that's physical yet. But in some of the recent studies, especially the one from February 2024, a team at Dortmund University was able to create a time crystal, in this case using iridium gallium arsenide, that surprisingly was able to last for a record-breaking 40 minutes, with these crystals requiring no external stimulations for at least 40 minutes, and even allowing researchers to create beautiful patterns through minute manipulations. And so this was approximately 10 million times longer in terms of length compared to some of the previous experiments. And so in just 8 years, we went from the first time crystal to something that was already pretty impressive. But this is where things get super exciting, because now, in September of 2025, physicists at University of Colorado Boulder made another groundbreaking discovery. They created the first ever time crystal that humans can actually observe directly under certain conditions, and you can even see it with your bare eyes. And though this is still something that requires a microscope, it's nevertheless visible to our own eyes, and as you can see from this video, even in real time. And so how exactly was this achieved, and what are we looking at? Well, in this case, they used liquid crystals. Basically the same material you find inside your phone display. And so for their study, they designed special glass cells filled with these rod-shaped liquid crystal molecules coated with photoresponsive dyes. And then by shining a constant normal light on these cells, here we're talking about just regular light, nothing fancy, not lasers, they observed the reaction from the dye molecules, with the liquid crystals inside beginning to swirl and move. And surprisingly, under a microscope, these patterns started to form these unusual psychedelic tiger stripes. That's essentially what you're observing here. But the important part from this experiment is that they actually kept moving endlessly for hours. And more importantly, all of this was happening at room temperature and of course observable with a microscope. And unlike a lot of previous quantum experiments or experiments involving very complex setups, all of this was achieved with something you can actually find inside your smartphone and by just using a regular optical microscope. But even when the temperature was changed a little bit, these stripes still continued without being disrupted. And so now this is technically referred to as a continuous space-time crystal. That means it breaks symmetry not just in time, but also in space, and does so spontaneously, without needing a periodically pulsing external force to drive its motion, which by itself is a little bit unexpected, but also quite groundbreaking and super exciting. So for example here, by using this phenomenon, it might become possible to create extremely efficient lasers that basically self-amplify, or even sensors, or maybe communication devices that use this with barely any energy. And along with several other experiments in the last 2 years, collectively all of this is moving this field of time crystals from something that started as a proposition and a theoretical curiosity into experimentally accessible systems, and that will eventually very likely become practical and extremely useful. But I guess one question here is, okay, so how useful, and what can we actually do with this in the future? Well, right now we have certain propositions, nothing concrete yet, but let's just discuss some of the potentially useful cases for these time crystals that are currently explored by various teams. For one, they could create super accurate clocks because of their very precise and stable oscillations. As you probably know, today our world runs on extreme precision, and especially precision when it comes to clocks. You might want to check out some of the previous videos on the GPS system to understand how this is basically everything for us. And so here time crystals could potentially lead to very efficient, extremely accurate clocks, revolutionizing how we measure time. Likewise, scientists have proposed using these for quantum computing, because time crystals can also technically create stable memory and actually become a kind of a quantum analog for RAM inside quantum computers. And that's mostly because of their predictable repeating patterns, which is essential for building powerful quantum computers. Likewise, these optical time crystals have been actually proposed for a potential use in counterfeiting. So for example, imagine banknotes with some kind of a time watermark, where by shining a light on them, a dynamic pattern will appear, making them incredibly difficult to fake. Alternatively, they can also be used in some kind of an advanced data storage. By stacking multiple time crystals and combining their patterns, it might become possible to create complex time barcodes, allowing us to store a vast amount of digital data in a new, incredibly efficient way. And they could also be used for optical communication. For example, using optical devices like lenses or gratings that would change over time, encoding and transmitting information for faster telecommunication. And so, in essence, what we're witnessing here is a completely new field of science and technology. Something that started as a kind of a wild theoretical idea, the idea for creation of this new phase of matter, and something that's now becoming physically possible and has now been demonstrated by a lot of different experiments. And while we're still in extremely early stages for all of this, because these advances have been achieved in just the last 8 years, we can only imagine what's going to happen in the next decade. And this also reminds us that the universe has quite a lot of things in store for us, pushing the boundaries of what we thought was possible. But because this is just a start for this particular field, we'll definitely discuss this more in some of the future videos once there are some additional discoveries or additional updates. Until then, thank you for watching, subscribe, come back tomorrow to learn something else, support this channel on Patreon where you can find additional videos without any ads and can DM me directly, or by joining a channel membership that grants you early access and a few more secret videos. Alternatively, you can also buy the Wonderful Person t-shirt in the description below. Stay wonderful, I'll see you tomorrow, and as always, bye bye.
I was actually approached to become an investor.
This is 140 years of luxury Mercedes cars, all the way from 1886, like literally the first car to ever exist, to 2027. Cars with tech crammed into every centimeter, and cars so automatic that it is actually legal to sit back and watch a movie while driving. But before we can get to this, we need to start all the way back here to see just how the luxury car experience has evolved over time. Because it's kind of insane that the entire thing kicked off thanks to this one guy, Carl Benz, a German inventor who was absolutely obsessed with machines and had an idea. What if a carriage could move without horses? And so in his tiny little workshop, he scrambled together just 25 units of what is essentially just a giant tricycle with a lawnmower engine attached to it. And he called it the patent motor wagon. And then, yes, he did actually patent it. There's a bit of a technique to this, so wait for the sound, bring it back this way, and then smack the wheel over. I can't actually believe this thing still turns on. I am about to drive the first car ever made. Oh my God, we got gas! This is absolutely insane. So I can accelerate here, and this thing goes up to, you won't believe it, 16 kilometers per hour, which is actually a lot faster than I want to be going in this. The motor wagon was a flop. No one cared. People were so used to their horses that by comparison, this, which only had about 0.75 horsepower, just seemed like the more dangerous, more pointless, and noisier alternative. But then, this is the insane bit. Carl's wife, one morning in 1888, took this car without telling him and drove 106 kilometers in one go, fixing it a couple of times with her hairpin, topping it up with fuel from a pharmacy, because remember, there was no such thing as a petrol station back then, and this thing ran on what was essentially cleaning fluid. And in doing so, she completed the first ever road trip. The newspapers went absolutely crazy about it. Investors started lining up at Carl's door, and that is how the car began. And so it's pretty absurd to think that within just 40 years of that triangle on wheels, this is what Carl Benz's vision had become. This is the 1928 Mercedes-Benz Nürburg, and it was releasing into a completely different world. See, the 1920s was essentially the first proper car boom ever in the US. People suddenly had money after World War I, and since Ford had just figured out how to mass-produce cars incredibly cheaply with their Model T, people now had a place to spend it. The problem, though, is that roads, which were originally designed for horses, were not improving fast enough to keep up with how many people were buying cars. So they were dusty, they were bumpy, they were poorly maintained, and traffic was going way up, which means, oh my God, the door, it's like a solid chunk of metal. The Nürburg was the perfect time to create a comfortable experience. A car with smooth handling, much nicer seats, because, you know, you might be here a while, and protection from the elements, hence a roof, and a cabin that feels like it's your space. This really is just a full-on sofa with footstool. There's blinds you can pull down over here. There's a light up here, which actually looks like a piece of a 1920s chandelier. And it makes complete sense. If you're buying a car like the Nürburg, you're not driving it. This is designed to be chauffeured in, hence the rolly window to separate you from them. Oh yeah, there is also air conditioning. It's called 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm also very much enjoying the tactility of the various levers and the switches. So the Nürburg was a moderate success. Mercedes sold around 3,800 units, which is a big improvement from 25, and it did cement the company as a serious player in the luxury car market. But, I mean, at the same time, they'd hardly hit the global mainstream. So they knew there was work to do, which is why by 1954, their brand new Mercedes-Benz Ponton looks completely different. I mean, for starters, the body is significantly more rounded. You see these fenders over the wheels, they are now completely integrated into that body. And this is a paper airplane, and it's actually not terrible. So that's 10 meters. But what if we took the paper plane to its absolute extreme with the $92 power-up plane V4 F22 Raptor edition? Well, it took me around 30 minutes of pushing, folding, and cutting to set the thing up. But now, ooh, look at this. The plane's gyro sensors will show you how upright it currently is. And then you use your phone's gyro sensors if you want to steer it. Let's put it onto 100% speed, and whoa! Man, this thing just goes. It feels so weird to be able to fly a paper airplane. That traveled 70 meters. We all had toys as kids, but today we are finding out how extreme those toys can get if you spend adult money. So let's test them in price order and then rank the top 3 in terms of sheer thrill on this here podium. I guess you are currently in first place. But that might be about to change with the Gel Blaster. So for reference, this is a pretty standard $20 X-Shot blaster that you can grab on Amazon. And it's basically like an airsoft gun, but instead of firing painfully plastic pellets, it fires Orbeez. But this is what happens when you spend $250 to buy something like the N4 Gel Blaster. And it's absolutely buried in accessories. Like, I have to one by one pick them off before we can get to the gun itself. Wow, that is a lot heavier and more realistic looking than I was expecting. But then the craziest bit is that wasn't all the accessories. This is all the accessories. We got magazines, we got laser sights. Starting to make sense why this ended up being $250. All the parts in isolation feel a little bit cheap, but then you put it all together and it's actually kind of heavy and very cool looking. It feels like this is exactly 50% between toy and very serious piece of equipment. It's got 2 lasers. The green one looks like the even more precise option. Oh my God, and the muzzle, it's slightly smoking every time I shoot. It makes you feel very powerful when you're shooting with this thing. It's a lot more powerful, it's a lot more accurate. It's just not the most reliable product. We've actually had a ton of issues trying to get this thing to reload properly. But it would be pretty hard to argue that that wasn't even more fun than the paper plane. So, current residing champion. But when I was younger, even more so than guns, my primary source of entertainment was actually just a pen. And not in a cool James Bond gadget kind of way. From the age of like 2, all I wanted to do was to draw a dinosaur. Yes, this is a dinosaur. So how do you take doodling to the extreme? Well, by using the most advanced 3D printing pen that you can buy. The 3Doodler Pro. What a great name. Shame I can barely see it thanks to Hermes completely defacing my packaging. Wow, this is actually insane. So it can print PLA, which is polylactic acid, a biodegradable plastic, and the most common 3D printing material. But then also PHA, which is an even more biodegradable alternative, and then wood. I mean, technically it's like wood powder fused with some plastic, but looks like wood. I guess you could say it smells like wood, but also it has the texture of it. Something about the idea of printing in wood feels so surreal to me. Okay, let's do my younger self proud. It's definitely a learned skill trying to draw in the air, but it's an impressively accurate product. And this wood material is hardening pretty much the second it leaves the nozzle. What's the name of like a really bad artist? It does have turd-like qualities to it. Oh, you can also control the speed at which the filament comes out. All right, let's just go sicko then. Pretty cool how it comes together. It feels like the kind of thing that once mastered, you could basically make anything you wanted to with it. It's a new way of drawing. You kind of have to always think about how you're supporting every part of your image. Okay, I mean, I think if I told you it was a dinosaur, you'd believe me. I don't think younger me would be impressed, but it somewhat resembles a dinosaur and I'm okay with that. Gotta say, 3D printing pens have come a long way. That is easily the best one I've used. So actually a surprisingly good product. It's just hard to say that it's more thrilling than either of these two. Plus, you can't eat it, which is also a solvable problem because, I kid you not, there is also a Doodler Chef that prints candy. So first is the mat you use as a base, very sticky, some candy capsules, and then the pen itself. So candy goes in here, and then Reese, a professional chef, is gonna see if he can beat my little wooden dinosaur, while we zoom over to the next product. A joke will make sense in like 1 minute. Because while the Biro is past.
I'm gonna smoke his Pokemon loving art.
Grisha doesn't stand a chance.
I'm just so used to winning.
3, 2, 1, go!
Ah!
Oh my god, this is scary. This is scary. Never actually put my speed to the test like this. Oh, yeah. I win. Good effort. Man, these are really fun. The only real problem with these compared to Heelys is portability. Heelys are your shoes too, and all you need to do to transform them is take the wheels out. Whereas these, a little bit too independent devices. Oh no. Need to go under your existing shoes. All things considered though, deserving, I think, of third position. But now for... Oh no. Devices. Oh no. Need to go under your existing shoes. All things considered though, deserving, I think, of third position. But now for something that's not going to make my life flash before my eyes, the Rubik's Cube. I've spent more time than I'm willing to admit just aimlessly fooling around with one of these until always eventually giving up and asking my brother for help solving it. But what I found pretty hard to believe is that there exists a $599 sci-fi reimagining of the Rubik's Cube concept that swaps those colored stickers for displays. The WoW Cube Black Edition. So you take the strip out to activate it, and this is really heavy. Oh my god, it's alive. So here's what's blowing my mind a little bit. This is a display. This is a display. This is a display. There are 24 individual displays on this cube, and they're actually pretty good screens. Each one has a 240p by 240p resolution, which at this size actually looks pretty fantastic. Specs aside though, can you believe I'm saying that for a Rubik's Cube? Why would you want this? Oh my god. So every one of the screens is also a touchscreen. Okay, twist to start. Okay, so there's a ladybird somewhere. It's following the path, and you have to twist to change the path to make sure it constantly has somewhere new to go. You definitely can't knock the fact that it's a unique gaming experience. Is it fun? I don't know. And I also feel like, compared to the original Rubik's Cube, something's been lost in that tactility and ease of being able to twist. Let's try cut the rope. And it better be mind-blowing, because we paid the equivalent of $40 to get that one game on this cube. Oh my god, wait. It has gyro physics baked in, so you have to use the gyro sensors to make the ball move. To give them an ounce of credit, they have had to completely redesign this game to work in cubular format. But does that make the game a better experience? I don't think it does in the slightest, to be honest. All the animations are running at like 10 frames per second. Technically speaking, this is phenomenally impressive. Every ounce of software running on this thing has had to be custom designed for it. And funny story, even the official Rubik's company thinks so. They're actually partnering with the WoW Cube to make a Rubik's branded updated version of the thing. But still, I have got zero idea who this is for. I just feel like the beauty of the Rubik's Cube is the fact that it's this cheap $15 block of plastic that you're not too precious about and is a good 10 minutes of fun every now and again. But then if you're spending $599 or $499 if you get the base edition, then I think it puts far more pressure on how good this needs to be than a Rubik's Cube can deliver. I mean, this now has to be better than like a Nintendo Switch 2, and it's not really more portable. You can't exactly play split-screen multiplayer on this, and don't even get me started on the game quality. Okay, I absolutely love board games. We've got this ever-growing collection of them in our living room, and then Drisha and I literally track every single time we play one of them and then who won. This is just an excuse to show the fact that blue pins are winning. And I also love holograms. I was absolutely obsessed with them as a kid. And even to this day, one of our most viewed YouTube videos is all about how to make one for your phone. So imagine my face when I found out about the Tilt 5 holographic board game kit. So first thing on top are what look like the kickstands. These are if you want to angle your board. We've got what I assume is the actual main game board itself, and then everything else. 2 remotes and 2 sets of glasses. Gotta love this website description. Yeah, they're effing real. real. These are the holograms you've been waiting for. Now, it does still need glasses. This isn't quite the I've just received a transmission from Emperor Palpatine hologram experience. But the way it works is still pretty mind-blowing. So the glasses connect to your computer or Android device. That's what's powering the game. Your computer then sends that information to the glasses to just display. But see, this isn't just two screens sitting in front of your eyes. Each of these glasses actually have two tiny projectors built into them. Those projectors project the image of the game onto this board, but thanks to the special material that the board is made of, it reflects that image right back at you. So that when you look through the glasses, you can see the board, but also the augmented reality game being layered on top of it. And there's a very specific reason why it works like that. Okay. Oh my goodness. So very first impression, this maze thing that I'm looking at doesn't quite feel like it's sitting and floating here. It does feel like I'm looking down at a game board and is kind of getting a little bit cut off towards the end. So because this is augmented reality, you can actually change the angle you are from the puzzle so that you have a better view to be able to solve it from. That is extremely unique. It's not a bad looking game. And so the controller is gyroscopic and actually very responsive, I would say. Feels at least as good as what you would expect. expect from like Nintendo's Joy-Cons, as low a bar as that may be. There's a fair bit of motion blur on my end as I'm looking around, but the good news is that the latency is really low. So because the thing is physically wired into the computer that's powering it, it's not like I'm moving my head and then the image is updating 2 seconds later. It does feel almost real. What's actually really cool about this game, though, is that it almost demands that you take advantage of the fact that you can look around it. Oh yeah, look at that. So I think a big part of the reason they make these work the way they did is so that you can have true occlusion. Like, I put my hands in front of these, and because the hands are physically blocking the projection, it actually makes them feel like they are in front of these virtual objects, as opposed to if it was just two screens where the screens would be in front. Oh, hello. So very first impressions.
It's actually off right now.
Oh.
Whoa, okay. I was expecting it to be up, but it's going down.
That was my thought as well. You're looking in.
Yeah. Oh, this is really cool.
Yeah, it reminds me a lot of the arcade table we had, but actually better. Graphically speaking, more impressive than I was expecting.
How do I explode?
Oi!
There we go.
Oh, the game is fun, but how much is it actually adding to the experience that it's augmented reality? I guess the best way to test that theory is if we actually open up a board game. Okay, so I can see 3 cards.
Oh,
Can you see
whoa.
3 cards?
No, I just see this castle in the middle, but I don't see anything there.
Oh, okay. Well, I suppose that's one tangible benefit of augmented reality then. Like, it can hide your viewpoint.
As opposed to hiding your cards.
Yes, but for lazy people who forget. And so what the glasses are doing is essentially using these patterns of dots around the edges of the board to identify where they are in relation to each other. But still, it's cool seeing that in action.
I can see 3 cards here. I can see my board over here.
Yeah, all I see is 2 pillars.
Wow. I think it needs to be a bit slicker. Like, there's a chance that this is cool, but it still feels like old tech.
It feels like a proof of concept as opposed to something I would recommend you buy. But prove its concept, it does. Yeah, I just feel like the way that we play board games, you don't want to be strapped to a headset the whole time. We kind of play them to switch off from the tech. And the tech isn't actually transforming what the game is, which means, again, no podium. Let's have a look at this. Ooh, cupcake looks insane. Looks like this has been a bit of a challenge, the actual printing. What's your assessment of this? Good product or not?
It's not that great. It's too thick, so when you're trying to hold it, it's just not comfortable to sit in my hand and push the button in.
It's like drawing with a pen that's like this. So what about the process of actually trying to build a 3D shape with it?
It just kind of sinks in on itself. It doesn't harden quick enough to be able to build a 3D shape up.
The key thing that was really good about the 3Doodler is the fact that it was hardening instantly. As soon as it stops being able to do that, I guess it loses its entire purpose a little bit.
Yeah.
So the only way then to build a 3D shape with this would be to build lots of 2D shapes and then stick them together.
Yeah, pretty much.
Cupcake looks good though, I'll take that. Now, if you know me, you'll know that I was super sporty as a kid. Chess is a sport. Look it up. But when I could occasionally drag myself away from the grid for a couple of hours, I loved going to my friend's house who had a basketball hoop. Something like this. So it comes with a bunch of accessories, a mini ball, a mini net, and then the hoop. Oh. Ball, a mini net, and then the hoop. Oh. We'll get another one. And then this is the hoop mini. I don't know in what world this counts as mini. Hoop. Oh. The hoop mini. I don't know in what world this counts as miniature, but this is the first smart basketball hoop games console, and it's also $799. It does kind of look a bit like someone's just taken an old iPad and then stuck a basketball hoop to it. But it is a lot more than that in theory. It's got stereo speakers here and here. It's got multiple shock-absorbing layers in front of the display. And then, of course, AI-powered sensors that track your shots. Probably the best part of this thing, and also the reason it's so damn heavy, is that it's battery-powered, which does give you a lot of flexibility. It means that you can just find a door that you like the look of and wedge it on top of it without having to worry too much about then also being near a main socket. Oh, wow. It's a mini ball, but it is a vast step up in quality from the cheap one that we got with the $20 hoop. I'm pretty sure they drew on the lines just before they sent it. Little bounce test. Yeah, stick with this. Whoa, he shoots, he scores. So that's 1 point. And so if I step further back, that's still a 1-pointer. Oh, so what made that 2 pointers? Well, that gives me some doubt over the quality of the sensors. We'll say as well, not particularly impressed with the viewing angles of this screen. iPad-like in form factor, but very much sub-iPad-like in performance. Is that me? It's like the uncanny valley version of Nintendo's Mii's. Speakers are absolutely terrible. Oh my God, I'm against someone. Wait, so they've scored 5. I've scored 0.2. What the? Oh, well, this is just ridiculous. I guess it makes sense. I mean, average purchaser of an $800 digital basketball hoop is probably going to be pretty into basketball. I think this is a more social product than the Rubik's Cube. The ability to master it and then hand it over to your friend who comes over and watch them never be able to beat your high score. I can see the appeal. Plus, you know, online play and leaderboards, etc. But I think it falls into the same trap as the Rubik's Cube. This thing is priced at not just the equivalent now of a major games console, but significantly more than one. And it seems like they're very aware of that. They actually directly compare it to a games console on their website in one of the strangest, most one-sided side-by-sides I've ever seen, using an Xbox 360 as the competitor. It also says, real reviews from basketball enthusiasts 360 as the competitor. It also says, real reviews from basketball enthusiasts who took their game to the next level. And then you scroll down 2 inches and everyone's talking about how it's great for their kids. There's clearly some effort that's gone into creating this user interface and designing the way your avatar's gonna look in this basketball hoop, but it just feels lost. Somewhere between games console, professional basketball equipment, and smart TV. It is actually kind of cool that you can load up YouTube on your basketball hoop, and even your basketball user interface on top of that YouTube video on the hoop, so that you can do both at the same time. But who would want this? What kind of person has $799 to spend on a mini indoor basketball hoop that doesn't have access to a significantly better TV, significantly better speakers, and ones that don't require you to bend at a 45-degree angle? No podium for you. Another fun fact from my extremely colorful childhood, I used to very regularly play the keyboard. That is, until I realized drums were like 1,000 times cooler an instrument. It's been long enough now that this is my best rendition. There you go. Yeah, I got some nods. So, let's see if we can fix my very obvious skill issue by paying mountains of cash to buy the smartest keyboard that mankind has ever manufactured. This is the Rolly, and to be fair, the presentation feels phenomenally premium. The product too, it's so freaking minimal. So this is their smaller piano, which has been available for a while, but we don't do things by halves here. This is your first look at the company's full-size piano. Seeing the keys light up like that is so freaking sick. This is Bluetooth mode, this majestic waves. So the idea is that it's a piano that connects to a mobile app and uses different colored lights so that you can see which notes you should be playing. Kind of like Guitar Hero, but Guitar Hero that actually teaches you how to play a real instrument. I will say this, the app is beautifully designed. Very smooth. Oh my God. So this isn't just a video. This is a video that is interacting with the real board. When she says to play the blue note is glowing. I feel like I'm learning the muscle memory. Here's the Guitar Hero in action. And if they had this back in the day, I feel like the keyboard would have been a way cooler option. And so this is all part of the lessons, for which, honestly, it feels like I could scroll forever. There is so much going on here. But then also, if you just want to play a song, you go into the search section and you type one. For example, oh my God, that's crazy. So there's 3 modes. You either watch, where it plays for you, you practice where you play, or you challenge where it tests you. I'm actually so blown away by this piece of tech. So it starts off by showing you notes in the kind of cascade format, you know, like Guitar Hero. But then it's got a system to slowly lead you from that into just reading notes off a page. The thought that's gone into this is just wild. And yeah, this does have an extra subscription cost that you have to pay for an extra $10 a month. But at the same time, considering how useful I could see this being and how equivalent to actually going and getting piano lessons, I can so see that being worth it. Side note, I have a lot of respect for how they've done the LEDs here. They're firing from the top into the translucent key chambers so that you never actually see the LEDs themselves. Probably the most tasteful way they could have done it. I also think it's functional because it means that you're never blocking the light. So even if your finger is on the key, you can still always see what key is lit. They've even got a music playground. That is delightful. And it's even got dark mode. It really didn't have to. You know, normally when you get products like this that feel a little Kickstarter-y, the apps are very janky and not very well fleshed out. What's surprising me is that this isn't that. Then there's another level to it. This is the Airwave, which when added to the piano makes this a $948 experience without even factoring in the subscription. But this is kind of nutty because this has an infrared camera system at the top, which means that the keyboard now not just knows what I'm pressing, but where all 27 joints in each of my hands are at 90 frames per second, it can then correct for the buildup of bad posture and bad placement habits, which if you think about it is like the only remaining hurdle that comes from trying to teach yourself how to play an instrument. You can actually change the color of your hands. How incredibly inclusive.
Now you try. Can you align your hand with the outline? Hold up. Try with your ring finger.
Oh my God.
Perfect. Oh, hang on. Use your index finger.
It knows the millisecond I've made a mistake and exactly what I need to do to make it better. And so, compared to these 3, I think piano has to go right into first place. If you're going to spend a ton of money on a toy, that's the way to do it. Now, when I say chess set to you, you probably think of something like this. $10 and packaged kind of like a box of cookies. If you're seriously into the game, you might spend $100 on a tournament-grade chess set. In the previous Extreme Toys video, we even went as far as to spend $600 to buy an electromagnetic chessboard, where every piece was magnetic and could be moved autonomously thanks to a carefully controlled magnet under the board. But the chestnut move is what happens when you spend $1,099. Wow, you even got like Apple-style peels on the back of it. It's kind of cool. It's taking something old school and then fusing it with very contemporary influences. And then, ooh, this is where the magic happens. Each one of these 34 pieces, 34 because it includes 1 extra queen for each side, is essentially their own autonomous robot with wheels. Which means, let's say I've just finished playing a game here, I should be able to, in theory, make the board set itself up again. Holy. Notice how like not a single piece is colliding with one another. And that's because every single one has its own ID and an awareness of where it is in relation to others. Still, this does feel like something straight out of a Harry Potter movie. The pieces are like perfectly aligned in the center. Adjust, 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 adjust. I used to do that every tournament I played, by the way, like 10 minutes before the match started. And I should also be able to say pawn from e2 to e4. This is the sickest chessboard I've ever seen. Let's see what happens if I leave that pawn unguarded. This feels like magic, and it all happens in a much smoother way than it did on the previous magnetic. This feels like magic, and it all happens in a much smoother way than it did on the previous magnetic chess set. The thing that's really good about this is that it can be on voice mode, so it's listening out for me, telling it what pieces to move where, but it doesn't seem to get caught out by conversation happening at the same time. So I've had this whole conversation with you, now I'm gonna say d2 to d4. And it knows, it understands that chess is not a silent sport. It's pretty fair to say that this, unsurprisingly, is the coolest chess set I've ever interacted with. You can even connect it to your chess.com profile and play your online games offline, or get it to set up puzzles for you to solve on your real board. The pieces are actually so polite, they like make sure they don't touch each other. They're quite British, actually, if you think about it. The pieces themselves feel fine. You know, they're made of wood. They're not super heavy and luxury, but that probably makes them easier to move around. Would I recommend you buy one though? Okay, not for most people. For most people, this is not solving an important problem like the Rolly keyboard is, which you could very strongly argue is a very good investment into your future. And it introduces new problems. Like, one of the key perks of this is that it's meant to make your life easier, right? It's moving for you, but then it's got a charging pad, and you now have 34 robotic pieces and a chessboard that you need to make sure are always charged. But it's incredibly ambitious, it's very cool, and it does have functional benefit. Like, let's say I wanted to play online against another person while using a physical chessboard. This is absolutely the best way of doing that. And that is functionally beneficial. Like, when I used to play tournament chess, it was always better to be practicing on a physical 3-dimensional board as opposed to on your phone, because it would be training you to spot patterns when looking at a 3D board, which is what you would be doing in a tournament. Just want to flag, I'm not trying to win here. I wanted to see how well it would take my pieces. Is it more impressive than the plane? I'd say yeah. Is it more impressive than the gun? Yeah, to be fair. Second place. But if I had to guess where we've seen the single biggest leap in toys since childhood, it's gotta be gaming. I mean, this here Game Boy Advance, this was my main console growing up. I was so proud of owning one. It was basically the most desirable toy in the world, priced at around $180 worth in today's money. But now, you can spend more. Quite a lot more, $2,000 to be precise, and get yourself a handheld that is many, many generations more advanced. The One X Player X1 Pro. So this is actually meant to be 3 things in one. A tablet. It's a strange experience using it as one, because it's, I mean, beautiful screen, very slick, very fast, but it's a bit of a chonker. But if you're buying this, you can't just use it to watch movies on a plane. If you're going to do that, you should just buy an iPad. But form factor number 2 is a work laptop. So that wedges into there. Nice solid connection. And then you've got a kickstand at the back. Look at that. It's a fairly smart looking laptop experience. I mean, a proper hinge is always going to be better than a kickstand, because this makes it pretty funny if you're trying to work in the car on your lap. It's giving Facebook mom right here. It's actually very counter to extreme RGB gamer that the rest of the tablet's giving off. The keyboard feels inoffensive. It's pretty similar actually to what you might get on a MacBook. Oh, no way. I mean, what am I even doing? I'm typing Hello Kitty song onto YouTube. It's quite unwarranted. This is diabolical. This trackpad requires so much force to push. Oh God, that is bad. But the main thing you'd be buying something like the X1 Pro for is gaming. This, in theory, should be leagues ahead of consoles like the Nintendo Switch 2, and even the more powerful Steam Deck. Not too sure about those controllers. They feel lighter and cheaper than the tablet itself. But for a bit of context, while the Steam Deck OLED is using an AMD Zen 2 chip from 2019, this is using Zen 5 architecture with quadruple the RAM. It's like a very serious machine. For one of the stranger comparisons we've done today, this is Doom running on the Game Boy Advance. I've forgotten what life was like before the backlight, but I remember at the time thinking to myself how big of a deal this game was. Still one of the first ever instances of a 3D shooter being playable on a handheld console. So what does Doom look like on the X1 Pro? Buttons are very nice and clicky. And also, one crucial advantage here over the Nintendo Switch and the Steam Deck is Hall effect joysticks. They're basically the holy grail of controller tech. It means that instead of mechanical joysticks, these are based on magnets, and then measuring changes to the magnetic fields, which is a lot more precise than the alternative, plus less wearing out over time. Okay, so obviously an enormous step up from the Game Boy Advance. It's very impressive and a very immersive gaming experience, especially considering like you could have this while sitting on a plane with no internet connection. But I wouldn't say, graphically speaking, this is like a generation beyond the Steam Deck. It might be why they haven't yet launched a successor to the Steam Deck. They might just be waiting for there to be enough of a tangible performance gain to make it feel next gen. So it's not mind-blowing, but it's pretty great. How does it handle glare? Not particularly well, actually. Might struggle in the back seat of a car. And the other factor is like screen this massive, large fan blowing, high power chip. You're only going to get 2 to 2.5 hours of gameplay per charge. Probably not quite deserving of a podium, I'm afraid. However, if you thought that was expensive, I am here to regretfully inform you that I have just spent $5,000 of my own money on a single Nerf gun. It's a pretty special Nerf gun. So this is a normal Nerf blaster. You can literally buy 2 of these for $12. And I would probably say if you get fast enough with this, you could probably get 1 shot off every... That wasn't bad. Every 2 seconds. Okay, Steve, you take that one. I apologize, because for around $60, you can then go for something a lot fancier in Nerf's Ultra range. This is also using Nerf's much further firing Ultra darts. Not to mention the thing is full auto, so you should be able to fire about 4 times faster. Literally 2 darts per second. All right, Joseph, that's yours. Sorry. And so what on earth could you possibly want to pay $5,000 for? Well, in this box is the Moab, the mother of all blasters, which burns through so much ammo that it actually has to have a backpack-mounted ammo chamber. And just like the mother of all blasters is about to protect me from these guys, the mother of all VPNs, Surfshark, is designed to protect you from, well, let's be honest, people like them when you're browsing online. There's honestly a shocking number of parallels when you really think about it. Practically unlimited ammunition here with a 500 dart capacity. Just like with Surfshark, you can install it on an unlimited number of devices. You don't need to keep count. Tasty peel here. Those darts feed into the gun via these belts automatically, just like Surfshark has AutoConnect. As soon as you connect to the internet, it can run your traffic through the fastest, safest network without even needing to open the app. And this thing has 6 motorized rotating barrels for a multi-prong attack. Just like Surfshark has multiple layers of security, IP masking, and malware protection when you're browsing with it. So go to surfshark.com/boss for 4 extra months of Surfshark for free. Okay, the game is last man standing. You take 1 hit and you're out. 3, 2, 1, go! Oh my God! I was like ready for it, but I still wasn't ready for it. I think I won. That is 50 darts per second. Now we just got to clean this up. This is like the most extreme version of the toy that your mum doesn't want you to have. I think it's pretty obvious what we need to do here. Is it niche? Absolutely. But that was the best 9 seconds of my life. It really is the embodiment of what this video stands for. I've just spent the last few hours hands-on with every new iPhone. So that's the way better than expected iPhone 17, this shockingly thin new iPhone Air, and then the big boys, the 17 Pro and Pro Max. I'm not gonna lie to you, after the very slow event last year, this one is a complete reshuffle. Like, this one changes how I see the entire iPhone lineup. Because it starts with the basic iPhone 17, which, you know, when you first look at it, it's almost identical to the iPhone 16 last year. The same camera layout, the same buttons, super familiar design. But then you turn it on and you realize this is not a basic iPhone anymore. In fact, this is a full-on Pro iPhone now. Like the display. It's got the same size body, but it's now a 6.3-inch screen compared to 6.1, which also means the bezels are now the thinnest ever on an iPhone. And yes, sometimes these bezel improvements need a microscope for you to be able to tell. Not this one. It is pretty immediately obvious when you look at this compared to the previous phone. It's got a tougher ceramic shield 2 coating on it. They say it's 3 times more resistant to scratches, but
To be fair, I'm pretty sure the random particles in my pocket will still find a way. But also, this is like the easiest to read that an iPhone display has ever been. Even in this super bright room where you can kind of tell that my older 16 is struggling. And that's partly the fact that the 17 now has the Pro's 3000 nits of brightness, but it also has an anti-reflective coating, which we've never had on an iPhone. So have a look here. You know where the light is hitting the screens? Can you see how there is a little bit less of a visual interruption from it now? And it's all topped off with ProMotion, meaning that this is now a 120Hz display that can also go all the way down to 1Hz for the always-on mode. And I mean, on one hand, they had to do this eventually. You know, we've given the iPhone like a once-a-year annual roasting session every time Apple has announced a new phone that still happens to have a 60Hz display. But then on the other hand, it's just so un-Apple to actually release a Pro-branded feature on the base iPhone. Some part of me still thought that this phone would forever be doomed because the kinds of people buying it just wouldn't care about 120Hz. I've never been more glad to be wrong. The cameras are better too. The ultra-wide has gone from 12 megapixel to 48, which is in line with the Pros, and that will also improve your close-up macro photography because it uses the same camera, with also this ability to record from both the front camera and your rear cameras at the same time. I don't really know what this is for. Like, I can't imagine this becoming the next TikTok meta, but the implementation is slick. I do like how you can drag the bubble to decide where you want your face cam to be, and then how that reflects in the final footage. But the really interesting thing that no one saw coming is what is happening with the front camera. So they upgraded the camera from being able to take 12 megapixel photos to now taking 18 megapixel ones, but this is now a square camera sensor, which means you can take vertical selfies and you can take horizontal selfies no matter which way you're holding the phone up. This is so cool. The shots are wider than before, they're more detailed than before, and it also has center stage, which means the camera can automatically go out wider and follow you around when you're on a FaceTime call. It really does feel like, after years of purposefully nerfing the base iPhones to keep the Pros as attractive as possible, Apple's just decided that this year is the year that they rip the band-aid off entirely. Like, apart from the missing telephoto camera, there is such little missing here that I think this is by far the best value phone in the lineup. Because the iPhone 17 now also charges faster than last generation 16. It has an extra 8 hours of battery life if you're watching videos, at least according to Apple. It's got the new A19 chip, which doesn't feel like a mind-blowing upgrade, but still, you know, that's an extra 20% performance. And then, in like the most un-Apple-like move ever, they upgraded the storage to 256 gigs from 128. And the moment they said that, I was so sure, like I'd already started writing that they were going to bump the price up to $899, but they didn't. This is the same $799 starting price as last year. Honestly, if I'd bought an iPhone 16 at full price, I'd be crying right now. But then we've got the completely new $999 iPhone Air. And this is where things get very interesting. So this is Apple's latest attempt at filling that awkward middle child slot in their lineup. In 2020, they made the iPhone mini, but then realized that no one wanted mini phones. Then in 2022, they changed that for the Plus, which failed too because it just didn't do enough differently. So instead of shrinking or stretching, Apple's decided that now it's time to try flattening. And like, I'm going to be honest with you, this phone absolutely creates an impression. Like, the first time I picked the thing up, my mouth involuntarily formed a silent O as I truly came to terms with how, at 5.6 millimeters, this is thinner than any previous iPhone. This is thinner than Samsung's ultra-slim Galaxy S25 Edge. The thing's thinner than a pencil. But the other thing is, it also feels a lot more luxury than I was expecting it to. When I watched the thing get announced, I thought, oh, it looks kind of flimsy and so light that it's a bit cheap. But it really doesn't feel it, especially with this glossy titanium rail going all the way around the sides and the ceramic shield that you've now got on the back. I think the 17 Air is made for the kind of person who cares enough about their phone to not just take the base 17, but also someone who isn't so into the specs that they'll worry about what they're missing compared to the Pros. And I think if you are that kind of person, you will look at this Air, you will compare it to all past experiences you've had with iPhones, and you will think, this is a miracle. But I see this product kind of like the really hot girl that you probably shouldn't try to date. You know it's bad news. You know it's not going to last. But let's be honest, you're probably going to try your luck anyway. But the truth is, you're making two pretty fundamental compromises for this thinness. The battery, which Apple helpfully tells us is still an all-day battery, but whose day? So this is a smaller battery than you get on every other iPhone released this year. And it doesn't exactly reassure me that Apple has specifically made a MagSafe power bank designed to slip onto the Air, and that when they quoted the battery life of the Air, they quoted the figure that assumed you had this battery pack attached. But then, according to Apple, because of all the efficiency improvements of their new A19 chips and this new N1 chip that handles Wi-Fi and Bluetooth and AirDrop, that this tiny sliver of a phone has the same battery life as the 16 Pro. I mean, if that's true, that is absolutely bonkers. I will start prepping the battery test immediately. But sadly, it's not just battery. You're also getting slower charging. You're only getting one speaker, which is really poor in 2025. And then the other big one is you're also losing the ultra-wide camera that you would have had on the normal iPhone 17. And yeah, the one camera you do get is a decent 48 megapixel sensor, basically the same as the one on the 17. But this does mean this is a single rear camera on a $1,000 phone in almost 2026, which, tell me that's not form over function. I mean, to be fair, it might work for Apple. It's exactly what they did with the MacBook Air, and that's now their best-selling laptop by a mile. But my take is that the weight and the thickness of a normal phone is not enough of a problem to need this drastic of a solution. It's a very alluring phone, and you can so see how they're going to market it to the average consumer as a way to get Pro performance, since it does come with the new more powerful A19 Pro chip. But I actually think there'll be a very large difference in how that chip performs in this compared to in the actual Pro phones. So let's talk about those pros. I think the fact that the base iPhone 17 now has all the previously Pro features, and that the Air has become the pretty phone, the phone for people who just want their device to look sexy, means that this year it really feels like Apple has been freed up to just prioritize function over form on these models. These are the most clearly actually made for pros Pro iPhones I have ever seen, which is probably why they now feel comfortable charging the new higher prices of $1,099 for the Pro, which is pretty much the highest amount anyone is charging for a non-XL size device, and then $1,199 for the Pro Max. So there's a few ways you can see this function-first approach in action. Like the first is, these are thicker. Both the 17 Pro and the 17 Pro Max, they're almost 8% thicker than their previous counterparts, which is by its nature less stylish, but you know what makes a phone truly beautiful? It is just having a big, fat battery on the inside. And that these do. Apple's saying you'll get up to 33 hours of battery on the 17 Pro, which is a very healthy jump from the 27 on the 16 Pro, and then 39 on the Pro Max this time. All while having the side effect that I'm absolutely sure Apple has thought through of making the Air look even thinner when you hold them side by side. But there's more. You'll also notice these Pros look very different to last year's. Again, there is functional reason. You might know that for a long time now, pretty much every smartphone has had metal all around the sides and then a glass sheet across the back, because you can still wirelessly charge your phone through glass. But there's a problem. Glass is absolutely terrible at dissipating heat. So this time, the iPhone 17 Pros are metal everywhere, except the specific zone where they have to be glass, or I guess ceramic shield this time around. This kind of window from here to here. So they've sacrificed on the minimalism of the design, but this metal should be, like, no exaggeration, 200 times better at getting heat from inside the phone to outside the phone, which is also paired with a vapor chamber for the first time ever on an iPhone, and a swap from titanium as the metal of choice to aluminium. Which, look, the choice to go with aluminium is fine. It's a very standard material that's still used in many flagship phones, and it might be an improvement. It's lighter than titanium, it's over 10 times more conductive, it's easier to color, which is the only reason how they've been able to make the first actually interesting Pro iPhone color in far too long. This bronzy orange, which is definitely the one that I'm going to try and get. My issue with this situation is that Apple just switched to titanium 2 years ago. And when they did that, they made a massive deal about it. It was the headline feature of the iPhone 15 Pros. And they didn't stop talking about how much more beautiful the phones were because of this titanium. So it just feels a little bit cheeky to now quietly be like, it's aluminium, like every other phone, and then proudly talk about all the reasons why the new phones are better that are just because it is aluminium. But anyway, put all these things together and the iPhone 17 Pros should run a lot cooler, which is not the most exciting thing in the world, but it is needed. It'll make the phones perform a lot better, especially with the new A19 Pro chip. I tried some gaming on this, and I'm not normally too taken aback by mobile gaming demos, but this actually was the most graphically impressive, smooth gaming experience I have ever had on a smartphone. They should charge faster, because Charging is also programmed to slow down when things get hot. Honestly, I'll be happy if this just means my phone won't dim its screen to 0 brightness the minute the weather forecast changes to predict sun. But the thing that I'm most curious about is what's happening with the cameras. So the Pros get the same square front camera sensor that can do both orientations. And the other big change is the telephoto camera is going from 5x optical zoom with a 12 megapixel resolution to 4x optical zoom, but with a 48 megapixel resolution, which should actually be a double-sided upgrade, because it means that when you're zooming in, you don't have to wait all the way till 5x before your telephoto camera kicks in. So the quality in the early part of your zoom is better, but also because you have 4x the number of pixels, even though the optical zoom number is slightly lower, it should mean your photos look better, even when you go really far in. And that's the iPhone 17s. Very impressed with the base phone, interested by the Air, and then I feel like the Pros could have done a little bit more, but they're solid. Shockingly little mention of Apple Intelligence this time round, but I kind of prefer that because it means we get a bit more on the hardware end compared to the iPhone 16 generation. But now there's no titanium, it's like all the more reason to just get a Taurus case. Their Q3 Air has literal airbags inside of it. So cushioned, it doesn't matter how many times you drop the thing. But also, it's the only phone case that actually makes your life easier. I use the magnet on the back all the time to quickly snap it onto things to take videos. I use this stand every day so I can call someone while I'm eating or hook it around something so I can watch a show while showering. And I've seen so many companies trying to copy this design, but this is the real deal. Strongest magnets, sturdiest hinge, grippiest sides. Plus, their FlexLine charger is a lifesaver when I'm traveling, because this one brick replaces 2 high-speed chargers, but also with a baked-in retractable USB-C cable. Link below to have a look yourself. These are 7 of the strangest smartphones to ever exist. Each phone here has one thing about it that is completely unique. And so it's our job to find out which of them are game changers that other phones need to start copying, and which of them are game overs that no one should ever try to make again. Let's get stranger as we go. Starting with the brand new minimal phone, which is a bit of a trend in recent years, like phones that are purposefully stripped back to become less distracting. But this is meant to be the king of them. Because while it might look on the surface like every other minimalist phone with its e-ink display and its text-based user interface, this device also runs full Android 14 with complete access to the Play Store. And that is fascinating, because either you could say, oh my god, the peace of mind of a minimalist phone combined with the full perks of a normal smartphone, sign me up. But then on the other hand, if you now have access to every single app, hasn't this just become a normal smartphone, but now with a laggy black and white screen? I'm so curious, what is Instagram like on this? It feels like just enough to be able to catch up with what your friends are up to, while feeling pared back enough that I don't feel like I'm gonna get lost in it. Okay. What about a game? So you swipe up and then you can search for apps here. I do think this physical keyboard was a good decision. Like, I'm not normally a fan of the idea, but typing on an e-ink screen because of the slow refresh rate is usually one of the biggest turnoffs. So it's a really good way of getting around that. Oh, this is actually so cool. So when you start typing, as soon as it realizes that there's only one app because of the slow vision. Like, I'm not normally a fan of the idea, but typing on an e-ink screen because of the slow refresh rate is usually one of the biggest turnoffs. So it's a really good way of getting around that. Oh, this is actually so cool. So when you start typing, as soon as it realizes that there's only one app that you could be wanting to open, it just opens it. So PO for Pokemon, and we're in. Damn, that was fast. So this game is my current weakness. Okay, we have a bit of a contrast problem here. And while you can tune the display, there isn't actually a setting that's going to make this work perfectly. You can set it to a low refresh rate, which makes it really clear, but then any moving object will consistently pulse like this, so you kind of have to set it to the fast refresh rate option, but then it becomes pretty hard to read. That said, I wouldn't knock this too hard. This is the closest I have ever seen an e-ink phone feel like a normal smartphone. And they have also told me that they are working on updates to make this more balanced. And then there are also cameras. There's a front one right in this bottom corner, and then a 16 megapixel autofocus camera on the back, which is kind of trippy because while the photos look like this while they're on the phone, upload them to a computer and it's actually this. Not great, but not bad. So is this a game changer? I actually think that it is. Like, I'm not the target market for a minimalist phone. I need to be able to check our videos in full color before I post them. I'm very attached to having a high-end camera system, but if minimalism was what you were searching for, then I really like that this lets you have minimalism, but in a way that you can decide what minimalism means to you. You have the flexibility to pick and choose what you'll let yourself do on it, and pretty much everything can work. I mean, the thing's even got a side-mounted fingerprint scanner, it supports fast wireless charging, it's got a headphone jack, it's got expandable storage. I'm a big fan. So that was a niche product from a niche company, but what happens when you get a niche product from a mainstream company? This is the Samsung Galaxy A80, and it has, hands down, one of the coolest hardware features of any smartphone. Because, can your phone do this? I didn't think so. I actually remember going hands-on with this A80 at the launch event in 2019, thinking, this needs to become a thing. I mean, think about it. This system means that you just need to build one set of cameras, and you get to use that set of cameras on both the back and the front of the phone. And that makes it such a good selfie camera that this 2019 phone is still like better than my iPhone 16 Pro Max from 2025. Doing the camera like this also erased the need for a selfie camera on the front, making this phone completely notchless, which Samsung was so proud of that they even named this the new Infinity display technology. It's pretty clear why, from 2019 to 2021, motorized camera systems exploded in popularity, very quickly becoming a standard, expected smartphone feature. They were building and building in traction, and then suddenly, they stopped. Motorized camera systems are actually, generally, a pretty bad idea. But why? Well, moving parts equals less protection from the elements. Like, there's just so much more room for stuff to get inside. There's more things that can break. And actually, as a very good demonstration of this, we bought this phone refurbished. And you can see when the camera flips around that it's not actually flipping to the completely flat state like it's supposed to. It's very slightly slanted up. The whole thing adds waiting time. You know, it's cool the first 100 times you do it, but after that, you are just adding an extra 2 seconds every time you want to use the thing. The mechanism for this movement in itself takes up space, which companies have now realized that people would rather spend on just having bigger batteries. But I think the single most important thing, a mechanism like this one that flips the whole set of cameras gets harder and harder to pull off the bigger the cameras that you're trying to flip are. And so if you actually wanted to keep up with the camera quality of other phones, you can't realistically even pull this off. So, a pretty cool case study of an idea that you can see why Samsung wanted to try, but you can also see why Samsung decided that it needed to die. So how do you get stranger than a phone that can change its camera? Well, a phone that can change everything. This is the LG G5, which, while still not actually the strangest LG phone in this video, is still pretty odd, because this is one of the first proper attempts at a modular smartphone. Which means this is kind of like a piece of Lego. Just to be clear, I have just pulled off the bottom third of this phone. This is charging port, this is speakers, this is battery. If I just want the battery, now we got that. And I can even put that battery into a different style of base. So I could stick it into the Bang & Olufsen Hi-Fi module, which adds a headphone jack and a 32-bit DAC that upscales any audio going to it. Or I stick it into the camera grip, like so. That slots back into the phone, and suddenly my smartphone has a 2-stage shutter button, a zoom dial over here, and a built-in grip for my hand, and an extra 50% battery capacity, which is pretty sick. In a lot of ways, this modularity conversation is exactly the same as the motorized and rotating cameras conversation, in that the first time you look at this, you think, oh my god. The ability to tune my smartphone to my exact preferences and my exact budget, to be able to swap out my battery as simply as this, instead of having to throw my whole phone away when it gets older, of course this makes sense. I mean, this is a massive part of why PCs are so desirable. You pick the exact parts that you want. And so it's not surprising that this idea of a modular phone almost became like the holy grail that companies were scrambling to try and make happen, with even Google themselves stepping in to try to create a device in which you could just slide out the components you don't want and slide in the ones you do. But it never caught on. See, unlike a PC, for which pretty much every PC case has tons of space inside so you can freely swap components even if they are different sizes, with a smartphone, everything has to fit exactly, which creates two problems. A, that how do you create one phone body that is so flexible that someone could choose anything from a camera this big to a pro-level camera this big? And then if you are only going to use a camera this big, why would you pay for such an expensive body that has specifically costed more because it has all the connectors and image signal processors needed to support the higher end camera that you're not even taking advantage of? And then B, how do you make it such that all of these pieces, they don't just become e-waste the second that a new model comes out? Like with this LG G5, either LG decides that all their future phones are going to have this exact same dated shape, this size screen, and the exact same connectors, or these modules become useless the moment that you upgrade your phone, thus actually creating even more waste than if they just built 3 different versions of this phone, which each had one of these bases fixed inside of them, and you as the buyer would then just pick the one that you wanted. So I think it's fair to say that the idea of a modular smartphone being something that any company in 2025 should be striving for is not a good idea. The only situation that modularity has kind of worked for is the Fairphones and the CMF phones. But that's only because for the Fairphones, the swappability is not there so that you can upgrade things, it just lets you repair what you have more easily. And for the CMF, the things that you're swapping are accessories as opposed to core system components. But the craziness is not reserved for just old phones. Like this is the new ZTE Nubia Music Phone 2. And there are 2 things that are kind of cool about it. A, that it's got not 1, not